Chapter 776. Terrifying Hydra. Lu Hantian glared. Gulan Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji, these three old geezers are truly shameless. They actually publicly suggested stripping Zhuowen of his position as a marquis. But Lu Hantian didn't speak. He knew that the authority to decide all of this rested entirely on Emperor Qing, so his gaze stared fixedly at Emperor Qing. Emperor Qing frowned slightly and said indifferently, "The battle to become a marquis was decided by this emperor. Zhuowen has the strength to obtain the position of marquis. So how could this emperor not give it to him? Otherwise, wouldn't this emperor become a person that goes back on his word in the future?" "Your Majesty Emperor Qing is right." Gulan Haohai and the others didn't dare say anything when they heard Emperor Qing speak like this, and they lowered their heads in agreement. Yet they felt slight pity in their hearts. Bang! Countless shattered rocks flew out from the deep pit in the arena, and then a figure in a rather sorry state flashed out from the pit. If one looked carefully, it was precisely the formidable Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen's clothes were ragged, his hair was disheveled, and his breathing was rapid. Huangfu Wudao's attack from before wasn't simple. And if Zhuowen wasn't wrong, Huangfu Wudao had grasped the energy of concept as well. Even though this energy of concept wasn't very strong, Huangfu Wudao's own strength was far more formidable than Zhuowen, so the strength he was able to exert was naturally not something Zhuowen could compare to. "Do you still want to fight? Your strength is truly slightly weak, in my opinion." In the sky, Huangfu Wudao crossed his arms before his chest as he looked down at Zhuowen, and the corners of his mouth were covered in a cold smile. "That might not be the case, because you haven't completely defeated me now, and the outcome hasn't been decided yet." Zhuowen slowly patted off the dust on his body and spoke extremely calmly. Huangfu Wudao's brows raised as he looked at Zhuowen, who was calm like water, and he was slightly surprised by Zhuowen's attitude at this moment. "You're rather stubborn, kid. Since you attach so much importance to the result, then I'll give you the result of a miserable defeat. At that time, besides losing, you might even have to pay the price with your life." Huangfu Wudao shook his head and raised his hands. A terrifying aura flashed out of his body, like a volcano, and the surrounding air was like an inverted waterfall that flowed against the current, causing it was an extremely magnificent sight. "Come out, Hydra!" An indifferent voice resounded through the entire floating platform, sounding so vast and dignified. "Awu!" Huangfu Wudao's Huangfu Wudao's head, Huangfu Wudao's forehead, and finally transformed into a huge snake as head. As the purple energy continued to gather, snake heads began to appear one after another. Finally, a terrifyingly large 9-headed snake appeared above the floating platform. 9 huge snake heads and 18 pairs of cold eyes stared at Zhuowen below. A bloodthirsty aura spread out from its body. Hydra! The first prince actually used soul armor manifestation. It seems like he plans to defeat Zhuowen in one fell swoop. Perhaps the first prince is tired of the small skirmishes and wants to get rid of Zhuowen completely. Zhuowen has no chance of winning. The power of the Crown Prince's 9-headed Hydra armor soul is terrifying. Ordinary warriors of the Xuanzuan realm can't resist it. Looking up at the gigantic 9-headed snake in the sky, everyone's pupils shrank as excitement appeared on their faces. As early as when Huangfu Wudao advanced to the Xuanzuan realm, many people had already secretly guessed the true appearance of the soul armor on his body. Now the truth was finally revealed. Zhuowen's gaze turned extremely grave as he looked at the gigantic 9-headed Hydra floating in front of Huangfu Wudao. After all, the 9-headed Hydra was an extremely powerful, primordial beast from ancient times. It was an existence comparable to a mid-level true dragon, and its power was extremely terrifying. Huangfu Wudao leaped onto the 9-headed Hydra's body and looked down at Zhuowen from above. "I am from the Xuanzuan realm and already possess the ability to use soul armor manifestation. You are merely a half-step into the Xuanzuan realm. What are you going to use to compete with me? No matter what you think, you have already lost this battle the moment you started to provoke me. And the price of losing was extremely heavy. Now have a taste of fear. 9 heads, kill this kid. The 9-headed hydra roared and suddenly rushed towards Zhuowen. Its speed soared to the limit as its 9 heads spewed out a terrifying purple mist at the same time. This purple mist was the poison that the 9-headed hydra itself carried, and its toxicity could be said to be extremely terrifying. Before the 9-headed hydra arrived, 9 streams of purple liquid had already shot out from its head and swept towards Zhuowen. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen relied on the terrifying speed of his 3 pairs of lightning wings to barely dodge the 9 streams of purple poison. Hiss! 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 As soon as the purple poison landed on the ground of the floating platform, its terrifying corrosive power directly penetrated it. For a moment, the surface of the floating platform was filled with holes and looked extremely disheveled. Hiss! What a terrifying poison! Zhuowen could not help but suck in a breath of cold air when he saw the poisonous liquid that instantly pierced through the stage. The corrosive power of this poisonous liquid was a little too terrifying. It actually pierced through such a thick floating stage. Zhuowen was unable to imagine what would happen to him if he was stained by this purple poison. Swoosh! Just when Zhuowen was secretly shocked by the terrifying corrosive power of the purple poison, the sound of the sky being torn apart flashed over, and then an enormous serpent tail swung towards Zhuowen with whistling sounds of the wind. The serpent tail was extremely swift to the point Zhuowen didn't even have the time to dodge, and he knew that he could only meet it head-on. 6 spears suddenly danced out and transformed into 6 spear-intent domains before him that suddenly blasted towards the serpent tail. Rumble! The 2 of them collided. Instantly, Zhuowen's attack was actually like paper and couldn't withstand a single blow and was instantly broken apart. Pucci! Zhuowen spat out a mouthful of fresh blood as he was once again struck onto the ground of the arena, smashing open a deep human-shaped hole. Haha! Too weak, truly too weak. You actually dare vainly attempt to provoke this lord with such lowly strength? You're truly courting death. Huangfu Wudao laughed wildly as the ridicule on his face grew denser, and he hurriedly commanded the 9-headed hydra beneath him to continue attacking Zhuowen. Whoosh! Another serpent tail swept heavily towards the deep human-shaped hole Zhuowen was in. With a rumble, it directly smashed open an even deeper hole in the deep hole. Rumble! Rumble! Under Huangfu Wudao's command, the serpent tail continuously smashed into the deep hole, causing the originally small hole to actually continuously expand and deepen, and Zhuowen's figure was nowhere to be seen. How ruthless! The 9-headed hydra strength is so great that Zhuowen simply can't withstand many hits. These few hits will absolutely take Zhuowen's life. Looking at the enormous serpent tail that was waving like rain, the pupils of the countless cultivators below the arena constricted slightly, and they secretly prayed for Zhuowen in their hearts. They were clearly aware of how terrifying the 9-headed hydra's strength was. It was an enormous strength that was enough to shatter mountains and split rocks. It was enough for a human cultivator to be struck once. But now Zhuowen was in the deep hole and was being continuously whipped by the 9-headed hydra's tail. They were afraid that Zhuowen would be directly turned into meat paste under the snake's tail's lash. Zhuowen is finished. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. Even if Zhuowen's life was tough enough to survive, it was likely that he would be completely crippled. How could this child possibly remain unscathed after enduring such a terrifying force? The smile on Grand Haohai's face became even more brilliant. He was naturally extremely happy that Huangfu Wudao could kill Zhuowen for him. After all, Zhuowen was a potential threat. This is the final blow. Zhuowen, if you're still alive, then take it well and enjoy this rare final moment before your death. Huangfu Wudao stood on the 9-headed hydra with a cruel smile on the corners of his mouth. He then waved his right hand. The nine-headed hydra roared and raised its huge tail high before finally smashing it down heavily. For a moment, endless terrifying hurricanes swept across the entire suspended platform. The terror of this blow was beyond everyone's expectations. Rumble! The snake's tail smashed into the deep hole, and a terrifying force almost spread across the entire suspended platform. Then, everyone below could clearly see dense cracks beginning to appear on the surface of the huge suspended platform. Moreover, these cracks were spreading at an extremely terrifying speed. In the end, the huge suspended platform directly collapsed under the nine-headed hydra's final blow. Bang! 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 Countless large and small rocks fell from the suspended platform like a storm. It was an extremely spectacular sight. What a terrifying force! Even the suspended platform couldn't withstand the nine-headed hydra's final blow and directly collapsed. Everyone's faces were moved as they watched the suspended platform continuously collapse. Their eyes were filled with intense shock. Haha, Zhuowen is dead for sure. Glen Haohai finally smiled, and his smile was even more brilliant. Everyone was well aware of how powerful the nine-headed hydra's attack was. No matter how heaven-defying Zhuowen was, it would be very difficult for him to survive under such a terrifying force. Chao Ji and Feng Tian smiled as well. Zhuowen was a thorn in their side. Now that they could borrow Huang Fu Wudao's hand to completely eliminate him, the two of them were naturally rather happy. Lu Hantian's face changed drastically. Just as he was about to leap forward to help Zhuowen, he was stopped by three figures. Glen Haohai, Feng Tian, and Chao Ji circled around Lu Hantian and said with a fake smile, "The battle on the stage is a battle between juniors. As a senior, Lu Hantian, you have no right to interfere. You three old bastards, get out of my way." Lu Hantian shouted furiously. He wanted to block the three of them, but an even more powerful aura suddenly burst out and suppressed him. Lu Hantian's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Hantian. "Your Majesty, Emperor Qing?" Lu Hantian gritted his teeth and said, "Only the Emperor Qing's aura could have such a terrifying deterrent force." Lu Hantian, this Emperor's patience is not that good. Seniors like you are not allowed to interfere in the battle on the stage. You have already crossed this Emperor's bottom line many times. Don't think that this Emperor won't punish you, the Emperor Qing said coldly. Lu Hantian's face turned ugly when he heard this. However, his face was filled with unwillingness. How could he watch Zhuowen die in front of him? Boom! Chapter 777. Intense battle and suppression A. Blazing golden light that was like a blazing sun soared into the sky. Immediately, an enormous illusory figure was suddenly thrown out from the collapsed, suspended platform. Rumble! An intense gust of wind howled as the gigantic black figure, which was several hundred meters tall, suddenly fell and heavily smashed into the bottom of the floating platform. Everyone's gazes converged as their pupils slightly shrunk. They discovered that the enormous black figure was actually the nine-headed snake that had been so mighty and insufferably arrogant a moment ago. Oh! The nine-headed snake struggled to get up and crawled on the ground. Ominous glints were revealed in the eyes of his 9 heads. A rare trace of fear was actually revealed as he looked at the golden light that was like a blazing sun on the floating platform. Swoosh! A figure walked over and instantly arrived beside the 9-headed snake. It was actually Huang Fu Wudao. However, at this moment, Huang Fu Wudao's expression was extremely gloomy and ugly. There was also a trace of shock in his eyes. When the floating platform suddenly collapsed earlier, an extremely blazing golden light had abruptly shot out. The dazzling golden light caused Huang Fu Wudao to narrow his eyes. He was practically unable to open his eyes. At this moment, a golden arm suddenly stretched out from the floating platform and grabbed the 9-headed snake's tail. The strength of the golden arm was simply terrifying to the extreme. Even the 9-headed snake was completely flung away by the strength of the golden arm. The instant the nine-headed snake was flung away, Huang Fu Wudao had already sensed that something was wrong. Therefore, he had already left the nine-headed snake's body. Who exactly is the owner of the golden arm? Could it be Zhuowen? Huang Fu Wudao's brows were tightly knitted together as he looked at the floating platform that was enveloped by the golden light. However, he was still somewhat in disbelief. That power was extremely powerful, and he did not believe that it was something that Zhuowen could unleash. However, other than Zhuowen, who else could exist within the floating platform? The other people in the square naturally saw the miserable nine-headed snake as an uproar resounded. They were truly unable to imagine that the insufferably arrogant nine-headed snake had actually been flung away by someone. Was it Zhuowen who did it? This was also the thought in the hearts of many people. Therefore, their gazes were gathered on the floating platform that was still enveloped by the golden light. On the high platform, the Lotus Supreme Dharch, who had been calm and composed, frowned. The nine-headed snake's sudden fall to the ground was out of the Lotus Supreme Thearka's expectations. The brilliant smile on Grand Hao-Hai's face suddenly froze. His gaze focused on the nine-headed snake, who was in a sorry state. He frowned, and his eyes flickered. Rumble! Suddenly, the golden light in the sky reached a peak, and then a violent explosion occurred. The floating platform was instantly blasted into countless pieces, and a golden figure descended from the sky. Boom! This golden figure fell, smashing into the ground less than 100 feet away from the Hydra. As the dust settled, everyone's eyes focused on it. To their astonishment, they discovered that this golden figure was Zhuowen. At this moment, Zhuowen no longer had 3 heads and 6 arms. Instead, he had an additional head and a pair of arms. He actually had the strange appearance of 4 heads and 8 arms. His body was also 30 feet tall, like a small mountain. What kind of secret technique did Zhuowen practice? He had 3 heads and 6 arms earlier, but now he has 4 heads and 8 arms. How strange! Everyone discussed spiritedly as they looked at the 3 times taller Zhuowen, who now had 4 heads and 8 arms. Their gazes revealed a strange and curious expression. Although Zhuowen's appearance was extremely strange, his aura was much stronger than before, causing many people to cast sidelong glances at him. Your Highness, didn't you say that you wanted me to enjoy my last moments? These last moments are quite long, and it's still not time yet. Slowly stretching his 8 arms, Zhuowen stared provocatively at Huang Fu Dao in front of him as a faint smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. What a strange brat! No matter what kind of secret technique you practice, do you really think you're a match for me? Huang Fu Wudao snorted coldly as the coldness in his eyes grew even more intense. Zhuowen had exceeded his expectations time and time again. Zhuowen's life was much harder than a cockroach's. However, the more Zhuowen acted like this, the more intense Huang Fu Wudao's killing intent towards Zhuowen became. 9 heads! Go and kill him! Huang Fu Wudao commanded the 9-headed snake beside him. Immediately, the 9-headed snake roared at the sky and turned into a huge shadow that shot towards Zhuowen. At the same time, Huang Fu Wudao's subordinates were not slow. Countless air blades appeared around his body as he stomped his foot and followed behind the 9-headed snake, looking for an opportunity to attack Zhuowen. Good timing! Zhuowen shouted. Instead of retreating, he turned into a golden light and rushed straight towards the 9-headed snake. Now that Zhuowen's nirvana of the Great Sun had reached the 4th level, his strength was almost 10 times that of the 3rd level. Now his body was filled with endless surging power. Therefore, Zhuowen wanted to see if his current strength was more terrifying or if the Hydra's strength was more terrifying. Boom! The 2 collided in an instant. To Zhuowen, the 9-headed snake's huge body was like a vast mountain that Zhuowen could only look up to. However, at the moment when the 2 collided, not only was Zhuowen not sent flying, but he easily blocked the 9-headed snake's forward momentum and completely stopped its momentum. Zhuowen roared as his 8 arms erupted with golden light at the same time. A terrifying force was transmitted from his 8 arms. Then the people around the square were shocked to find that not only was the 9-headed snake unable to move forward, but it was also retreating under Zhuowen's power. Rise! With a low shout, Zhuowen's 8 arms exerted force together, and he was thrown into the air. The 9-headed snake roared, and there was a trace of fear in his voice. Then he was thrown out in front of everyone's eyes. Boom! The 9-headed snake's huge body directly smashed into the open space dozens of meters away, creating a huge pit. Whoosh! The moment Zhuowen threw the 9-headed snake, when Zhuowen's strength was exhausted, the sound of something breaking through the air swept over and hissed in his ears. Without thinking, Zhuowen's right hand suddenly slapped behind him. Suddenly, he felt a burst of pressure in his chest. Feeling the powerful force coming from his right hand, his eyes narrowed slightly. Thump! 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 With a muffled groan, Zhuowen's pupils shrank slightly as he retreated more than a dozen steps. Only then did he turn around and stare coldly at Huangfu Wudao, who was also retreating behind him. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao had just stabilized his body, and his face was a little ugly. The power that Zhuowen had exerted somewhat exceeded his expectations. Even though Zhuowen had hastily counterattacked, he was still forced to retreat repeatedly. Huangfu Wudao, didn't you say that you could easily defeat me? Why have you released your armor soul now? I, Zhuowen, am still standing in front of you. Turning around, Zhuowen stared at Huangfu Wudao, and the sarcastic smile in the corner of his mouth became even more intense. Humph! What an arrogant brat! Don't think that you're so great just because you relied on some secret method to temporarily increase your strength. So what if your strength has increased? I, Huangfu Wudao, can still defeat you. Hearing Huangfu Wudao's ruthless words, Zhuowen dug his ears and said indifferently, Are you done? You've said this no less than 3 times, and every time you say that you can defeat me. Let me ask you, we've already fought for so many rounds. Why haven't you defeated me yet? As soon as these words came out, Huangfu Wudao's face suddenly froze. For a moment, he didn't know how to answer. That means that what you said just now is a pile of nonsense. Anyone can say such nonsense, and those who say such nonsense are usually trash. In my opinion, you're no different from those trash. As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and instantly arrived in the air above Huangfu Wudao. His 8 arms hung down at the same time, and his terrifying physical strength almost directly shattered the space in the surrounding dozens of feet. What terrifying strength! Just the physical strength alone can shatter the surrounding space. What level has this brat's physical strength reached? Huangfu Wudao's face revealed a trace of surprise as he looked at the surrounding space that had collapsed and the fierce wind that whistled over. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded his expectations. 10,000 whirlpools protection! With a wave of his right hand, the countless air blades around Huangfu Wudao shattered and turned into a dense whirlpool, forming a whirlpool barrier that blocked in front of him. Boom! The moment Zhuowen smashed into the whirlpool barrier, he only felt a terrifying repulsive force that prevented his strength from moving forward. Moreover, a rather powerful repulsive force bounced back from the whirlpool barrier. This whirlpool barrier is so strange. Feeling the repulsive force of the whirlpool barrier, Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of astonishment, and then he said in a cold and indifferent voice, You still have to break it. Break it. Boom! As he spoke, Zhuowen once again swung his 8 arms and pounded the whirlpool barrier with almost no regard for his life. Terrifying muffled sounds continuously resounded. Although the whirlpool barrier was strange and its defensive power was extremely strong, it could not withstand Zhuowen's desperate pounding. Thump! Thump! Huangfu Wudao retreated again and again. Under Zhuowen's shameless attacks, he retreated step by step without the slightest ability to retaliate. Seeing that Zhuowen had completely suppressed Huangfu Wudao, many of the surrounding people revealed looks of disbelief. The overbearing and ruthless first prince, Huang Fuudao, was actually in such a sorry state. This was the first time that they had seen it, and the one who had made Huang Fuudao so miserable was none other than Zhuowen. It should be known that Zhuowen was merely a half-step into the Xuanzuan realm, while Huang Fuudao was already at the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm and had even released the Armor Soul Hydra. But now he was suppressed by Zhuowen. "Damn little bastard, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Get out of my way." After retreating dozens of steps, Huang Fuudao roared angrily. The feeling of being suppressed made him feel extremely sullen. Suddenly, the whirlpool barrier in front of Huang Fuudao increased in power many times, and it actually wanted to push Zhuowen out. "You want to push me out? No way." Zhuowen smiled coldly. His 8 arms pulled out 8 long spears from the spirit ring, and with a wave of the 8 long spears, 8 terrifying wills erupted at the same time. Crack! Chapter 778. Chi like a river crack. A clear and melodious sound abruptly resounded and reverberated in the square. Subsequently, the pupils of the surrounding people constricted as they noticed that the protective cyclone around Huang Fuudao's body had actually shattered under the bombardment of Zhuowen's 8 arms. Stomp! Stomp! A muffled groan resounded as Huang Fuudao was directly pushed back a few dozen steps in this collision. The force generated by every single step was basically capable of shattering the ground and causing dense cracks to spread out. Huang Fuudao was actually at a complete disadvantage in this collision, and he was pushed back a few dozen steps by Zhuowen. The square instantly became rather silent as everyone watched this scene with slight disbelief, although they'd faintly sensed that Zhuowen's strength had skyrocketed when he executed the 4-headed 8-armed form. They'd never imagined that it would actually skyrocket to such a terrifying extent. Huang Fuudao, who'd executed the 9-headed snake armored soul, was actually at a complete disadvantage in this collision. Don't use your superior attitude to look down on me in the future, because you don't have the qualifications for heads and 8 eyes. Zhuowen looked at Huang Fuudao in unison as his voice that was like rolling thunder suddenly resounded and reverberated in the entire square. Swoosh! As he spoke, Zhuowen stomped his foot and transformed into a shapeless gust of wind that flashed towards Huang Fuudao once more. As the saying goes, strike while the enemy is weak. After all, Zhuowen had broken through Huang Fuudao's defense, so there was no reason for Zhuowen not to follow up with another attack. Huang Fuudao's face was gloomy. The strength of Zhuowen, who'd transformed into a 4-headed 8-armed form, had exceeded his imagination, and even his protective cyclone had been broken through. You've merely broken through my cyclone protection, yet you think your strength is superior to mine? How laughable! Huang Fuudao grunted coldly as he stomped his foot, and an even more terrifying blade of air revolved around his body. He transformed into a gust of wind that flashed towards Zhuowen, unwilling to be outdone. Boom! 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 Instantly, the 2 figures collided, causing countless waves of air to surge out from the center of the square along with the continuous sounds of explosions that sounded like firecrackers. They're so fast! I can't even catch sight of them anymore. Looking at the 2 figures colliding and fighting, the people around the square were all shocked. Zhuowen and Huang Fuudao's speed was too fast. They practically turned into 2 afterimages in the sky that were difficult to capture. The only thing that could be felt from their crazy battle was the terrifying explosions caused by their collisions. Boom! The 2 of them collided once again. Then, a ring-shaped airwave formed around the 2 of them. Then, waves of aura poured out like an inverted waterfall. Terrifying auras continued to surge toward the 2, forming a Tenjong deep pit beneath their feet. The 2 stared at one another in the deep pit, their eyes filled with unwillingness to be outdone. Little bastard, you're quite capable, but you still have to die. Huang Fuudao roared angrily as he stomped his foot. An even more terrifying aura swept out, and the blade of air around his body exploded one after another, turning into wisps of sharp qi. The densely packed sharp qi covered an area of several hundred zhang around the two of them. Then a crisp shattering sound rang out, and the space within several hundred zhang collapsed under the effect of the sharp qi. Qi like a hanging river. As he spoke, Huangfu Wudao once again stomped his foot. Instantly, the surrounding sharp qi surged wildly. In the end, the surrounding space completely collapsed, forming a vacuum area of several hundred zhang. Above the vacuum area, countless sharp qi condensed and turned into a huge and long river. The long river surged forward, containing a terrifying sharpness. It was as if the long river wasn't formed by gentle flowing water, but by the convergence of countless sharp blades. No one doubted that if they were swept into this long river, they would probably be smashed into pieces, not even leaving behind a trace of their remains. What a terrifying long river! This qi like a hanging river is Huangfu Wudao's armor skill that made him famous. He'd utilized this move to surmount a realm of cultivation and kill an expert of the Xuanzuan realm. This qi like a hanging river is an armor skill secretly passed down by the Azure Emperor, and it's an existence that surpasses the monarch rank. I'm afraid it's probably an extremely terrifying exalt rank armor skill. Numerous sounds of discussion resounded. Everyone recognized the terrifying armor skill executed by Huangfu Wudao, and it was an existence that surpassed the monarch rank. Within the vacuum area, Zhuowen raised his head and stared at the ceaselessly flowing river in the sky with an extremely serious gaze. He'd never imagined that Huangfu Wudao possessed such a terrifying armor skill. Zhuowen, you can die proud since you were able to force me to utilize this qi like a hanging river. Huangfu Wudao stared gloomily at Zhuowen, and his expression was slightly unsightly. He was the eldest prince of the imperial family and the first on the Azure Emperor rankings. On the other hand, Zhuowen was only a nobody that wasn't well known. In this battle, Huangfu Wudao, ought to be able to crush Zhuowen like a hot knife through butter and deal with Zhuowen in a straightforward manner. Yet now, the two of them had fought for so many rounds, and he was even unable to defeat Zhuowen even after releasing the nine-headed snake. Up until this point in the battle, Zhuowen had even forced him to utilize an exalt rank armor technique like the River of Vital Energy, so he was naturally embarrassed. You'll definitely die a graveless death with this move. Huangfu Wudao had a savage expression as he stared at Zhuowen, and he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. The enormous long river that floated in the sky gushed down like a nimble snake. Break apart. As he gazed at the long river that flashed over, Zhuowen didn't dare be careless. After all, it was an exalt rank armor skill, and its might was much more formidable than a monarch rank armor skill. Hiss! His 8 arms struck out together, erupting with extremely terrifying power. However, to Zhuowen's astonishment, when his power struck the long river actually nimbly dispersed into countless small water droplets, causing his attack, which had been accumulating power to strike, to hit nothing but air, leaving him with no place to strike. Damn it! What a strange long river. After his attack missed, Zhuowen didn't even have the time to turn around before the long river that possessed an imposing aura gushed out and revolved around Zhuowen, enveloping his entire body. Clang! 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 Countless sharp auras suddenly flashed out from the long river, like countless slithering snakes that emitted a cold glow as they flashed toward Zhuowen. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly when he sensed the sharp auras in the surroundings. He instantly waved his 8 arms, causing spear images that covered the sky to flash out and obstruct the countless sharp auras in the surroundings. Clang! 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 Bang! There were too many sharp auras. Very quickly, they passed through the gaps between the spear images and flashed towards Zhuowen's body, smashing into Zhuowen's golden body. A wound was cut open, and golden blood slowly flowed out from the wound. At this moment, it was extremely dazzling and glaring. This sharp aura is actually so sharp. Looking at the wound that was bleeding golden blood, Zhuan's pupils constricted and the corners of his mouth opened slightly. The sharpness of the sharp aura was somewhat beyond his expectations. After the nirvana of the great sun had reached the 4th level, the strength of Zhuan's body had increased by more than a few times. Even a heaven-rank lower spiritual treasure wouldn't be able to completely break through his body. But now, this insignificant sharp aura was actually able to easily cut open a wound on his body. It was truly a little terrifying. Zhuan, don't even think about escaping once you're trapped by the floating river of qi. Moreover, the sharp aura produced by it is extremely terrifying. Even if your body is very strong, it's still very difficult to withstand this sharp aura. Moreover, as time passes, the sharp aura will only increase. At that time, let's see how you'll be able to withstand it. Huangfu Wudao stood in the air and looked down at Zhuan, who was trapped in the long river below. The smile on the corners of his mouth grew even wider. This floating river of qi was his ultimate move. No matter how heaven-defying this Zhuan was, it would be very difficult for him to escape from this long river. Within the long river, Zhuan's gaze narrowed slightly. If what Huangfu Wudao said was true, then the longer he stayed in this long river, the more disadvantageous it would be for him. I have to get out as soon as possible. When he thought up to here, the movements of Zhuan's hands weren't slow. His 8 arms danced in unison as terrifying spear intent erupted at the same time. For a moment, his battle intent overflowed and his might was peerless. It actually suppressed the sharp aura in the surroundings. However, to Zhuan's disappointment, the surrounding long river seemed to specialize in restraining yang energy. Although Zhuan's strength was extremely strong and unyielding, under the encirclement of this current, he was utterly powerless to vent it. Every time Zhuan concentrated all his strength on the long river would always disperse into countless small droplets of water in advance before swiftly reforming into a long river. This caused Zhuan to be extremely helpless. Moreover, as time passed, Zhuan indeed felt that the sharp aura in the surroundings was ceaselessly increasing in quantity. Moreover, it was becoming more and more difficult for him to withstand it. See. Another few rays of sharp aura passed through the gaps of Zhuan's spear shadows and landed on Zhuan's body, turning into numerous wounds on his body. Golden blood flowed down the surface of Zhuan's body and slowly dripped down. After half an incense stick of time, Zhuan was gradually unable to withstand the sharp aura in the surroundings. His movements became extremely stiff and the number of wounds on his body was ceaselessly increasing. Blood flowed out and almost converged into a small stream under his feet. If this goes on, I really might be exhausted to death by these sharp auras. Zhuan was burning with anxiety. Many of the wounds on his body were burning with pain. This long river was really too much of a restraint on his physical strength, causing him to be unable to exert any strength at all. He could only passively endure the long river's attacks. "Kid, take 3 steps to the left." Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice sounded in his mind, causing Zhuan's face to reveal a pleasantly surprised expression. "Xiao Hei, could it be that you have a way to break through this damned long river?" Zhuan hurriedly asked. "Don't be so long-winded. Now just do as I say. Every time you stay in here, you will become weaker and weaker. It won't do you any good," Xiao Hei said coldly. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. Following Xiao Hei's instructions, he took 3 steps to the left. "Take 1 step forward. Take 5 steps to the right. Take 3 steps back." A series of commands came from Xiao Hei's mouth. Zhuan did as he was told without any objections. Found it. It's here. Chapter 779. Broken River. Zhuan was standing in a remote corner on the left side of the river. In this inconspicuous corner, Zhuan immediately discovered a whirlpool that was constantly rotating. Looking at this whirlpool, Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as a trace of doubt appeared on his face. He faintly felt a trace of doubt in his heart. This is the core source of this river. The reason why this river is endless and can't be broken up is because of the existence of this core vortex. That's right. Xiao He stared fixedly at the whirlpool as he continued. This whirlpool communicates with the yuan qi of the outside world and continuously absorbs yuan qi to stimulate the activity of this river, causing the river's energy to never run out. Zhuowen nodded his head. Xiao He had already made it very clear that this core whirlpool was the key to this river. As long as this core whirlpool was broken, this turbulent river would collapse on its own. The sharp qi is getting denser and denser. You need to break this core whirlpool as soon as possible. Feeling the surging sharp qi around him, Xiao He's eyes became extremely solemn. The terror of these sharp qi was beyond their expectations. I will break it now. As he spoke, Zhuowen took a step forward and his 8 arms brandished 8 long spears. With an indomitable and terrifying aura, he heavily slammed them into the core whirlpool. Rumble! An earth-shattering explosion instantly sounded. The instant Zhuowen came into contact with the core whirlpool, he felt an extremely terrifying recoil acting on his 8 arms. Dang, dang, dang! His expression changed as Zhuowen involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were filled with shock as he stared at the core whirlpool before him. What a tough whirlpool! Rubbing his slightly numb arms, Zhuowen's eyes became extremely solemn. It seems like this so-called core whirlpool is not so easy to break. Kid, continue to smash it. Smash it as hard as you can. Xiao He continued to clamor in Zhuowen's ears, causing Zhuowen to roll his eyes. This Xiao He really knew how to talk. However, Zhuowen did not doubt Xiao He's judgment. Therefore, after rebounding a few steps, Zhuowen once again raised the 8 spears and fiercely smashed them towards the core whirlpool. Boom! Boom! As Zhuowen continued to bombard it, he keenly discovered that the core vortex was gradually slowing down. As the whirlpool slowed down, the amount of sharp qi in the surroundings also gradually decreased. It seems that the sharp aura emanating from the river is closely related to the core whirlpool. Zhuowen's eyes revealed a trace of understanding. His hands continued to smash the whirlpool with even more force. Since this kind of random bombardment was effective, all the more he could not slack off. At this moment in the square, Huang Fuudao was still quietly floating in midair as he looked down at the river below. Zhuowen's figure had long been shrouded by the river and could not be seen through. However, Huang Fuudao was full of confidence. The qi like a floating river was a venerable rank armor skill, which was extremely rare even in the imperial family. One could imagine how powerful it was. Moreover, the qi like a floating river was an armor skill that countered strength with softness. Zhuowen's physical body was indeed very strong, but his strength was extremely strong. It happened to be countered by the qi like a floating river, causing him to only be able to unleash about 10% of his strength. Under such circumstances, the consumption of Zhuowen's strength would be extremely small. When the time came, he would die from exhaustion. Therefore, Huang Fuudao was certain that Zhuowen was doomed. Originally, when Zhuowen used brute force to break through the river, he was still able to create a rather intense commotion. But now, there was not the slightest bit of commotion. Everyone knew that Zhuowen, who was trapped in the river, was most likely doomed. The qi like a floating river is worthy of being a venerable rank armor skill. It's actually so powerful. I'm afraid that Zhuowen is in danger. Almost half the time for an incense stick to burn has passed, but there's still no movement from the river. Zhuowen should have died in there. Sounds of discussion resounded around the square. Everyone shook their heads and sighed. They felt that it was very unlikely that Zhuowen would survive in the river below. Your Majesty Qing Emperor, you should be able to announce the result now, right? It's impossible for Zhuowen to break the qi like a floating river. He's dead for sure now. Huangfu Wudao stood proudly. His gaze was focused on the Qing Emperor on the high platform. His voice was filled with confidence and pride. The Qing Emperor nodded and casually glanced at the river in the square. The Qi, like a floating river, was taught to Huangfu Wudao by him. He was very clear about the power of this armor skill. The strength that Zhuowen displayed when he used the nirvana of the great sun with 4 heads and 8 arms surprised the Qing Emperor. However, Zhuowen's strength was too unyielding. It happened to be restrained by the qi like a floating river, so he couldn't display much of his strength at all. Therefore, the Qing Emperor also felt that Huangfu Wudao was the winner this time. The result isn't out yet. After all, we still don't know what's going on with Zhuowen in the river. If the first prince keeps the river and looks at the situation inside, we'll be able to confirm the result. Lu Hantian frowned slightly and couldn't help but speak. Although the qi like a floating river was very powerful, he didn't think that Zhuowen would lose just like that. Lu Hantian, Zhuowen is a genius of your Muqin County. It's normal for you to have fantasies. However, His Majesty the Qing Emperor has a revered status. How can you contradict him like this? Before the Qing Emperor spoke, Gran Ho Hai spoke first and put a hat on Lu Hantian's head. The Qing Emperor waved his hand and said indifferently, "It's fine. Since Hantian doesn't believe this result, Wudao, you can keep the river and let him see clearly. This way, Hantian will give up." The Qing Emperor didn't have the slightest intention of blaming Lu Hantian for interrupting. He had great confidence in Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen's talent and potential weren't bad. It would be a pity if he died like this. That was why the Qing Emperor said so. Hearing those words, Grand Hao Hai frowned slightly. He was extremely displeased. However, since the Azure Emperor had spoken, he could not say anything. He could only hope that Zhuowen had really died in the river of Qi. Huangfu Wudao put his hands behind his back, and the arrogance in his eyes grew stronger. In his heart, Zhuowen was definitely going to die. Therefore, he didn't reject the Qing Emperor's request. Huangfu Wudao nodded and landed in front of the river. Just as he was about to withdraw the qi like a floating river with his right hand, a cracking sound suddenly resounded, causing Huangfu Wudao's pupils to shrink slightly. Crack! The flowing river suddenly split into pieces and turned into countless fragments under Huangfu Wudao's astonished gaze. Then, a dazzling golden figure rose up. 8 arms flickered with a blazing golden light and heavily slammed into Huangfu Wudao's chest. Huangfu Wudao didn't expect this to happen. For a moment, he was caught unprepared. He hurriedly raised his hand to block, but Zhuowen found a flaw. Puchi! A streak of blood streaked across the sky. Then, everyone in the square was astonished to find that Huangfu Wudao, who was originally standing proudly, was actually sent flying like a dead dog and smashed into the ground not far away. Rumble! A human-shaped hole was formed and dust filled the air. Huangfu Wudao coughed a few times and climbed up with some difficulty. His gaze was filled with disbelief when he looked at Zhuowen. His qi, like a floating river, had actually been broken. Although Zhuowen looked to be in a rather sorry state, with countless wounds crisscrossing his body, his aura hadn't weakened in the slightest. From the moment Zhuowen broke the qi like a floating river to when Huangfu Wudao was directly sent flying, only a blink of an eye had passed. Everyone saw Huangfu Wudao smashed into the ground like a dead dog and was in an exceptionally sorry state. Creak! Grand Hao Hai's pupils constricted as he stared blankly at this scene. Zhuowen actually didn't die, and he'd appeared before everyone full of vigor instead. Even more shocking was that Huangfu Wudao had actually been reduced to such a sorry state by him. If one had to say who was the most shocked, it would be Grand Lily. At this moment, Grand Lily's beautiful eyes stared fixedly at Zhuowen as a wisp of a bitter smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. Now, she finally saw clearly Zhuowen's true strength. The combat strength that Zhuowen revealed now was much stronger than when he fought her. After all, even Huangfu Wudao was suppressed. So it turns out that Zhuowen had never unleashed his true strength when he was fighting me. When she thought up to here, the bitterness on the corners of Grand Lily's mouth grew even stronger. In the beginning, she'd never taken Zhuowen seriously. It was even to the extent that, in her heart, she felt that Zhuowen was utterly unworthy of her. This ordinary kid had exceeded her expectations time and time again. She still remembered that in the peach blossom origin diagram, Zhuowen had been chased down by her until he was forced to jump off a cliff. At that time, although she'd felt that Zhuowen was a bit difficult to deal with, she still hadn't taken him seriously. This was because, with her strength, killing Zhuowen would have been a piece of cake. However, in the ranking battles that followed, Zhuowen had consecutively killed Chao Yan and Feng Yong, two of the top 10 geniuses of the previous Azure Emperor rankings. He had even defeated Huangfu Wudao in the top 5 battles. At that time, Zhuowen had already attracted her attention, but she hadn't cared too much about him. This was because her strength was much stronger than Zhuowen and the others. Therefore, she hadn't considered Zhuowen a formidable opponent. It wasn't until in the throne room that Zhuowen's cultivation had soared under the Azure Dragon Chi that his cultivation had soared to almost the same level as hers. At that time, she had finally begun to realize that the gap between her and Zhuowen was constantly shrinking. The failure of last night's assassination attempt had finally caused Grand Lily to feel fear. Unknowingly, Zhuowen had already possessed the strength to kill an early-stage Xuanzuan realm cultivator. From that time onwards, Grand Lily had begun to fear Zhuowen. Fortunately, she had broken through to the mystic comprehending realm, and her cultivation had also entered the half-step Xuanzuan realm. Originally, she'd thought that with her clan's treasure, the near-distance mirror, she had a great chance of winning against Zhuowen. However, she had been wrong and had suffered a crushing defeat in the end. Now, not only had Zhuowen defeated her, Grand Lily, but he had also faced off against Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao, whom she had always looked up to, had been reduced to such a sorry state. How could Grand Lily not know how terrifying and powerful the current Zhuowen was? Chapter 780. Favoritism. On the high platform, the Azure Emperor's eyes narrowed slightly. The result of Huangfu Wudao being forced back by Zhuowen was also beyond his expectations. Stomp, stomp, stomp. Zhuowen slowly walked over and stared coldly at Huangfu Wudao. He said indifferently, "Do you really think you're the winner this time?" Huangfu Wudao slowly got up, a trace of blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. His gaze was extremely gloomy as he stared coldly at Zhuowen. "Do you think it's honorable to launch a sneak attack the moment I withdrew my Qi River? How can a despicable and shameless fellow like you be worthy of being the winner?" As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the surroundings revealed bewildered expressions. Huangfu Wudao was right. At that time, it was precisely the instant Huangfu Wudao had put away the river that Zhuowen had broken through, causing Huangfu Wudao to be caught off guard. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes and said indifferently, "You mean to say that you originally planned to let me out, but I took the opportunity to launch a sneak attack on you, so I succeeded?" "Humph. You still have the face to say this? If I hadn't taken the initiative to let you out, do you think you could have broken the Qi River with your strength? I let you out, but you launched a sneak attack on me instead. I only want to say that this is the first time I've seen such a shameless person like you." Huangfu Wudao stood up, and he still had a proud expression on his face. Earlier, he'd been beaten back by Zhuowen in a sorry state because he'd let Zhuowen out. Yet Zhuowen had repaid his kindness with enmity and beaten him back. So that's how it is. This Zhuowen is so despicable. He took advantage of the moment when His Majesty released his Qi River to launch a sneak attack. Too despicable and shameless. Yes, although this Zhuowen is very strong, it's not very possible for him to break the Qi River. It must be the first prince who released it. But Zhuowen launched a sneak attack at this moment. It's really shameful. This Zhuowen's character is really not good. This child doesn't even have the qualifications to become a heavenly marquis. He actually plotted against the first prince. He is too shameless. Discussions suddenly resounded around the square. Everyone's gazes were filled with disdain as they looked at Zhuowen. Clearly, they held Zhuowen's sneak attack in contempt. As he listened to the discussions in the surroundings, Zhuowen's gaze focused slightly as he stared coldly at Huangfu Wudao. Huangfu Wudao's ability to invert right and wrong was really skillful. Zhuowen was the one who had broken the Qi floating river. After all, the core vortex had been found by Xiaohe, so breaking it was only a matter of time. When had Huangfu Wudao ever done anything to break free from River of Qi? When Zhuowen broke free of River of Qi, Huangfu Wudao hadn't even put away the river yet. That was why Zhuowen was able to drill through it. Now, in Huangfu Wudao's words, it was he who had kindly put away the winding river, and Zhuowen who had launched a sneak attack. Your Majesty Emperor Qing, this Zhuowen is really too despicable and shameless. His Majesty the First Prince had kindly put away his Qi floating river and wanted to let this child off. However, this child took advantage of this opportunity to launch a sneak attack on the First Prince, causing the First Prince to be injured. This is too hateful. Gran Hohai hurriedly took advantage of this opportunity and began to wantonly smear Zhuowen's name. This kind of person with no character is simply not qualified to become a heavenly marquis. Even an earthly marquis is a scourge to him. Your Majesty, you should directly revoke this child's qualifications to become a marquis. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao's eyes flickered. Although he had inverted right and wrong, he knew very well that he hadn't put away the Qi floating river. It had been broken by Zhuowen. However, he couldn't say that because Zhuowen's attack had landed heavily on his chest. The terrifying power had already caused him to suffer a rather terrible injury. Although he still had the strength to fight, he was much weaker than Zhuowen. Moreover, Zhuowen's strength wasn't inferior to his at all. If the battle continued, he would very likely be defeated by Zhuowen because of his injuries. He was the first prince of the imperial family and the first place of the previous Azure Emperor rankings. He absolutely wouldn't allow himself to be defeated, let alone by this previously unknown Zhuowen. This was because once he was defeated, his prestige as the first prince would be greatly damaged. He absolutely wouldn't allow this to happen. In other words, Huangfu Wudao was actually a little afraid. Zhuowen was becoming more and more courageous as the battle went on. He had already begun to feel apprehensive and even fearful, especially since Zhuowen had broken his Qi floating river. Now that he was injured, he didn't have much confidence in facing the current Zhuowen. Zhuowen, personally broke the Qi floating river. It wasn't Huangfu Wudao who took the initiative to pull it away. Zhuowen stood quietly as his gaze became even colder. His clear voice slowly rang out in the square. Zhuowen, how dare you? Who do you think you are? How dare you spout nonsense in front of His Majesty the Azure Emperor? His Majesty the First Prince has already said that he took the initiative to withdraw the Qi floating river. Do you think you can break the Qi floating river with your strength? Gran Hohai suddenly shouted as he stared coldly at Zhuowen, as if Zhuowen had done something disgraceful. His Majesty the Azure Emperor hasn't spoken yet. What are you, a dog slave, talking about? Or do you have more authority than the Azure Emperor? Zhuowen wasn't the least bit surprised by Gran Hohai's targeting. This old man had tried every possible means to kill him. Now that the opportunity was so good, how could he let it go so easily? Nonsense. Who said that I have more authority than His Majesty the Azure Emperor? You little bastard are spouting nonsense and slandering others. How hateful! Gran Hohai's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly spoke to absolve himself. The resentment he had for Zhuowen in his heart grew even stronger. His Majesty the Azure Emperor, Zhuowen is despicable and shameless. It's really inappropriate for such a despicable person to participate in the Marquis conferral battle. Directly eliminate him. Huangfu Wudao also spoke at this moment. What? Your first prince is in such a hurry to eliminate me, Zhuowen? Could it be that you're afraid of me? You don't dare to fight with me?" Zhuowen suddenly turned his head and said meaningfully. Huangfu Wudao's face froze when he heard this. He said coldly, "Humph! How ridiculous! Do you think I'm afraid of you? It's just that I can't stand your shameless behavior. What right does a person like you have to stand on the arena and fight with me?" Zhuowen sneered. He already knew that Huangfu Wudao was afraid that he would lose if he fought with him. The truth was just as Zhuowen thought. At this moment, Huangfu Wudao's injuries were much more serious than Zhuowen's. If he continued to fight, Huangfu Wudao's injuries would undoubtedly continue to worsen, and his strength would decline rapidly. At that time, the chances of him losing would be very high. At the end of the day, Huangfu Wudao was really afraid. "Haha, you said that I'm despicable and shameless because I attacked you when you were unprepared, causing a more serious injury to your body. So you're afraid. You're afraid that you'll be defeated by me because of your injuries. At that time, your reputation as the first prince will be greatly damaged. Don't you think so?" Zhuowen took a step forward, and his voice rumbled out like a great bell, resounding throughout the entire square. As soon as these words were spoken, many people in the square stared at Huangfu Wudao in surprise. Indeed, Huangfu Wudao's attitude was a little strange. As the first prince, Huangfu Wudao actually thought that Zhuowen was not qualified to become a marquis because of Zhuowen's sneak attack. In other words, if Zhuowen was eliminated because of this reason, Huangfu Wudao could directly obtain the marquis token. Huangfu Wudao's eyes darkened when he felt the countless strange gazes around him. He was a little flustered, but he still snorted coldly. "Nonsense! How could I, the first prince, be afraid of you? In my eyes, you're just a lowly commoner. Haha! I, Zhuowen, have seen thick-skinned people, but I've never seen someone as thick-skinned as your highness. Today is the first time I've seen it." Zhuowen took a step forward and continued, "Since you're not afraid and you don't take me seriously, let's continue the battle. I believe that a broad-minded person like your highness wouldn't mind my sneak attack just now, right? Of course, your highness's reputation is widespread and your strength dominates the world. Even if you're injured, it should be more than enough to deal with a nobody like me." As soon as these words were spoken, Huangfu Wudao's pupils constricted slightly as he stared fixedly at Zhuowen. How could he not know what Zhuowen meant? The latter insisted on fighting him. "Uft!" Zhuowen sneered and said mockingly, "Since your highness is injured, I, Zhuowen, will not take advantage of you. We'll postpone the battle. 3 days later, in this square, I, Zhuowen, will challenge you to a battle. 3 days later, the winner will receive the marquis token and become the first on the Azure Emperor leaderboard. I believe that your highness should be able to accept such a suggestion, right?" At this point, the mocking smile on Zhuowen's face became even more pronounced. Even an idiot could tell that Zhuowen's words were filled with mockery. Huangfu Wudao's expression turned ugly, and he fell into a rare silence. Regardless of whether he agreed to Zhuowen's suggestion or not, it would not benefit him. If he agreed, it would prove Zhuowen's words. He was indeed afraid of losing to Zhuowen because of his injuries. If he didn't agree, he would have to face Zhuowen directly. The situation would be extremely disadvantageous for him. For a moment, Huangfu Wudao was caught between a rock and a hard place. "All right, then we'll go with Zhuowen's suggestion. Wudao's injuries are rather serious because of your sneak attack, Zhuowen, so this battle will not be fair. Therefore, we'll postpone the battle to 3 days later. The marquis token will belong to whoever wins." The Cyan Emperor finally spoke. However, his words caused Zhuowen to narrow his eyes. It was obvious that the Azure Emperor was siding with Huangfu Wudao. Given the Azure Emperor's cultivation, how could he not see that Huangfu Wudao hadn't taken the initiative to cancel the Qi cascading river, but that he, Zhuowen, had broken it? Although the Azure Emperor knew the truth, he didn't expose it. Instead, he only spoke after Zhuowen suggested postponing the battle. Wasn't he siding with Huang Fuwudao? The mocking smile on Zhou face deepened, but he didn't raise any objections. He stared indifferently at Huang Fuwudao and said, "Let's fight again in 3 days. When the time comes, don't try to find an excuse like today." Chapter 781. The ugly Manchuan's departure caused many people in the square to discuss. From Emperor Qing's attitude and Zhou's words, they faintly guessed that the truth was probably not as Huang Fuwudao had said. There were even many people who revealed thoughtful expressions as they gradually realized that the truth from before was probably not simple. However, since Emperor Qing had spoken, no one had any objections. Although the final outcome of the battle between Zhou and Huang Fuwudao had not been decided, Zhou's brilliant performance was deeply imprinted in everyone's minds. Originally, everyone thought that Huang Fuwudao would be able to deal with Zhou in a straightforward manner when he appeared in a domineering and merciless manner. However, the final outcome was far beyond everyone's expectations. Not only was Zhou not dealt with by Huang Fuwudao, but Huang Fuwudao was put into a rather sorry state by Zhou instead. Everyone knew that Zhou's true combat strength was actually not inferior to Huang Fuwudao. So many people were extremely looking forward to the battle between Zhou and Huang Fuwudao in 3 days. They all knew that the battle in 3 days would absolutely be extremely exciting. In the square, Huang Fuwudao returned to Emperor Qing's side with a gloomy expression and remained silent. He had suffered such a great loss at the hands of Zhou today, and he was practically gnashing his teeth. At the same time, he was shocked by Zhou's strength. Wu Dao, return to the throne room first. Use these 3 days to recuperate properly. Emperor Qing glanced indifferently at Huang Fuwudao. Yes. Huang Fuwudao cupped his hands and followed Emperor Qing into the throne room, and they quickly disappeared from everyone's sight. Following Emperor Qing's departure, the others in the square naturally had no reason to stay and dispersed one after another. Grand Haohai was also preparing to leave the square with Grand Lily, but he noticed that his daughter was actually standing blankly on the spot. "Lily, what are you thinking about?" Grand Haohai suddenly asked. Grand Lily returned to her senses and sighed lightly. "Father, Zhou's growth is too fast. Even Huang Fuwudao is unable to do anything to him now. Was it wrong for us to suppress him back then?" Hearing this, Grand Haohai was stunned. Then he smiled and said, "Baiha, could it be that you regret it? Do you regret breaking off the engagement?" Grand Lily was stunned when she heard this. Her beautiful eyes flickered. She was originally a proud daughter of the Grand Clan and was a monstrous genius, ranked in the top 10 of the Azure Emperor rankings. Back then, she thought highly of herself and naturally looked down on Zhou, who came from a small clan. The other half that she, Grand Lily, worshipped was naturally a powerful and peerless genius. Within the Qing Xian Empire, only Huang Fuwudao could fulfill this condition. It was just that Huang Fuwudao had been hiding in the imperial family all year round, so Grand Lily didn't have many opportunities to see Huang Fuwudao. However, she actually admired Huang Fuwudao's strength. But now, not only had the disciple of a small clan that she had looked down on previously defeated her, even Huang Fuwudao, whom she worshipped, had been defeated. All of this caused her heart to become chaotic. She did indeed have a trace of regret in her heart. If their grand clan hadn't been so ruthless back then, perhaps their relationship with Zhou wouldn't be so bad now, to the point where it would only end with one side dead. However, Grand Haohai patted Grand Lily's shoulder with a wisp of wisdom in his eyes and said, "Baiha, it has already happened, so there's no use regretting it. This Zhou is a great threat, and he has a life and death enmity with our grand clan. So what we should do now isn't regret, but think of a way to kill Zhou." Grand Lily's beautiful eyes flickered when she heard this. She nodded and said, "I understand, but it's already very difficult to kill this Zhou now. Back then, you joined forces with the Chao and Feng clans, but you still couldn't kill him. Now, this Zhou's strength isn't inferior to the first prince, so it's too difficult to kill him. Grand Lily was clearly aware of how strong Zhuowen was now. The cultivators of the Xuanzuan realm were nothing before Zhuowen. Perhaps only an expert at the sovereign stage or above would be effective. That's right. If we rely on our Grand Clan now, it's indeed very difficult to kill this Zhuowen. After all, this lad has Lu Hantian by his side, constantly protecting him. However, have you forgotten that this lad is Zhuo Xiaoyan's son? The Blue Dragon Hall should be interested in him. At this point, the smile on Grand Haohai's face grew even wider. So what if he's Zhuo Xiaoyan's son? After all, father, you've already checked that this lad doesn't have a dragon soul, and without a dragon soul, he naturally won't attract the Blue Dragon Hall's interest. Grand Lily naturally knew that Zhuowen was Zhuo Xiaoyan's son, and she was also very clear about Zhuo Xiaoyan's past deeds. However, Grand Haohai had already confirmed that Zhuowen only had a useless armor soul and didn't have a dragon soul. Just based on the fact that Zhuowen was Zhuo Xiaoyan's son, he probably wouldn't attract the Blue Dragon Hall's attention. Hee. I'm afraid I've made a mistake back then. After all, this lad's speed of improvement is too strange. It's extremely similar to Zhuo Xiaoyan's back then, so I can't help but be suspicious now. At this point, Grand Haohai looked around. Seeing that no one was paying attention to them, he continued to whisper to Grand Lily, "Come with father first. There's someone who can verify whether this Zhuowen has a dragon soul or not." With that, Grand Haohai waved his sleeve and brought Grand Lily away from the plaza. In the northeast corner of the imperial city, there was a dilapidated temple. The surroundings of the temple were desolate, overgrown with weeds, and sparsely populated. Whoosh! Whoosh! Two figures flew over and stopped outside the temple. It was Grand Haohai and Grand Lily. Grand Lily's beautiful eyes were filled with doubt. She didn't understand why Grand Haohai brought her here. Perhaps he noticed the doubt on Grand Lily's face. Grand Haohai smiled and explained, "Father said that I'll bring you to see someone. This person is the key to proving whether Zhuowen has an armor soul or not." With that, Grand Haohai brought Grand Lily into the temple. Passing through the messy courtyard, the two of them entered the main entrance of the temple. Inside the main entrance was a narrow space. A stone statue with a blurry face was sitting on a high platform, facing the main entrance. Entering the temple, Grand Lily furrowed her brows. This temple was too messy. Dust was piled up inside, cobwebs were everywhere, and there was even a strange smell in the air. Not to mention Grand Lily. Even a normal man's face wouldn't be any better if he entered this messy temple for the first time. Grand Haohai didn't feel anything about this. Instead, he looked around and said loudly, "Come out. I know you're in the temple." After waiting for a while, the temple was still silent. There was no reply. It was so quiet that it was terrifying. "Didn't you want to deal with Zhuowen? Didn't you want to kill Lu Hantian? If you don't show yourself, you'll lose this opportunity forever." Grand Haohai wasn't in a hurry. Instead, he slowly spoke again. He had a good understanding of the people in the temple. He didn't believe that the person wouldn't come out. Boom! An explosive sound rang out, and the blurry stone statue exploded into countless pieces. From the stone statue, a figure with ragged clothes, a stooped figure, and a blurry face suddenly rushed out. This person's face was extremely ugly. When Grand Lily saw this person's face for the first time, she couldn't help but jump in fright. Fortunately, her will was firm, and she quickly recovered her composure. Moreover, this person's right hand was empty. He was actually a one-armed person. For some reason, he had lost an arm. "What did you just say? You can kill Lu Hantian and Zhuowen?" As soon as this person came out, he hurriedly came in front of Grand Haohai and shouted with an excited expression. His entire body couldn't help but tremble. Looking at the trembling figure in front of him, Grand Haohai frowned and said indifferently, "Lu Hantian is an Empyrean realm powerhouse. It's a bit difficult to kill him, but it's much easier to kill Zhuowen." Hearing this, the person slowly calmed down and frowned. Lu Hantian can't be killed. How can an Empyrean realm powerhouse be so easy to kill? After all, the nascent soul of an Empyrean realm powerhouse is already very tough. Even if the body collapses, the nascent soul can leave the body and even survive for a long time. If luck is good, it can even rebuild the body. Speaking up to here, Grand Hao Hai coldly snorted. His target was only Zhuowen. As for Lu Hantian, it was simply impossible to kill him, unless Emperor Qing personally took action, but that was basically impossible. Hearing this, the person's expression relaxed. What Grand Hao Hai said was right. Lu Hantian was in existence at the peak of the Empyrean realm. It was undoubtedly unrealistic to want to kill such a powerhouse. Of course, if they could join forces with dozens of Empyrean realm powerhouses, they might be able to take Lu Hantian's life. But was that possible? In the entire Qing Xian Empire, there were probably no more than 2 digits of Empyrean realm powerhouses. Where could they find dozens of Empyrean realm powerhouses? The ugly person also knew that it was unrealistic to want to kill Lu Hantian. He gritted his teeth and said, "It's fine if you can kill Zhuowen. Tell me, what do you want me to do to kill Zhuowen? Didn't you say to me back then that Zhuowen once revealed the dragon soul? If what you said is true, this Zhuowen will undoubtedly die. Of course, if it's false, the one who will die is you." Grand Hao Hai's eyes flickered as he said, "Humph, don't worry. That Zhuowen definitely has the dragon soul. I saw it with my own eyes back then. It's absolutely not false." The ugly person snorted coldly. When these words came out, Grand Hao Hai couldn't help but be moved. She finally understood why Zhuowen's progress was so fast. Moreover, it was unbelievably fast. It turned out that there was a legendary dragon soul in Zhuowen's body. Moreover, judging from Zhuowen's potential and talent, the dragon soul that he possessed was probably of a higher grade than that of Qing Yan. Hee. If it's true, that's the best. Follow us to a place first. If what you said is true, you don't need to do anything. Someone will take care of Zhuowen. Grand Hao Hai said indifferently. Where are we going? The ugly person asked with some vigilance. The Imperial Capital's Azure Dragon Subpalace. Chapter 782. The nature of the immovable wisdom, King the Dark Night, slowly descended. Dark clouds covered the night sky, and not a single star could be seen. It looked rather eerie and cold. There was a small hill behind the drunken spring pavilion that was covered in dense forests and sparsely populated. At this moment, a figure was silently sitting cross-legged on a huge rock on the hill. This person was not very old, about 20 years old. He had a delicate face and carried a strange bronze coffin on his back. Zhuowen raised his head slightly and quietly stared at the dark night sky with a thoughtful look in his eyes. Whoosh! A wisp of ink-black light emerged from between his eyebrows and revealed the appearance of Xiao He. "Boy, you've been sitting here for 12 hours. It's already midnight. What are you thinking about?" Xiao He stared at Zhuowen in astonishment. "I'm just thinking about how I can increase my combat strength in these short 3 days." Zhuowen turned around and looked at Xiao He, shaking his head as he spoke. Zhuowen knew very well that the Qing Emperor was biased towards Huangfu Wudao in today's battle. It was obvious that the Qing Emperor was determined to give the Heavenly Marquis token to Huangfu Wudao. Moreover, the Qing Emperor would definitely give Huangfu Wudao many trump cards in these 3 days, greatly increasing his chances of victory. This was what Zhuowen was worried about. If his strength did not improve in these 3 days, he would undoubtedly be at a disadvantage when facing Huangfu Wudao. After all, Huangfu Wudao was backed by the strongest person in the Qing Xian Empire, the Qing Emperor. Yes, the Qing Emperor is biased towards Huangfu Wudao, but this is also reasonable. Huangfu Wudao is the first prince of the imperial family and the representative of the imperial family. If even the representative of the imperial family is defeated by you, the dignity of the imperial family will undoubtedly be greatly affected. If I were the Qing Emperor, I would definitely let Huangfu Wudao win. There is no other reason than that Huangfu Wudao is the first prince of the imperial family. Xiao Hei slowly landed on Zhuo Wen's shoulder. Her pitch-black eyes darted around as she spoke calmly. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded. Although he was aware of Emperor Qing's actions, such favoritism still made him feel uncomfortable. He knew that if today's battle continued, he, Zhuo Wen, would have a very high chance of winning. However, the Azure Arch had delayed the battle by 3 days, and he was even labeled as the one who had launched a sneak attack. With Emperor Qing's presence, Huangfu Wudao's injuries would definitely be completely healed in 3 days. Emperor Qing might even help him increase his cultivation. What made Zhuo Wen even more fearful was that if the Qing Emperor gave Huangfu Wudao a powerful spiritual treasure, then Zhuo Wen's chances of winning would really become extremely low. Therefore, what Zhuo Wen was thinking about now was how to increase his cultivation to the greatest extent in these 3 days so that he could deal with the competition 3 days later. Xiao Hei revealed a thoughtful expression. Zhuo Wen was right. Huangfu Wudao would probably become even stronger under Emperor Qing's guidance in 3 days. Although Zhuo Wen's strength was not weak now, it was actually about the same as Huangfu Wudao. Today's battle was mainly because he took the initiative and injured Huangfu Wudao, so he had the confidence to win. If the two of them fought again, Zhuo Wen would not be so confident. Moreover, Emperor Qing might give Huangfu Wudao some trump cards in these 3 days. Then, Zhuo Wen's confidence would be even lower. Therefore, Zhuo Wen had to increase his strength in these 3 days. Boy, it's really difficult to increase your strength in these 3 days. Xiao Hei shook his head. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuo Wen's eyes were filled with disappointment. Even Xiao Hei said so. It seemed that 3 days was really too short. Is there really no other way? Zhuo Wen frowned slightly and said somewhat unwillingly. Just as Zhuo Wen was deeply worried, the bronze coffin behind him suddenly opened halfway, and a pair of strange blood eyes appeared behind Zhuo Wen. Zhuo Wen, don't you have the Nirvana Mahavarokana technique on you? This Nirvana Mahavarokana technique can be improved again in a short period of time. A hoarse voice slowly came from the bronze coffin. It was the voice of the blood demon. The blood demon, sealed in the demon-suppressing green coffin, is actually still conscious. Looks like you, little blood demon, are not simple. Xiao Hei looked at the blood eyes on the green coffin in astonishment and clicked his tongue in wonder. When the blood demon had awakened in the demon-suppressing green coffin, Xiao Hei was still in a deep sleep, so he did not know about the blood demon. Now he naturally revealed a puzzled expression. You are... The pair of blood eyes suddenly looked at Xiao Hei. The indifferent blood eyes revealed a rare trace of shock, as if they had seen something extremely fearful. This dragon lord's identity is not something a little blood demon like you can know. Xiao Hei's gaze was indifferent, as if he did not really want to talk about his background. However, this also made Zhuo Wen even more puzzled. Xiao Hei actually called the blood demon a little blood demon. It was very obvious that Xiao Hei did not take the blood demon, a terrifying ancient saint-level life form, to heart. Moreover, from the blood demon's expression, it could be seen that Xiao Hei's identity was not simple. Although he was extremely curious about Xiao Hei's identity, Xiao Hei clearly did not want to talk too much about it. Therefore, Zhuo Wen was very smart and did not ask too much. You said that the Nirvana Mahavarokana still has room for improvement and that it can be improved in a short period of time. Is that true? Zhuo Wen's eyes narrowed slightly, and there was a trace of astonishment on his face. The Nirvana Mahavarokana was divided into 5 levels, which were Nirvana, Annihilation, Nirvana, Dharma, and Immortality. Now, Zhuo Wen had already cultivated it to the 4th level, Dharma, and could transform into an immovable deity, giving birth to 4 heads and 8 arms. If he wanted to improve further, he would probably only be able to reach the 5th level, Immortality. However, That was the final level of the Nirvana Mahavarokana, and it was extremely difficult to reach that level. Zhuowen did not believe that he could make another breakthrough within 3 days. Perhaps sensing the doubt on Zhuowen's face, the blood demon said indifferently, "You don't understand how terrifying the Nirvana Mahavarokana is. Furthermore, you have never unleashed the true power of the Nirvana Mahavarokana." True power? Hearing the blood demon's words, Zhuowen frowned. The blood demon actually said that he had not unleashed the true power of the Nirvana Mahavarokana. Could it be that there were other secrets in the Nirvana Mahavarokana? You obtained the Nirvana Mahavarokana from the Yuan-Chi Tower. However, do you know who created the Nirvana Mahavarokana? The blood demon suddenly asked. Who is it? Zhuowen looked interested. The founder of Buddhism in the Xinjiang prefecture, Bodhidharma, was an existence that countless stinky monks in the Xinjiang prefecture had conferred as a god. Bodhidharma's strength was terrifying, and his cultivation had reached the Buddha ancestor realm. Even the current Emperor Qing was nothing in front of Bodhidharma. At this point, Zhuowen's face was filled with shock. The #1 powerhouse in the Qingxian Empire, the Emperor Qing, was nothing in front of Bodhidharma. Bodhidharma was actually so terrifying. At the same time, Zhuowen recalled that the Nirvana Mahavarokana had been carved on a golden skeleton. This made Zhuowen suspect that the owner of the golden skeleton had to be Bodhidharma. Then tell me, how should I unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavarokana? After hearing the blood demon's words, Zhuowen finally believed him. What he was concerned about now was how to unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavarokana. The blood demon said unhurriedly, the Nirvana Mahavarokana was created according to the Akalanatha, one of the 5 wisdom kings of Buddhism. You have seen it for yourself. As you continue to cultivate, you will eventually be able to transform into the Akalanatha Dharma body, and your physical body will be very strong. Zhuowen nodded. The Nirvana Mahavarokana's tempering of the physical body was indeed extremely terrifying. This was something that Zhuowen had personally experienced. However, you have overlooked something. That is the essence of the Akalanatha. The blood demon suddenly paused. The essence of the Akalanatha. Zhuowen asked curiously. Zhuowen really didn't know much about the Akalanatha. He only knew that the Akalanatha was a god of Buddhism. The Akalanatha is the Dharma body of all Buddhism. Hence, he is also known as the King of Wisdom Kings. He is the leader of the 5 wisdom kings. He is the wisdom king who subdues all demons in the form of anger. His body changes to those who are stubborn, obsessed, and shrouded by demons. He uses his voice to wake them up and scare them away. At the end of the day, the Akalanatha is the embodiment of anger. Anger is also very easy to understand. It is a kind of emotional flame. It is a kind of anger that comes from the inside out. If you want to unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavarokana, then you need to use a powerful flame to completely ignite the anger of the Akalanatha Dharma body. That's my understanding. It all depends on what you think. All right, that's all I have to say. Everything depends on your own understanding. As he spoke, the blood demon's voice slowly weakened and finally disappeared into the bronze coffin. With a creak, the green coffin closed. Zhuowen slowly stood up, his eyes flashing. The blood demon's words were very clear. If he wanted to unleash the true power of the Nirvana Mahavarokana, then he had to ignite the true anger of the Akalanatha. And the only way to ignite the anger of the Akalanatha was to use a powerful flame to ignite the potential of the Akalanatha Dharma body from the outside. I understand. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen stomped his feet and immediately unleashed the 4th level of the Nirvana Mahavarokana. He transformed into a 4-headed, 8-armed figure. A dazzling golden light flashed around his body. 7 types of earth fire come out. Stomping his feet again, 7 types of terrifying earth fire burst out from Zhuowen's body and surrounded his body, burning fiercely. Kid, You didn't really listen to the blood demon's words, did you? You actually intend to use the earth fire to torture yourself. Looking at Zhuowen, who had summoned 7 types of earth fire, Xiaohei held its forehead with its right paw. It looked as if it had expected better from Zhuowen. Obviously, it did not believe the blood demon's words at all. I think the blood demon's words make sense. His eyes flashing, Zhuowen clasped his hands together and let out a low roar. Instantly, the 7 types of earth fire enveloped Zhuowen's body. It burned fiercely and continuously tempered Zhuowen's body. Chapter 783. Snitch Sizzle. Very quickly, Zhuowen's entire body was charred black by the blazing flames. Black scabs formed on the surface of his body, making him look exceptionally hideous. Xiaohei frowned when she saw Zhuowen's appearance. The power of the 7 types of earth fires was extremely terrifying. Furthermore, Zhuowen had not taken any defensive measures and had directly come into contact with the 7 types of earth fires. Although Zhuowen's physical body was extremely strong and he had cultivated the great nirvana art to the 4th level, it was still extremely dangerous for him to directly come into contact with the earth fires. Furthermore, it was 7 types of earth fires. It's not good if this goes on. How can this brat listen to the blood demon's nonsense? He actually used his physical body to directly come into contact with the 7 types of earth fires. Isn't he courting death? Xiaohei frowned when she saw Zhuowen surrounded by the flames. Her eyes were filled with worry. No, if this goes on, this brat will be finished. We have to stop him. Just as Xiaohei was about to step forward to stop Zhuowen, a golden glow suddenly shot out from Zhuowen's charred body. The blazing golden glow shot out and was so dazzling that Xiaohei could not open her eyes. Crack! A crisp sound rang out. The charred body of Zhuowen, who was sitting cross-legged in the middle of the 7 types of earth fires, peeled off layer by layer. Finally, it turned into a golden figure. What shocked Xiaohei the most was that as the golden glow continued to burn, the golden figure's body continued to grow taller, as if it was rising from the ground. 30 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, 10 feet. At this moment, Zhuowen's body was as tall as a mountain, vast and terrifying. I finally know the true essence of Great Sun Nirvana. Ha ha! With his 10 feet tall body, Zhuowen stood tall as he laughed heartily towards the sky. The blood demon was right. All along, he had not unleashed the true might of the great Nirvana Sunday. Nirvana was actually a rebirth from the ashes. Only by bathing in the flames would the full might of the nirvana of the great sun be revealed. Now, Zhuowen's body had grown from 30 feet to 30 feet. Not only had his body grown, but his strength had also grown at an exponential rate. Zhuowen could feel that the power in his body was almost limitless. It was more than 3 times stronger than before. I can still improve. Again, fuse the 7 types of earth fire for me. Zhuowen laughed. He knew that the stronger the flame, the greater the potential of the great sun nirvana. Therefore, he didn't hesitate to use the fire fusion art. Instantly, the 7 types of earth fires gathered together and finally turned into an extremely huge 7-colored fire phoenix. Swoosh! Once the fire phoenix appeared, it let out a loud phoenix cry. Soon after, it spread its wings and flew high. In an instant, it wrapped Zhuowen in the 7-colored flames. Sizzle, sizzle, sizzle. The sound of something burning rang out again. Zhuowen's 10-jong-tall body actually emitted an even more dazzling golden light under the burning of the 7-colored flames. Then, under this golden light, his body grew taller and taller. 10 feet, 20 feet, 50 feet, 70 feet, 100 feet. When Zhuowen's height reached 100 feet, the golden glow slowly faded away. The 100 feet tall body stood between the heavens and the earth, looking extremely tall and mighty. At the same time, a terrifying pressure spread out from the 100 feet tall body, causing the small hill under Zhuowen's feet to tremble. It was as if it was afraid of the huge body of Zhuowen. On the hill, Xiao He looked up at Zhuowen, who was now 1,000 feet tall, with 4 heads and 8 arms. A tinge of shock appeared in her eyes. This great Nirvana sun is really magical. It actually has such a magical effect. Nirvana rebirth. It can actually increase one's body from 3 feet to 100 feet. This strength is more than 10 times stronger than before. Xiao He muttered softly. She could feel that the power contained in Zhuowen's body was far stronger than before. If Zhuowen's combat strength was comparable to the top warriors of the Xuanzun realm before, then the current Zhuowen had probably surpassed the warriors of the Xuanzun realm and was comparable to the sovereign realm. The great Nirvana sun was indeed very magical. Just by tempering the body, it could actually increase Zhuowen's combat strength by so much. After all, Zhuowen's cultivation was only half a step into the Xuanzun realm. After using the great Nirvana sun, his combat strength increased by so much that it was comparable to the sovereign realm. It was indeed extremely abnormal. Zhuowen slowly stretched his arms, revealing a faint smile at the corner of his mouth. The great Nirvana sun gave him an endless stream of surprises. The battle prowess of this 300-meter body was extremely terrifying, and it was dozens of times stronger than before. If he encountered Huangfu Wudao again 3 days later, even if the latter had some trump cards given to him by Emperor Qing, Zhuowen basically had nothing to fear. Nodding with satisfaction, Zhuowen's body slowly shrunk from 100 feet to his original size. He was no different from an ordinary person. Whoosh! A black shadow flashed by, and Xiao He directly stood on Zhuowen's shoulder. She looked at Zhuowen cautiously and said, "It seems that the blood demon really didn't lie. Your great Nirvana sun is indeed extraordinary." At this moment, Zhuowen was in an extremely good mood. The breakthrough of the great Nirvana sun had increased his strength by more than 10 times. He was not afraid of the battle 3 days later. Yes, let's go back first. This great Nirvana sun is really broad and profound. There are still 3 days left. I can study it properly. With a smile at the corner of his mouth, Zhuowen took a step and disappeared into the hills under the night sky, in the northeast of the imperial capital. There was an extremely majestic hall. The shape of this hall was like a coiling dragon, and it had a magnificent aura. At the front of the hall stood a huge stone tablet. On the surface of the stone tablet, there were 3 large words, Blue Dragon Hall. This was where the Azure Dragon Hall of the imperial capital was located. Whoosh! 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 3 figures arrived in an instant and slowly landed in the sky above the Blue Dragon Hall. One of the 3 was a tall and sturdy middle-aged man with an imposing appearance. He was the Grand Family's patriarch, Grand Haohai. Standing beside Grand Haohai was the beautiful and graceful Grand Lily. Behind the 2 of them, there was a cautious figure. This person's clothes were ragged, and he had greasy hair and a dirty face. His appearance was extremely ugly, and he looked neither like a human nor a ghost. Anyone who looked at him would lose their appetite. "Follow us in." Grand Haohai turned his head to look at the figure behind him and said unhurriedly. Then he landed in front of the Blue Dragon Hall's entrance. The figure's eyes flickered. He gritted his teeth and followed behind Grand Haohai. "Stop! Who are the 3 of you? Why have you come to my Blue Dragon Hall?" At the entrance of the Blue Dragon Hall, there were 2 warriors in green armor. At this moment, the 2 warriors in green armor were holding green spears and pointing at Grand Haohai and the other 2. Their eyes were full of vigilance and hostility. "Please don't misunderstand. I'm Grand Haohai from the Grand Family. I have an important matter to discuss with Prince Aoki. I hope the 2 of you can make an exception," Grand Haohai said lightly. When the 2 soldiers heard this, they were shocked. They naturally knew Grand Haohai. He was the patriarch of the Grand Family, one of the 5 major families. Although the Grand Family's power was far inferior to the Azure Dragon subsidiary temple, it was well known in the imperial city. Now, the person in front of them was the patriarch of the Grand Family. Such a person was not someone that the two little soldiers could afford to offend. Since it's the patriarch of the Grand Family, it's fine. It's just that we have to follow the procedure. We have to report first before we can let the three of you in. I wonder if the patriarch of the Grand Family has any opinion on this? One of the warriors in green armor answered cautiously. The patriarch of the Grand Family was not in existence that he could neglect. Go ahead and report. I can wait outside for a while, Grand Hauhai nodded and said. The warrior in green armor heaved a sigh of relief. He cupped his hands slightly and entered the blue dragon hall. After a while, the warrior came out again and said to Grand Hauhai, The palace master allows the three of you to enter the hall. Hearing this, Grand Hauhai was not surprised. After all, he was the patriarch of the Grand Family. Aoki would still give him face. After entering the blue dragon hall, Grand Hauhai quickly led Grand Lily and the figure into the deepest part of the hall. It was an extremely spacious hall. There were huge stone pillars around it. On top of the stone pillars, there were countless fist-sized luminous pearls, illuminating the dim hall as if it was daytime. At the end of the hall, there was a huge throne. At this moment, Aoki, who was dressed in a green robe, was sitting leisurely on the throne. There was a smile on his face as he looked down at Grand Hauhai and the other two below. Standing beside the throne was Qing Yan, who was wearing a green dragon mask. At this moment, he was standing aside expressionlessly. He did not even look at Grand Hauhai and the others. Since Qing Yan was completely defeated by Zhuowen in the marquee battle, he had become taciturn and eccentric. I wonder why the patriarch of the Grand Family has come to visit so late at night. Aoki leaned against the throne and said lazily. Grand Hauhai smiled and said, Prince Aoki, the news I brought this time will definitely excite you. Hearing this, Aoki's eyes suddenly showed a trace of interest. Since Grand Hauhai said this, it meant that the news from the former was definitely not ordinary. Tell me about it. Aoki nodded and said with interest, I wonder if Greenwood Palace Master is interested in the descendant of the Long family? Grand Hauhai touched the back of his hand and asked unhurriedly. Aoki's eyes narrowed and his face suddenly became serious. Oh, does the Grand Family know the whereabouts of the Ryuka descendants? Haha, not only do I know, but I also know that this Ryuka descendant has awakened a dragon soul, and the quality of the dragon soul is not low. At this point, Grand Hauhai stopped talking and looked quietly at Aoki. A Ryuka descendant who has awakened a dragon soul? Where is it? Chapter 784. The four great azure dragon guards for many years. The Blue Dragon Hall had been searching for Ryuka descendants. Once they found any Ryuka descendants, they would kill them without mercy. The main reason why the Azure Dragon Hall did this was because 10,000 years ago, the Azure Dragon Hall took advantage of the fact that the Long family's experts were resisting the calamity to launch a sneak attack on the Long family's headquarters, causing the Long family to be completely destroyed. It could be said that the Ryuka and the Blue Dragon Hall had a 10,000-year feud. Once they met, they would not rest until one of them was dead. It was the Blue Dragon Hall's sneak attack that caused the Ryuka to decline. In addition, the Blue Dragon Hall had been hunting down the Ryuka descendants for many years, causing the Ryuka descendants to become increasingly rare. They had almost disappeared from everyone's sight. Aoki was the hall master of the Azure Xian Empire's branch. Although it was located in a remote area and had little contact with the Azure Dragon main hall, he still knew a lot of secrets about the Ryuka. He knew that if he caught the Long family's descendant, it would be a great contribution to their sub-palace. He might even be promoted by the main palace and directly enter the main palace. To the Azure Dragon branch halls that were spread across the eastern lands, being able to enter the main hall was a great honor. Even a branch hall master like Aoki yearned to enter the main hall. Unfortunately, the main hall only accepted those who were talented and had dragon souls of the 3rd grade and above. Even the powerful branch hall masters did not have the qualifications to enter the main hall. Of course, if the branch hall members made a great contribution to the main hall, they would also be given the opportunity to enter the main hall and be rewarded handsomely. The Ryuka descendants had been the target of the Blue Dragon Hall for many years. If he could really capture the Ryuka descendants and offer them to the main hall, then he, Aoki, would have made a great contribution. This was also why Grant Hauhai's calm face revealed a look of ecstasy when he mentioned the location of the Ryuka descendants. Grant Hauhai's ability to read people's expressions was extremely experienced. With a single glance, he saw the pleasant surprise in Qingmu's eyes, and the corners of his mouth could not help but reveal a brilliant smile. Patriarch Grant, if you can really provide me with clues about the Ryuka descendants, the Blue Dragon Hall will not mistreat you. Aoki Grant Hauhai's Patriarch Grant Hauhai's Grant Hauhai. Actually, Lord Palace Master, you know the Long family's descendant that this old man mentioned. Grant Hauhai Guahai, purposely, and Grant Hauhai Guahai. Grant, Patriarch Grant, tell me. Haha, he's that little bastard Joan. He's a descendant of the Ryuka, and he has a dragon soul. Grand Hauhai laughed sinisterly. It's him? And he even has a dragon soul? Aoki's pupils shrank, and he frowned. Patriarch Grand, how can you prove that Joan is a Ryuka descendant, and that he has a dragon soul? Haha, Prince Aoki, do you still remember the Long Shoutian from 20 years ago? Grant Hauhai didn't answer Aoki's question directly. Instead, he asked a question of his own. Of course I know about Long Shoutian. Back then, this guy caused a huge ruckus in the imperial city. If it wasn't for Emperor Qing, I'm afraid that not many people would be able to deal with that demon. Aoki nodded. The smile on Grant Hauhai's face became even brighter, and he continued. To tell you the truth, Long Shoutian had a real name back then. He was a member of the Zhua family. What? He's actually a member of the Zhua family? Could it be that this Zhuowen is related to the Long Shoutian? Aoki's eyes flashed. Haha, Prince Aoki is indeed smart. That Zhuowen is Long Xiaoyan's son. Prince Aoki shouldn't be suspicious now. As for whether or not Zhuowen has a dragon soul, the person behind me can testify. At this point, Grant Hauhai stepped aside, revealing the hideous man behind him, who was neither human nor ghost. At this moment, the hideous man had a timid look on his face. He had heard a lot about the Blue Dragon Hall, so he was naturally afraid. Looking at the hideous man behind Grant Hauhai, Aoki frowned and asked coldly, You've seen Zhuowen use a dragon soul with your own eyes? At the mention of Zhuowen, the hideous man's eyes were filled with resentment, and he said fiercely, Yes, I've seen Zhuowen use a dragon soul with my own eyes. I can't be wrong. Moreover, this kid's dragon soul is extremely strong. If Prince Aoki still has doubts, you can take the detector of your Blue Dragon Hall to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. At that time, whether or not Zhuowen has a dragon soul, you'll know at a glance. Grant Hauhai said with his hands behind his back. Hearing this, Aoki's eyes slowly narrowed, as if he was thinking. Qing Yan, who was standing beside the throne, stepped forward and said respectfully to Aoki, Hall Master, what Patriarch Grant said makes sense. We can take the detector to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. Even if Zhuowen doesn't have a dragon soul, we'll treat this as a misunderstanding. If so, then that's the best result. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. Hearing Qing Yan's words, Aoki stood up and said loudly, Qing Yan, you're right. We'd rather kill the wrong person than let him go. As long as it involves the Ryuka bloodline, this Zhuowen can't be let go. Qing Yan, go get the dragon soul detector and ask the 4 Azure Dragon Guards to come out. We'll immediately go to the Drunk Spring Pavilion. With a wave of his sleeve, Aoki said in a clear voice, Yes, sir. Hearing this, Qing Yan's eyes were filled with joy. This operation was aimed at Zhuowen, which was what he wanted to see the most. Therefore, Qing Yan's efficiency was extremely high, and he immediately went to arrange for the Azure Dragon Guards and the Dragon Soul Detector. They're mobilizing the Azure Dragon Guards. Grant How-Hai was slightly startled, and then the smile on his face became even brighter. He knew quite a bit about the Azure Dragon Guards. Speaking of which, the Azure Dragon Guards were the guards of the Blue Dragon Hall. They were not ordinary guards, but top-level guards. In the entire Azure Dragon Hall, there were only 4 Azure Dragon Guards. These 4 Azure Dragon Guards were all terrifyingly powerful. The weakest among them was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, and the strongest had even reached the golden, venerable stage, which was comparable to Grant How-Hai. Therefore, when he heard that Aoki was planning to dispatch the Azure Dragon Guards, Grant How-Hai was naturally overjoyed. He knew that Zhuowen was doomed this time. Suddenly, the ugly figure took a step forward and said, "Prince Aoki, can I join you in this operation to encircle and annihilate Zhuowen? I want to personally kill that little bastard Zhuowen." "Sure. Your strength is at the early stage of the Sovereign Stage. This time, follow the Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion." Aoki looked at the ugly man below and nodded. He did not refuse his request. He could tell that this person's cultivation was at the early stage of the Sovereign Stage with a single glance. His cultivation was pretty good, and he would be of great help in the process of encircling and annihilating Zhuowen. "Then, thank you, Prince Aoki." The ugly man hurriedly expressed his thanks, but his eyes were filled with a cold glint. This time he would definitely make sure that Zhuowen died without a burial place. Qin Yan's efficiency was extremely fast. He quickly gathered 4 Azure Dragon Guards, and even brought out the Dragon Soul Detector from the depths of the Blue Dragon Hall. The Dragon Soul Detector was oval in shape. It was purely formed by intertwining Azure iron wires. In the center of the Azure iron wires, there was a small golden ball that was shining brightly. At this moment, it looked rather dim and did not have any luster. If that Zhuowen really has a dragon soul in his body, then this Dragon Soul Detector will emit a dazzling light when it's within 100 meters of that brat. Of course, the higher the quality of the dragon soul, the more intense the light will be. Aoki slowly explained to Grant How-Hai and the others. "Since everyone is here, let's set off for the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Lu Hantian is a heavenly venerable expert, so I'll hold him back alone. Qin Yan, you command the Azure Dragon Guards. If you find out that Zhuowen is really a Ryuka descendant, don't kill him. Capture him alive, understand?" Aoki looked at Qin Yan and instructed him seriously. He knew that Qin Yan felt humiliated after being defeated by Zhuowen in the marquee battle, so he had always wanted to kill Zhuowen. If Zhuowen was really a Ryuka descendant, then he was naturally more valuable alive than dead. Furthermore, Zhuowen had a dragon soul in his body, so he could not be killed. This was because the Azure Dragon Main Hall would capture Ryuka descendants with dragon souls alive and would not kill them. Although Aoki did not know why the Main Hall did this, he knew that a living Ryuka descendant was more valuable than a dead Ryuka descendant. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed, and he lowered his head in agreement. Although he could not kill Zhuowen, he could completely torture Zhuowen. This way, he could also vent the hatred in his heart. "Let's set off now." After giving his instructions, Aoki waved his hand and led Qin Yan and the Azure Dragon Guards away. The ugly man was not to be outdone and followed closely behind the Azure Dragon Guards. Grant How-Hai did not immediately follow. Instead, he silently watched as Aoki disappeared into the distance. He stood in place and did not have any intention of moving. "Father, are you not going to the Drunken Spring Pavilion?" Grant Lily asked in surprise. She knew that Grant How-Hai had always wanted to kill Zhuowen. Now that the people of the Blue Dragon Hall had set off, Grant How-Hai did not seem to be in a hurry. "Haha, don't be anxious. Father has always felt that Zhuowen is not simple. I'm afraid that the Blue Dragon Hall is not enough to take down Zhuowen, so we still need to meet someone." Grant How-Hai suddenly smiled. "Who?" Grant Lily asked subconsciously. If Zhuowen was only a Ryuka descendant, then that person would not be interested. However, Zhuowen is the same as Long Xiaotian, a Ryuka descendant with dragon souls. Then that person will really be interested in Zhuowen. Grand How Hai smiled mysteriously and did not reveal the identity of the person he spoke of. Instead, with a wave of his sleeve, he brought Grand Lily and broke through the air. He left the Azure Dragon Palace and shot towards the Imperial City. A figure was as fast as lightning. He quickly stepped on the night sky and returned to the drunken spring pavilion in an instant. This person had a delicate face and carried a green coffin on his back. It was Zhuowen, who had just returned from the nearby hills. After returning to the drunken spring pavilion, Zhuowen greeted Lu Hantian and directly returned to his room. He began to go into seclusion and silently comprehend the nirvana of the great sun, hoping to unearth more of its potential. Chapter 785. Extortion. What a powerful aura. An expert has come to the drunken spring pavilion. In a rather luxurious room in the drunken spring pavilion, Lu Hantian, who was sitting cross-legged, suddenly opened his eyes. A cold light burst out from his eyes. In his senses, he discovered that there were several terrifying auras rushing towards the drunken spring pavilion. Their speed was extremely fast, and their target was clear. They were obviously coming for the drunken spring pavilion. With a stomp of his foot, Lu Hantian disappeared from the room and instantly appeared 1,000 miles away from the drunken spring pavilion. Quietly floating in the air, Lu Hantian looked into the distance and immediately saw 6 figures flying towards him as fast as lightning. Blue Dragon Hall's Aoki? At the front of the 6 figures was a middle-aged man wearing a green robe. He had a smile on his face as he lightly floated over. He seemed to be taking a leisurely stroll, but in reality a single step was 100 miles away. It was almost as if he had shrunk the ground into an inch. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Aoki also noticed Lu Hantian in front of him. With a wave of his right hand, he stopped dozens of meters in front of Lu Hantian. Seeing that Aoki had stopped, the 6 figures behind him also stopped and looked at Lu Hantian in front of them. Aoki, what is the meaning of this? Why did you mobilize the Azure Dragon Guard in the middle of the night and even come to the drunken spring pavilion? Lu Hantian asked with an unkind gaze. Aoki didn't care about Lu Hantian's unkind attitude. The corner of his mouth rose as he said indifferently, Brother Hantian, why are you so angry? We didn't come to the drunken spring pavilion for you. Could it be Zhuowen? Lu Hantian's eyes flashed with a cold light as he probed. That's right. It's Zhuowen, the Azure Dragon generously admitted. Lu Hantian's pupil shrank, and he coldly said, Zhuowen doesn't seem to have offended your Blue Dragon Hall, right? Could it be that the reason you came here today is because that trash behind you, Qin Yan, was defeated by Zhuowen, so you want to avenge him? After saying that, Lu Hantian pointed at Qin Yan and called him a piece of trash. Qin Yan's expression darkened. His eyes were filled with hatred. Lu Hantian was a heavenly venerable powerhouse, so Qin Yan didn't have the guts to refute him. However, he placed all the blame on Zhuowen in his heart. If he could capture Zhuowen alive this time, he would definitely humiliate him to vent the hatred in his heart. However, Aoki shook his head and said, This is just a small matter. It's really impossible for this hall master to mobilize so many people for this. You can only blame it on the fact that Zhuowen has a dragon soul and is a descendant of the Ryuka. After saying that, Lu Hantian's heart clenched. He frowned slightly and looked at Aoki with a grave expression. He didn't expect Aoki to know that Zhuowen had a dragon soul. However, Lu Hantian still couldn't figure out how Aoki knew. After all, Zhuowen had never displayed a dragon soul in front of others. Aoki, some things can't be guessed carelessly. Zhuowen's surname is Shua, not Long. He's not a descendant of the Ryuka. Now that you've mobilized so many people to capture Zhuowen and believe that he's a descendant of the Ryuka, you must show evidence. Lu Hantian coldly snorted. When Lu Hantian said this, the ugly one-armed man behind the Azure Dragon Guard suddenly laughed loudly and said, Lu Hantian! How laughable. Even now, you still want to hide the secret of Zhuowen's dragon soul? When we were at the Baichuan Marquis Mansion, Zhuan released a terrifying dragon soul before he died. Although you sealed the mouths of most people, you left out one person. When the ugly one-armed man said this, Lu Hantian's pupils shrank. He stared at the man, and the doubt in his eyes turned into shock. He said in a low voice, "It's you? I didn't expect you to become like this. You're really neither human nor ghost. Lu Hantian, it's all because of you. If it wasn't for you, how could I have ended up like this? Although you sealed the mouths of the others in Muqing County, you can't seal my mouth." "Haha, I've seen Zhuan's dragon soul with my own eyes. That little bastard is dead for sure." "Haha." The ugly one-armed man laughed wildly. It was as if he was happier than anyone that Zhuan was dead. "You're courting death. Back then, I didn't eliminate the root of the problem. It seems like I was negligent. Today you'll stay here forever." Lu Hantian's killing intent soared. He stepped forward, and his speed soared to the extreme. In an instant, he rushed towards the ugly one-armed man. "Ah!" A sharp whistling sound came out of the ugly man's mouth. Seeing Lu Hantian rushing towards him, the ugly man quickly retreated several hundred meters away. "Do you think you can escape in front of me? Die for me!" Lu Hantian's speed soared to the extreme, and he instantly closed in on the ugly man. Boom! With a palm strike, Lu Hantian frowned slightly. He felt as if he had fallen into a swamp. Following that, he retreated several dozen steps. After stabilizing his body, he stared at the green figure in front of the ugly man with fear. "Aoki, you dare to stop me? This guy isn't from your Blue Dragon Hall." Lu Hantian looked at Aoki with fear. His expression was cold. He was very clear about Aoki's strength. He was also at the peak of the Heavenly Venerable Realm. He was only one step away from reaching the Emperor Realm. The Azure Dragon Sub-Hall's influence in the Azure Mystic Empire was only second to the royal clan. It was far more powerful than the 5 great clans. This was not a groundless rumor. Other than having a huge influence, the strength of the Azure Dragon Sub-Hall's Palace Master was extremely terrifying. Haha, Lu Hantian, the news that Zhuan has a dragon soul was provided by this person. Since you're so anxious to kill him, it seems like you also know that Zhuan has a dragon soul in his body, right? Also, this person provided such important information for our Blue Dragon Hall. Our Blue Dragon Hall naturally has to protect him. How can we allow you to kill him just because you want to? At this point, Aoki's clothes fluttered. With a stomp of his foot, a terrifying aura burst out from his body. Under this aura, the space within several dozen feet of him shattered as if it was about to collapse. "Qing Yan, bring the Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. First, use the Dragon Soul Detector to test Zhuan. If he has a dragon soul in his body, capture him alive. However, if he doesn't have a dragon soul, kill him immediately. Moreover, this also proves that some people provided false information. Kill them as well." At this point, Aoki glanced at the ugly man behind him. The ugly man's face stiffened. How could he not understand the meaning behind Aoki's words? If Zhuan really didn't have a dragon soul in his body, not only would Zhuan die, but he would also be buried with him. Understood. Let's head to the Drunken Spring Pavilion now. Qing Yan nodded as a trace of anticipation appeared in his eyes. Right now, the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards of the Blue Dragon Hall were by his side. Zhuan simply didn't have the slightest ability to resist in front of him. At that time, Zhuan would be at his mercy. Swoosh! Swoosh! As he spoke, Qing Yan brought the Azure Dragon Guards and disappeared from the spot. They flew towards the Drunken Spring Pavilion. The ugly man's eyes flickered as he followed behind the Azure Dragon Guards. "Let's see where you're going." Lu Hantian roared in anger. He waved his right hand and wanted to attack Qing Yan and the others. Unfortunately, his attack was basically blocked by Aoki. He couldn't harm Qing Yan and the others at all. "Lu Hantian, your opponent is me. I think you should take this seriously. Otherwise, your ending won't be too good." Aoki stared indifferently at Lu Hantian. The arc on the corner of his mouth became wider and wider. It was even filled with ridicule. Scram! Lu Hantian roared in anger. He stomped his foot and a huge blood spear condensed. With another stomp, Lu Hantian brought the blood spear and shot forward like an arrow towards Aoki. Good timing. I've been wanting to spar with you for a long time. It's a pity that I haven't had the chance to do so. But now I can have a good spar. Aoki laughed. Countless green lights burst out from his body and transformed into countless green vines in the air. They flew towards Lu Hantian. Bang! 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 A terrifying explosion resounded as the blood spear and the green vines collided. Instantly, the entire sky was dyed red with blood and green. Bang! Bang! The explosion stopped. The two figures in the air retreated several hundred steps back. Their gazes were solemn as they stared at each other. Haha! Moreover, you're indeed a genius that even the Azure Emperor praised. You're much younger than me, but your cultivation is comparable to mine. Even I can't help but admire your talent, Lu Hantian. Aoki laughed as he charged towards Lu Hantian again. Countless green lights shot out. His power was much more terrifying than before. Lu Hantian's gaze was extremely gloomy. He didn't want to be entangled with Aoki. At this moment, he was worried about Zhuowen's safety. Unfortunately, Aoki's strength wasn't any weaker than his. It was basically impossible for him to escape. Therefore, Lu Hantian's heart was burning with anxiety. While Lu Hantian and Aoki were fighting, Qin Yan had already brought the 4 Azure Dragon Guards to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. He silently looked down at the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Who are those 6 people? As Qin Yan and the others descended, everyone in the Drunken Spring Pavilion raised their heads and looked at Qin Yan and the others with puzzlement in their eyes. That's Qin Yan, one of the 2 peerless heroes of the Blue Dragon Hall. I saw him during the marquee battle. Many people in the Drunken Spring Pavilion recognized Qin Yan, who was standing at the front. They all started to discuss spiritedly. It's actually Qin Yan from the Blue Dragon Hall. I wonder why he came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion tonight. I'm afraid it's because of Zhuowen. After all, during the marquee battle, Zhuowen defeated Qin Yan and made him lose face. He should be here tonight to get back his face. There were also many people who guessed Qin Yan's purpose in coming to the Drunken Spring Pavilion. Most of them guessed that Qin Yan was here to get back at them tonight. Zhuowen, hurry up and get out here. Standing on top of the Drunken Spring Pavilion, Qin Yan's eyes were cold as he shouted. Under the amplification of origin energy, his voice was like rolling thunder as it spread out. Io. So it's the distinguished guests of the Blue Dragon Hall. Su Nyang has neglected you. There are still many seats in the wind and flower area. Why don't you all come down and have a seat, drink some wine, and watch the ladies dance? Su Nyang smiled charmingly. Humph. We didn't come here to enjoy the scenery, but to find that little bastard Zhuowen. Get him out here right now. Chapter 786. Betrayal. Qin Yan spoke without any trace of politeness, causing Lady Su's face to stiffen. Her eyes flickered, and she remained silent. Zhuowen, do you still want to be a coward? If you still don't come out today, I will tear down the Drunken Spring Pavilion and dig 3 feet into the ground to get you out. Qin Yan's gaze became even colder. He had already shouted outside the Drunken Spring Pavilion, but Zhuowen still didn't come out. He felt even more disdain in his heart, thinking that Zhuowen was afraid of the Blue Dragon Hall. Why are you looking for Zhuowen? Suddenly, a clear and melodious voice sounded from within the pavilion. LV Nantian led LV Tao and more than a dozen juniors over here. Lu Nantian raised his head and looked at Qin Yan. He frowned slightly. Zhuowen didn't seem to have provoked the Blue Dragon Hall. Why did Qin Yan bring people to the Drunken Spring Pavilion to cause trouble? Lu Nantian quickly asked Zhuowen to come out. Otherwise, all of you from Muqing County will be buried with him. Qing Yan said indifferently. What a big tone. You dare to speak so arrogantly in the drunken spring pavilion. Qing Yan, aren't you too arrogant? LV Tao, who was standing beside Lu Nantian, snorted coldly. Qing Yan's gaze turned cold. He glanced at LV Tao indifferently and said, I admire your courage. An ant-like existence like you dares to speak to me like this? Haha, you were defeated by Zhuowen in the marquee battle. Do you really think you have the qualifications to speak like this? LV Tao retorted sarcastically. You're courting death. Qing Yan's complexion turned ugly. He shouted in a low voice. His figure turned into a shadow and instantly rushed towards LV Tao. Being defeated by Zhuowen was a pain in his heart. How could he not be angry when LV Tao poked his sore spot? Seeing Qing Yan attack without saying a word, Lu Nantian's expression changed slightly. Just as Qing Yan closed in on Lu Nantian shouted and struck out with his right palm, meeting Qing Yan's attack head-on. Rumble! A terrifying force burst out from the two of them, forming an air current that resembled an upside-down waterfall. Thud, thud, thud! The two of them separated as soon as they came into contact. Both of them retreated dozens of steps before they were barely able to stop themselves and stared at each other. Lu Nantian, you dare to stop me? Qing Yan stared coldly at Lu Nantian. Lu Nantian sneered. How laughable. You've already attacked the geniuses of Muqing County. As the county lord of Muqing County, can't I attack? Humph. Since you've already attacked, you'll have to pay the price. Qing Si, kill Lu Nantian. Qing Yan said to the Azure Dragon Guard behind him expressionlessly. Yes, the 4 Azure Dragon Guards had their own code names, Qing Yi to Qing Si. Qing Yi was the strongest, while Qing Si was the weakest. Although Qing Si was the weakest, he was still at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was much stronger than the average Xuanzuan realm expert. At the very least, he was much stronger than Lu Nantian. Whoosh! As he spoke, Qing Si turned into a green shadow and instantly pounced on Lu Nantian. A terrifying green force burst out, causing Lu Nantian's expression to change slightly. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the two of them clashed. Terrifying shockwaves spread out, causing the space around them to collapse. Let's see who can protect you this time. Qing Yan's sinister gaze locked onto Lu Tao. He pounced again and struck out with his right palm. Green force flew out and turned into a dragon-shaped claw, slamming violently toward Lu Tao. Block it! LV Tao shouted. He formed a seal with both hands, and countless origin energy gathered, forming a huge oval-shaped dome in front of him, blocking in front of him. Crack! Unfortunately, Lu Tao's defense was nothing in front of Qing Yan. It shattered into countless pieces as soon as the two of them collided. Uft! Lu Tao spat out a mouthful of blood and retreated. 2 beautiful figures appeared and placed their hands on Lu Tao's back. Only then did Lu Tao stop retreating completely. Brother Lu, are you okay? The 2 beautiful figures were naturally Luo Xing and Qing Lian. At the same time, more than 10 other geniuses from Muqing County gathered around Lu Tao and stared at Qing Yan angrily. This Qing Yan was so overbearing. He directly attacked without any hesitation. Moreover, he did not show any mercy at all. It was obvious that he intended to kill LV Tao. What? Are you bunch of trash very angry? But what's the use of being angry? You're no match for me at all. Weaklings should have the awareness of weaklings. Qing Yan looked down at Lu Tao and the others and said disdainfully, You're just a weakling in front of Zhuowen. What kind of ability is it to deal with us? If Zhuowen was here, would you still dare to be so arrogant? Behind Lu Tao, a genius said with righteous indignation. Uft. However, the moment this genius finished speaking, his head was separated from his body and a strand of blood suddenly shot out. Qin Yan slowly retracted his hand and said coldly, "On the contrary, I hope that Zhuowen appears in front of me now, because the moment that little bastard appears, it'll be the time of his death." Qin Yan attacked too quickly. Louis Tao and the others did not see it clearly at all. That genius head was separated from his body, and he fell to the ground dead. "Qin Yan, you dare to kill a genius from Muqin County?" Louis Tao's eyes were bloodshot when he saw that genius silently die. "Don't worry. In a moment, your fate will be the same as that guy's. It's just a matter of time." Qin Yan grinned and shook his sleeves. A terrifying azure qi surged out of his body and soared into the sky. It turned into a gigantic azure dragon in the sky. He was using the Blue Dragon Hall's secret technique, the Azure Dragon secret technique. "Why don't you go with that guy? If anyone has anything to do with Zhuowen, I won't leave a single one alive. I'll kill them all." Qin Yan's eyes were filled with a cruel smile. At the moment when Qin Yan was about to attack, a silhouette behind Louis Tao suddenly stood up and said, "Your Excellency Qin Yan, please wait. I know where Zhuowen is in Shuiyu. I can take you to his room, and you can capture him in one fell swoop." That person was wearing blood-red clothes and had a blood-red sword on his back. He was the first genius of the Imperial Sword Sect in Muqin County. Zhu Qi in the past, Zhu Qi had suffered a lot at the hands of Zhuowen. However, as Zhuowen's strength became more and more terrifying, the gap between Zhu Qi and Zhuowen became wider and wider. Therefore, Zhu Qi had gradually lost interest in Zhu Qi. However, today, Qin Yan came to find trouble with Zhuowen in a threatening manner. Zhu Qi's thoughts of taking revenge on Zhuowen were once again active. At this moment, he naturally hurriedly stepped forward. "Zhu Qi, you." Louis Tao, Luo Xing, Qing Lian, and the others were furious. After Zhuowen had come back from the mountain, he had informed Lu Hantian that he was going to meditate in seclusion for a day or two. The geniuses of Muqin County naturally knew that Zhuowen was going to meditate in seclusion. Because Zhuowen was meditating in seclusion, when Qin Yan had come to Drunken Spring Pavilion, Zhuowen hadn't come out. "Oh, you know where Zhuowen is?" I called that little bastard Zhuowen's name outside, and he didn't come out. I'm afraid that he ran away because he was afraid. What's the point of knowing where he is? Qin Yan narrowed his eyes and stared at Zhu Qi. Zhu Qi's hair stood on end, and he was covered in cold sweat. He hastily explained, "Your Excellency Qin Yan, the reason why Zhuowen hasn't come out is that he's meditating in seclusion." Qin Yan's eyes flashed with joy when he heard that. He laughed and said, "So he's meditating in seclusion. No wonder he hasn't come out until now. Lead the way for me. I'd like to see what that little bastard Zhuowen is meditating in seclusion for." Yes, Zhu Qi was overjoyed when he heard that. Just as he was about to lead Qin Yan to the Shuiyu area, Louis Tao and a dozen other people blocked his way. "Zhu Qi, as a genius of Muqin County, you actually helped the Blue Dragon Hall to betray Zhuowen. Are you still human?" Louis Tao stared at Zhu Qi coldly and said coldly. Zhu Qi shook his head and said, "Although I'm a genius of Muqin County, I still haven't forgotten the humiliation that Zhuowen brought to me. I didn't do anything before because I wasn't as strong as him. Now that the Blue Dragon Hall wants to kill Zhuowen, how can I let go of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity? Despicable and shameless guy." Luo Xing and Qing Lian clenched their teeth and said coldly, "You can say whatever you want. I only want Zhuowen to die." Zhu Qi said coldly. Qin Yan came to Zhu Qi's side and looked at Louis Tao indifferently. He said, "If you don't want to die, get out of here." As soon as he said that, the other geniuses behind Louis Tao looked at him and left. Soon, only Louis Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian were left standing in front of Qin Yan. "The three of you don't want to leave. Do you want to die?" Qin Yan looked at Louis Tao and the other two and sneered. Louis Tao stepped forward and said firmly, Zhuowen is the hope of Muqing County. I won't let you disturb him. If you have the ability, you can wait until Zhuowen comes out of seclusion before you challenge him." Qing Yan said impatiently, "I don't have time to talk nonsense with you. Since the three of you are so stubborn, don't blame me for being merciless." After he finished speaking, Qing Yan took a step forward and his speed rose to the limit. He arrived in front of LV Tao and the other two in an instant. He pressed his palm down, and the green dragon shadow behind him roared and swooped down. "Luo Xing, Qing Lian, help me." Looking at the enormous azure dragon, LV Tao's gaze was extremely serious. He shouted loudly behind him, and his hands instantly formed seals. Waves of surging origin energy poured out and transformed into an endlessly revolving origin energy shield in front of him. Luo Xing and Qing Lian knew that the situation was critical. They shouted and extended their hands to LV Tao's back. Surges of vigorous yuan power flowed into LV Tao's body. Suddenly, the shield in front of LV Tao grew several times bigger. It was almost 3 feet in size and looked extremely terrifying. Boom! Chapter 787. The Shattered Dragon Soul Detector. 3 ants who don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Scram! Qing Yan's sleeves shook, and the green dragon shadow swung its waist. The defense formed by LV Tao and the other two was instantly destroyed. Pucci! The 3 of them flew back and fell dozens of meters away. They spat out mouthfuls of blood and looked dispirited. They wanted to get up, but they had no strength at all. At this moment, the battle between LV Nantian and Qing Si was coming to an end. A muffled groan was heard, and a figure flew back and smashed into the ground not far from LV Tao and the other two. Dust filled the air. Everyone looked over and saw that the person who had fallen into the pit was the county lord of Muqing County, LV Nantian. At this moment, LV Nantian's hair was disheveled and he looked dispirited. Traces of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth, and his eyes were unfocused. The attack just now had quite a big impact on him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air rang out. Qing Si instantly arrived in front of LV Nantian and grabbed his neck with his right hand. He looked at Qing Yan and asked coldly, "Lord Qing Yan, how should we deal with this person?" When LV Tao and the others nearby saw LV Nantian being carried by Qing Si without any strength to resist, their eyes were filled with monstrous fury. "Qing Yan, my father is the county lord of Muqing County. Do you dare to touch him?" LV Tao said in a low voice. Qing Yan ignored LV Tao and slowly walked to Qing Si. He stretched out his right hand and slapped LV Nantian's cheek. He smiled sinisterly and said, "The county lord of Muqing County is actually such a useless piece of trash. If you know what's good for you, you won't have ended up like this." Boom! LV Nantian's eyes were cold. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, intending to grab Qing Yan in front of him. Qing Yan's pupils shrank. He stepped back and slapped with his right hand. A muffled groan was heard, and Qing Yan involuntarily took a few steps back. His eyes were extremely cold. "LV Nantian, you really don't know what's good for you. Since that's the case, don't blame me for being ruthless. Qing Si, kill him directly." Qing Yan said coldly. "Yes." Lu Nantian nodded and exerted force with his right hand. The crisp sound of bones breaking resounded throughout the drunken spring pavilion. Following that, Lu Nantian's neck bent and he actually lost all signs of life. With Lu Nantian's death, Qing Si casually tossed Lu Nantian's corpse to the side, ignoring it. No. Looking at the Lu Nantian who had collapsed on the ground and died with his eyes wide open, LV Tao was startled at first, but soon after he let out a hysterical roar and 2 streams of tears flowed out. Lu Nantian struggled to get up. Unfortunately, his injuries were too severe. After struggling several times, he couldn't even stand properly. Staring at the wide-eyed Lu Nantian not far away, Lu Tao cried his heart out. Although he couldn't stand up, he struggled to move towards Lu Nantian. Although his speed was very slow, he was extremely firm. Finally, he arrived beside Lu Nantian. Lve Tao hugged Lu Nantian's corpse, who had already lost all signs of life. His hands constantly shook as he muttered in a low voice, "Father! Quickly wake up. You still have a lot of things to do. Don't sleep anymore. Quickly get up." Looking at Lve Tao, who was crying his heart out, Luo Xing and Qing Lian's faces were filled with sorrow. Their injuries weren't any lighter than Lve Tao's, and it was impossible for them to stand up. As for the other geniuses of Muqing County, who were hiding far away, they were all silent as their bodies trembled. Although Lu Nantian's death caused them to feel extremely sorrowful, they even felt a little sympathy for the death of a rabbit. However, compared to their sorrowful emotions, they were more afraid. They were afraid of the forces of the Blue Dragon Hall. Even Muqing County's county lord, Lu Nantian, had died. If they went up, they would simply be courting death. At the same time, Lu Hantian's delayed appearance aroused their suspicions. They were afraid that Lu Hantian was also entangled with the people of the Blue Dragon Hall. Otherwise, it was impossible for Lu Hantian to not know that Qing Yan had mobilized such a large force to Drunken Spring Pavilion. Seeing Lu Nantian killed in an instant, Zhu Qi, who was standing behind Qing Yan, trembled all over. The gaze he used to look at Qing Yan was filled with fear. This Qing Yan was indeed ruthless and merciless. After all, Lu Nantian was the county lord of Muqing County. He actually killed Lu Nantian without even frowning. Lord Qing Yan, what about the three of them? Qing Si suddenly pointed at Lve Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian on the ground and asked coldly, "They're just 3 pieces of trash. No need to pay attention to them. Go directly to the side room and find that little bastard Zhuowen. There's no need to waste time." As he spoke, Qing Yan's gaze landed on Zhu Qi. He said indifferently, "Bring us to find Zhuowen? If I find out that what you said is false, you know the consequences." Hearing this, Zhu Qi's entire body trembled. He hurriedly smiled and said, "Lord Qing Yan, don't worry. I definitely won't deceive you. I'll bring you to Zhuowen's side room right now." As he spoke, Zhu Qi obediently led the way. His expression was extremely nervous. He was afraid that he would make Qing Yan unhappy. At that time, his ending wouldn't be any better than Lu Nantian. As for Qing Yan, he calmly followed behind Zhu Qi behind Qing Yan with the 4 great azure dragon guards who were like bodyguards. As for the ugly one-armed man, he carefully followed behind the azure dragon guards. His eyes flashed with a glimmer of expectation. He could finally see that little bastard Zhuowen. Today, he would definitely get rid of him completely. After a while, Zhu Qi brought Qing Yan and the others to the side room where Zhuowen was. After bringing them there, Zhu Qi slowly retreated to the side. His gaze, looking in the direction of the side room, was filled with schadenfreude. Ci. A strange sound rang out. Qing Yan flicked his finger, and the dragon soul detector that he had brought out from the Blue Dragon Hall suddenly appeared in his hand. At this time, the dragon soul detector was emitting an extremely dazzling light. It almost illuminated the outside of the side room as if it was daytime. What a strong reaction! This Zhuowen really has a dragon soul in his body. Moreover, it's an extremely high-grade dragon soul. Looking at the dazzling dragon soul detector in his hand, Qing Yan's gaze revealed a trace of shock. The method of using the dragon soul detector wasn't very difficult. Moreover, it was based on the reaction of the dragon soul detector to detect the quality of the dragon soul in a cultivator's body. The dragon soul detector in Qing Yan's hand was the lowest grade. It could only detect dragon souls below grade 7. Once it exceeded grade 7, the dragon soul detector would have a violent reaction and be damaged. The light of the dragon soul detector became more and more dazzling. The reaction also became more and more intense. It had almost reached the limit of the detector. Not only was Qing Yan shocked, even the 4 great azure dragon guards finally revealed a shocked expression. They were very clear that only a grade 7 dragon soul could cause the dragon soul detector to emit such a dazzling reaction. Could it be that the dragon soul in Zhuan's body is a grade 7 dragon soul? The 4 great azure dragon guards looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. That was a grade 7 dragon soul. Such a powerful dragon soul was extremely rare even in the Azure Dragon Main Palace. Once a dragon soul reached grade 7 or above, it was called a high-grade dragon soul. Its power was much stronger than other dragon souls. Qin Yan's expression was gloomy, and there was a trace of jealousy in his eyes. He was the number 1 genius of the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace. He was the only cultivator in the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace who had a dragon soul. Although he only had a grade 3 dragon soul, it was a dragon soul in his body. He had a unique position in the Azure Dragon Sub-Palace. Whether it was Aoki or the Azure Dragon Guards, they all valued him. This was also the reason why the Azure Dragon Guards were willing to listen to Qin Yan. Qin Yan's arrogance mainly came from the dragon soul in his body. Now, Zhuan also had a dragon soul. Moreover, the dragon soul in his body was even more powerful than his, almost reaching the grade 7 dragon soul. This kid must die. Thinking of this, Qin Yan's eyes were full of murderous intent. His arrogance came from the dragon soul. Now that he saw a more outstanding dragon soul than him, Qin Yan naturally couldn't tolerate this. Crack! Just as Qin Yan was lost in his thoughts, a soft sound rang out. Then, Qin Yan and the Azure Dragon Guards were shocked to see that the dragon soul detector in Qin Yan's hand had completely shattered into countless pieces at this moment. The light that was originally as bright as day was completely extinguished. In the end, it was eerily dark. For a moment, the courtyard outside the room became deathly silent. Qin Yan stared blankly at the shattered dragon soul detector. His gaze became sluggish at this moment. Not only Qin Yan, but the 4 Azure Dragon Guards behind him were also completely stunned. Their expressions froze as they stared blankly at the dragon soul detector. They had never thought that the dragon soul detector, which was used to detect the dragon soul, would shatter while it was detecting the dragon soul. And now, this scene clearly appeared in front of their eyes, causing them to involuntarily widen their eyes. The dragon soul detector has actually shattered. Could it be that Zhuan's dragon soul is so powerful that even the dragon soul detector can't withstand it? Qin Yan's throat moved as he voiced out his shocking guess. He was very clear that the dragon soul detector of the Azure Dragon Branch Palace was only a low-grade detector. It could only detect dragon souls below grade 7. Once the limit was exceeded, the detector would not be able to withstand it and shatter. In other words, the quality of Zhuan's dragon soul was not only grade 7, but it had surpassed grade 7, reaching grade 8 or even grade 9. How is this possible? Is the dragon soul in Zhuan's body really that powerful? The 4 Azure Dragon Guards couldn't help but exclaim in shock. Damn Zhuan! Qin Yan cursed inwardly. He suddenly lifted his leg and pushed open the door of the room. Entering the room, there was a praying mat in the middle of the room. A figure was sitting on the praying mat. At this moment, the figure's body was circulating with golden light. His eyes were tightly shut as he silently cultivated. Zhuan, you're really in seclusion. It seems that even the heavens want you dead. Then you can go to hell. Qin Yan narrowed his eyes as his gaze locked onto Zhuan. He took a step forward and used the Azure Dragon secret art that he was best at. The terrifying Azure origin energy turned into a huge Azure Dragon shadow. Chapter 788. A Life for a Life Clang. The shadow of the palm followed the shadow of the dragon and slammed into Zhuo Wen's chest. What shocked Qin Yan was that he found that what he had hit was not a mortal body, but a hard rock. Zhuo Wen's body was actually so hard. After spitting out a mouthful of fresh blood, Zhuo Wen suddenly opened his eyes, and his gaze contained a wisp of rage. Earlier, he was cultivating the grand rebirth art with his eyes closed with the intention of unearthing a deeper level of potential. Just as he was about to reach a critical point, someone actually slapped him fiercely, instantly waking him up. Some of the results of his previous attempts were completely wasted because of Qin Yan's slap. The moment Qin Yan's palm landed on Zhuo Wen's chest, he already knew that things were bad. He originally thought that this palm strike would be enough to take Zhuo Wen's life. Who would have thought that Zhuo Wen's physical body would be so terrifying? His full-powered palm strike had actually only lightly injured Zhuo Wen, not to mention killing Zhuo Wen. Thus, when he realized this, Qin Yan stomped his foot and hurriedly retreated backwards. He could sense that Zhuo Wen's aura was even more terrifying than it had been during the marquee battle. His fleshly body was even tougher than before. How did Zhuo Wen improve so quickly? It's only been a few days. Qin Yan thought to himself as he retreated even faster. You interrupted my seclusion and you want to leave? Qin Yan, do you really think that you can come and go as you please? Zhuo Wen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. His eyes were gloomy to the extreme. It was all because of Qin Yan that he attacked him at the critical moment. Zhuo Wen's previous efforts were all in vain. How could Zhuo Wen not be angry? Boom! With a flash of golden light, Zhuo Wen arrived in front of Qin Yan in an instant. Golden light gushed out from his right hand as a terrifying power erupted, setting off countless shockwaves in the air. Qin Yan couldn't help but squint his eyes. Grabbing Qin Yan's arm, Zhuo Wen's eyes were cold and merciless. Suddenly, he exerted force, and the crisp sound of bones breaking could be heard. Qin Yan's right arm hung limply by his side. It was actually broken by Zhuo Wen. Ah! Mournful screams came from Qin Yan's mouth, heart-wrenching and lung-splitting, hysterical, like the sound of a pig being slaughtered, continuous and unending. The instant the miserable cry rang out, the expressions of the 4 azure dragon guards in the courtyard outside the room changed drastically. They naturally recognized the owner of the voice. Wasn't it Qin Yan? Go. Let's go in. Qin Yi was the strongest of the 4 azure dragon guards. He said in a low voice and led the way into the room. In an instant, only the ugly one-armed man and the frowning Zhu Qi were left in the courtyard. The two of them were scheming and no one knew what they were thinking. Zhuo Wen, you dare to treat me like this? Qin Yan's eyes were filled with terror as he shouted. The corners of Zhuo Wen's mouth were filled with a sneer. This Qin Yan really had the face to say such words. He, Zhuo Wen, was sitting in seclusion in his room. Qin Yan suddenly barged in and launched a sneak attack on him, causing his previous efforts to go to waste. Now that he had fallen into Zhuo Wen's hands, he actually dared to question him in front of Zhuo Wen. It was really laughable. Qin Yan, you're really as stupid as a pig. As he spoke, Zhuo Wen showed no mercy. His right hand formed a claw and grabbed Qin Yan's left hand. Then, with a twist, another crisp sound of bones breaking sounded out. Qin Yan's left hand was instantly broken by Zhuo Wen. Ah! An even more mournful scream rang out from Qin Yan's mouth. The sound was so loud that it almost filled the entire room. Little bastard! Let go of Lord Qin Yan! A loud shout suddenly came from the door. Then a terrifying force swept over and headed straight for Zhuo Wen's face. In Zhuo Wen's perception, he could clearly feel the terror of this force. Moreover, the trajectory of this force was very precise. It happened to be between him and Qin Yan, so Zhuo Wen had no choice but to retreat. In desperation, Zhuo Wen could only give up on Qin Yan. He took a step back and retreated dozens of meters. He stared coldly at the 4 figures that came from outside the door. He could feel that the aura of these 4 figures was extremely terrifying, especially the person in the lead. His aura was extremely powerful and terrifying. The attack just now was launched by this person. Kid, that person is not simple. His cultivation should be at the early stage of the Golden Venerable Realm. I'm afraid you're not his match. Xiao Hei's dignified voice suddenly rang out, causing Zhuowen's pupils to shrink. One of these 4 people was at the golden, venerable realm. That was too terrifying. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 4 figures instantly came into the room. The 4 of them were wearing green armor. Naturally, they were the 4 green dragon guards. The one who attacked just now was the strongest, Qing Yi. He was a powerful warrior at the early stage of the golden venerable realm. Lord Qing Yan, are you all right? The 4 of them came to Qing Yan's side and instantly noticed Qing Yan's limp arms. Their eyes darkened. You dare to cripple Lord Qing Yan's arms? How dare you? Qing Yi slowly opened his mouth, his voice extremely cold and indifferent. Ridiculous. This Qing Yan is a good-for-nothing. How can I be blamed? It was clearly this good-for-nothing who launched a sneak attack on me first. Even if the sneak attack was successful, it could not hurt me. Instead, I crippled his arms. It's a waste to leave such a good-for-nothing in your blue dragon hall. Zhuowen sneered. Zhuowen, you. Zhuowen's words were vicious. Qing Yan was so angry that he almost fainted. Sharp-tongued brat. 2nd brother, 3rd brother, 4th brother, the 3 of you take care of this brat. I'll treat Lord Qing Yan's arms. Qing Yi coldly glanced at Zhuowen. He instructed the 3 green dragon guards behind him and began to focus on treating Qing Yan's arms. After all, Qing Yan's arms had just been crippled. Qing Yi was a golden venerable realm elite. If he was treated in time, there was a high chance that his arms could recover. Big brother, this brat is just a brat who stinks of milk. There's no need for the 3 of us to work together. I alone am enough to deal with this brat. Qing Si's lips curled up. He stomped his foot and charged directly at Zhuowen. The corners of his mouth were filled with a sinister smile. Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. He formed a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. He turned into a lightning shadow and dodged Qing Si's attack. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen did not clash with Qing Si. Instead, he turned into a sharp bolt of lightning and rushed out of the side window. Zhuowen was not in the mood to tangle with the 4 green dragon guards. What he was worried about was that Qing Yan had led the green dragon guards and aggressively barged into the side room. He wondered how Lu Nantian and the others were doing. Moreover, Zhuowen knew that Qing Yan was able to accurately pinpoint where he was in the side room. There was probably someone leading the way. It seemed that there was a traitor among the geniuses of Muqing County. Chase! Qing Si coldly shouted. He turned into a ray of green light and charged straight at Zhuowen. Qing Er and Qing San looked at each other. They were not in a hurry to chase after him. Instead, they chuckled and followed behind Qing Si from a distance. Although Zhuowen was indeed very strong, and there were recent rumors about him killing Xuanzuan realm cultivators, Zhuowen had only killed cultivators in the early stages of the Xuanzuan realm. Qing Si was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm. He was many times stronger than those cultivators in the early stages of the Xuanzuan realm. Although Zhuowen was heaven-defying, they were not particularly worried. Whoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen arrived at the open space where Lu Nantian, LV Tao, and the others were. At this moment, the geniuses of Muqing County had already helped the injured Qing Lian and Luo Xing up and placed them on a seat on the side. As for LV Tao, he was like a statue. He was kneeling in front of Lu Nantian's corpse in silence. Zhuowen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of many people in the open space. It's Zhuowen. Zhuowen is here. Zhuowen's arrival immediately caused the geniuses of Muqing County to reveal joyful expressions. It was as if they had seen their last life-saving straw. LV Tao, who was kneeling in front of Lu Nantian, also saw Zhuowen in the sky. His body trembled, and the sorrow in his eyes became even more intense. Zhuowen naturally noticed that LV Tao, Luo Xing, and Qing Lian had suffered serious injuries. His gaze became even colder. However, When Zhuowen's gaze finally landed on Lu Nantian, who was in front of LV Tao, his pupils shrank to the size of needles. Whoosh! In an instant he arrived beside Lu Nantian. Zhuowen's right hand touched Lu Nantian's neck. His body trembled because he discovered that Lu Nantian's pulse had completely stopped. In other words, Lu Nantian was dead. Zhuowen had a very good impression of Lu Nantian. Not only was he Lu Hantian's brother, but Lu Nantian was also humble and fair. Back then, Zhuowen's limelight in the Vitality Tower had even overshadowed Zhuowen's. Lu Nantian was not displeased by this and did not do anything to suppress Zhuowen. Instead, he was extremely happy and tried his best to rope in Zhuowen. His attitude was extremely good. Moreover, because of his relationship with Lu Hantian, Lu Nantian had even helped the Zhuo family a lot. Moreover, he had stood up for Zhuowen many times. Zhuowen still remembered these friendships and had never forgotten them. But today, the dignified and amiable Lu Nantian had died in front of him. For some reason, Zhuowen suddenly felt extremely uncomfortable in his heart. A monstrous rage surged out from Zhuowen's body, causing Zhuowen's eyes to turn a strange golden color. "Brother Lu, who killed Marquis Lu? And who injured you?" Zhuowen suppressed his emotions and asked in a low voice. Lu Tao was startled, then shook his head and sighed. "Zhuowen, you'd better leave quickly. The Blue Dragon Hall's target this time is you. They already know that you have a dragon soul. If you don't leave now, it will be too late. I say, who killed Marquis Lu? And who injured you?" Zhuowen suddenly looked straight at Lu Tao and asked word by word. Lu Tao's expression froze. He clenched his fists and said while gnashing his teeth, "We were all injured by Qing Yan. My father was killed by the fourth of the 4 Azure Dragon Guards, and the order to kill my father was given by Qing Yan. Everything was because of Qing Yan. The murderers are Qing Yan and the Azure Dragon Guards. They all deserve to die." LV Tao lost control of his emotions and roared out. LV Nantian was his father and the person he admired the most since he was young. Everything he knew was taught by LV Nantian. It could be said that Lu Nantian was both a teacher and a father to him. Their relationship was extremely deep. Qing Yan, Azure Dragon Guard. Chapter 789. Qing Si Zhuowen, be careful of Zhu Qi. The one who brought Qing Yan and the others to the room was Zhu Qi. LV Tao suddenly said. Hearing this, Zhuowen's gaze turned cold. Qing Yan's arrival at the room he was in had already made him suspect that there was a traitor among the geniuses of Muqing County. Now it seemed that his guess was correct. They all deserved to die. Whether it was Qing Yan, the Azure Dragon Guard, or Zhu Qi, they were all on Zhuowen's must-kill list. The sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. Qing Si had already arrived in the air above the open space and saw Zhuowen below at a glance. Little bastard, why aren't you running anymore? You were running faster than anyone else, so why are you stopping now? Qing Si looked at Zhuowen with a mocking gaze and sneered. Slightly raising his head, Zhuowen stared at Qing Si. His gaze contained monstrous killing intent as he asked hoarsely, "Did you kill Lu Nantian?" Qing Si was startled. He originally thought that Zhuowen's face would show fear and helplessness, but that expression did not appear on Zhuowen's face. Instead, it was replaced by a chilling killing intent. His gaze landed on Lu Nantian's corpse and couldn't help but sneer. "You're talking about that trash? It was indeed me who killed him. You're the Lord of Muqing County, but I didn't expect you to be so useless and unable to take a beating." Useless? Unable to take a beating? Slightly clenching his fist, Zhuowen's gaze became even colder. A dazzling golden light burst out from his body and soared into the sky, turning into a golden pillar of light that pierced through the sky. Zhuowen instantly transformed into his 4-headed and 8-armed state. His body was 3 feet tall, like a small hill, and he looked majestic. Qing Si, who was originally indifferent, narrowed his eyes when he saw Zhuowen's current state. He actually faintly felt that the current Zhuowen gave him a trace of unease. You're only half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. Even if your combat strength is very strong, it's impossible for you to be an opponent at the pinnacle of the Xuanzuan realm. The gap between you and me is too big. With a cold snort, Qing Si stepped on the void and instantly turned into a cyan light shadow. His speed almost reached the speed of light as he swept behind Zhuowen. Cyan energy gathered in his hands and turned into a huge dragon claw that blasted toward Zhuowen's back. Bang! Just as the cyan dragon claws were about to reach Zhuowen's back, a pair of golden arms suddenly stretched out and fiercely slammed into Qing Si's claws. Rumble! A muffled explosion sounded, followed by a groan from Qing Si as he retreated. Zhuowen, on the other hand, was like a boulder, not moving at all. Instead, he calmly turned around and stared coldly at Qing Si. What a terrifying power! Rubbing his slightly numb arms, Qing Si looked at Zhuowen in horror. The power of this young man in front of him was somewhat terrifying. From the moment they exchanged blows, Qing Si felt that what he hit was not a human's arm, but an indestructible steel rod. What made Qing Si's face even gloomier was that he was at the pinnacle of the Xuanzuan realm, while Zhuowen was only half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. The gap between the two was extremely obvious, but now, in their first exchange of blows, he was actually at a disadvantage in the hands of Zhuowen. Didn't you want to kill me? Why are you retreating in the exchange of blows with me now? Zhuowen sneered as he stared indifferently at Qing Si. Humph! Little bastard, all you have is brute force. Qing Si snorted coldly and quickly made a seal with both hands. Suddenly, 2 green lights were derived from his back and turned into 2 huge, broad wings. However, the wings on Qing Si's back were extremely different from ordinary wings. It was even quite strange because there were no feathers on the wings. They were just bare. What was even stranger was that the shape of the wings on Qing Si's back was more like a pair of huge, broad, fleshy palms. At the tip of the wings, dense, bony spurs were derived. It looked quite out of place. Zhuowen, you can be proud of yourself for forcing me to use soul armor realization, even if you die. With a light step, Qing Si suddenly jumped up. In just the blink of an eye, he was already hundreds of meters high in the air. His speed was many times faster than before. What a fast speed! Qing Si's fleshy wing armor soul has greatly increased his speed. Looking at Qing Si's sudden increase in speed, Zhuowen narrowed his eyes. Whoosh! With a flash of green light, Qing Si appeared behind Zhuowen in the blink of an eye. He stretched out his right hand and condensed a dragon claw again, grabbing at Zhuowen's back. Boom! The dragon claw directly hit Zhuowen's back, causing Zhuowen to lose his balance. His body leaned forward and his waist bent. Qing Si's speed was so fast that even Zhuowen couldn't keep up with him. Although the attack landed directly on Zhuowen's body and was very powerful, Zhuowen's physical body was strong enough that he didn't suffer any serious injuries. However, a trace of blood still leaked out from the corner of his mouth. What a strong body! You took a full blow from me and only suffered a minor injury. Qing Si's eyes revealed a trace of surprise. The strength of Zhuowen's body was somewhat beyond his expectation. Go to hell! Zhuowen shouted. He reached behind him with his right hand, wanting to grab Qing Si. Unfortunately, Qing Si was too fast. He broke free from Zhuowen's grasp in an instant, causing Zhuowen to miss. Haha! Zhuowen, your speed is not enough. Although your body is strong, your speed is too slow, and your flexibility is not enough. You can't touch me at all, so you can only become my living target. Qing Si floated in the air with his arms crossed. The corner of his mouth was full of complacency and even unscrupulous laughter. From Qing Si's point of view, the huge advantage in speed had already put him in an invincible position. Zhuowen's speed was much slower than his. Standing there, he would only become a target for him, unable to even touch him in the slightest and unable to exert any force. Whoosh! A flash of lightning arrived in an instant. Qing Si immediately found that Zhuowen had appeared in front of him without him knowing. The two of them looked at each other. Looking at Zhuowen in front of him, Qing Si's smile suddenly froze. His pupils shrank to the size of needles as he looked at Zhuowen in disbelief. Zhuowen had suddenly appeared in front of him, yet he didn't know about it. Moreover, he hadn't sensed it at all. What did this mean? It meant that Zhuowen's speed was faster than his, so he did not notice Zhuowen's arrival at all. But was this possible? Just now, Zhuowen was unable to resist his speed. How could he appear in front of him again in the blink of an eye? You just said that I can't touch you? Is that what you mean? Zhuowen's eyes were indifferent, and the corner of his mouth revealed a trace of a sarcastic smile. It's a fluke. Qing Si muttered to himself. He stamped his feet, and the thick wings on his back suddenly spread out, turning into an illusory green light as he quickly retreated. Zhuowen's mocking smile became even more intense. This Qing Si was really ridiculous. Comparing speed with him, who had the 6 wings of gale and thunder, was simply courting death. With that, Zhuowen stamped his feet, and the 3 pairs of lightning wings on his back spread out. In an instant, he turned into a flash of lightning and swept towards the retreating Qing Si. His speed was unknown how much faster than Qing Si's. A few hundred meters away, a green light flashed, revealing Qing Si's figure. Looking around and not finding Zhuowen's figure, Qing Si let out a sigh of relief and whispered with a frown, "That Zhuowen's speed is also so fast. This should be a fluke." Fluke? How stupid! A cold voice rang in Qing Si's ears, causing his whole body to tremble. He suddenly turned his head and saw Zhuowen standing behind him quietly, looking at him with a mocking expression. "How is this possible? How can your speed be so fast?" Qing Si took a few steps back and exclaimed in disbelief. Zhuowen was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He stamped his feet and instantly appeared beside Qing Si. His right hand suddenly stretched out and a golden light flashed, blasting towards Qing Si. Qing Si's eyes were gloomy. His hands turned into dragon claws and met the attack. He knew that since Zhuowen's speed was faster than his, blindly retreating would not help at all. He might as well go all out. Boom! A fist against a pair of claws. Suddenly, a terrifying golden light burst out. The green light and the golden light confronted each other, and for a moment, they were actually evenly matched. "Is this all you've got? You're really too weak." Zhuowen smiled coldly. His other 7 arms suddenly hammered down, and a terrifying force burst out, smashing into the 2 dragon claws in front of him. Crack! Instantly, the pair of dragon claws were smashed into pieces. Even Qing Si's arms were smashed into pieces by the terrifying force. Ah! With a miserable howl, Qing Si let out a heart-wrenching cry and retreated again and again. His arms were empty, and blood gushed out like a fountain, forming a bloody rain below. Whoosh! Zhuowen stepped forward and instantly arrived in front of Qing Si. He grabbed him with his right hand and said indifferently, "Trash that can't withstand a single blow." As he spoke, he carried Qing Si with one hand and came to Lu Nanshan's corpse on the ground. He threw it to the ground and said coldly, "Kneel." Qing Si's face was as pale as snow. When he heard Zhuowen's words, he gritted his teeth and said nothing. "Not going to kneel." Zhuowen's right hand turned into a claw and grabbed Qing Si's right knee. With a crack, the kneecap was crushed, causing Qing Si to involuntarily kneel on the ground with his right foot. "Ah, Zhuowen, what do you want?" Qing Si roared. "What do I want? You killed Marquis Lu, and you're asking me what I want?" Zhuowen's eyes were cold and merciless. His right claw reached out again and crushed Qing Si's left knee. Qing Si immediately knelt on the ground, his face contorted in pain and his eyes full of resentment. Zhuowen's ruthless behavior immediately stunned many people. Qing Si was an Azure Dragon Guard, but he was easily captured by Zhuowen and forced to kneel in front of Lu Nantian. How strong was Zhuowen? Brother Lu, the culprit who killed Marquis Lu will be dealt with by you. Zhuowen's eyes focused on Lu Yitao as he spoke. Bastard! Lu Yitao roared and immediately rushed forward. His right hand pressed on Qing Si's ribs. With a crack, Qing Si's ribs were broken. Qing Si looked up and groaned in pain. The pain of broken ribs was not easy to bear, especially when Lu Yitao was extremely ruthless. He did not break Qing Si's ribs at once, but slowly, making Qing Si feel even more pain. Chapter 790. Qing Er and Qing Sanqing Si screamed in agony. LV Tao was not in a hurry to kill him. Instead, he continued to crush all the bones in Qing Si's body, causing him unbearable pain. Kill me! Kill me now! Qing Si screamed. He couldn't bear LV Tao's torture anymore. It was too painful. Kill you? It won't be that easy. LV Tao's eyes were red. He didn't slow down and continued to crush all the bones in Qing Si's body. Swoosh! 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 2 more figures appeared. Qing Er and Qing Sen leisurely arrived in the air above the empty space. Qing Si has been chasing them for a while now. He should be able to finish off Zhuowen now. Qing Er said coldly. Looking at the direction they went, it should be near here. I wonder if the battle is over yet. Qing Sen nodded. His expression did not change at all. Although Zhuowen's name was well known in the imperial capital, he was only a half-step mystique venerable rank. On the other hand, Qing Si was a peak mystique venerable rank. The 2 of them did not think that Qing Si would lose. Ah! A blood-curdling scream suddenly rang out, causing Qing Er and Qing San to stiffen. They naturally recognized this voice. Wasn't it Qing Si's voice? That's Qing Si's voice. Is he in trouble? Qing San asked in surprise. Qing Er narrowed his eyes and said coldly, Let's go. Let's go take a look. With the guidance of the scream, they quickly arrived in the air above the empty space. They were shocked to find Qing Si kneeling on the ground with his arms crippled. There was also a young man who was extremely ruthless. He kept hitting Qing Si's body. Every time he hit, the sound of bones breaking could be heard. It was obvious that this young man had broken all the bones in Qing Si's body. Kill me! Kill me now! Qing Si screamed. He was in so much pain that he wished he was dead. LV Tao's face was cold and indifferent. He didn't care about Qing Si at all. His actions were direct and efficient. He wanted Qing Si to suffer a fate worse than death. He wanted him to regret killing LV Nantian and make him regret living in this world. Stop! Seeing Qing Si's miserable appearance, Qing Er and Qing Sen both roared loudly. Their eyes were red as they rushed towards LV Tao, wanting to stop LV Tao from continuing. Rumble! A golden figure suddenly soared into the sky and slammed into Qing Er, causing Qing Er to retreat dozens of meters in the air. At the same time, rays of cold sword light flashed out from the golden figure and shot towards Qing San. They blocked Qing San's dive and caused Qing San to stop in his tracks. Your opponent is me. Don't pick the wrong opponent. Zhuowen stood in the air and stared indifferently at Qing San and Qing Er in front of him with a grave expression. Qing Er and Qing San were both stronger than Qing Si. Qing Er was at the early stage of the sovereign realm, while Qing San was at the half-step sovereign realm. Qing Si was killed by you. Qing Er's eyes were filled with killing intent as he coldly asked, So what if I am? So what if I'm not? Zhuowen said indifferently, It doesn't matter. Anyway, I know that you're going to die today. Qing Er roared as he took a step forward and instantly flew towards Zhuowen. Unknowingly, a long spear had appeared in his hand. It was flickering with a cold light and was bone-chilling. Zhuowen did not hesitate and immediately took out 8 long spears from his spiritual ring. He waved them in the air and formed 8 spear, intent domains around his body. Countless spear shadows were like small tadpoles that constantly swam around him. Bang! 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 Instantly, Zhuo Wen and Qing Er began to exchange blows. Sparks, accompanied by the sound of metal colliding, unceasingly flew out. The two of them were actually evenly matched for a moment. Zhuo Wen is so strong. Qing Er is at the early stage of the sovereign realm, but he's actually evenly matched with him. Not far away, Qing San, who was trapped by the greater, limitless sword array, looked at Zhuo Wen, who was evenly matched with Qing Er. His eyes narrowed as he revealed a trace of shock. At this moment, Lve Tao had also stopped his actions as he looked at the fierce battle in the sky. His face was filled with worry. That Zhuo Wen is dead for sure. Qing Er and Qing San are much stronger than me. It's impossible for this kid to fight the two of them alone. Kid, I advise you to let me go quickly. Maybe I'll leave you with an intact corpse. Looking at Qing Er and Qing San, who were rushing towards him, Qing Si's eyes reignited with hope. His attitude unconsciously became arrogant and haughty. Idiot, it's better for you to die. Lve Tao's gaze turned cold as he suddenly pressed down with his right hand. Under Qing Si's horrified gaze, his hand fiercely smashed into Qing Si's forehead. The latter did not even make a sound as he died with blood flowing out of his 7 orifices. Brother Lv, take the people of Muqing County and leave this place. You're too weak. If you're captured by the people of the Blue Dragon Hall, I'll be in a very passive position. After Lve Tao killed Qing Si, Zhuo Wen's voice suddenly resounded in his mind. It turned out that Zhuo Wen had sent a message to him. Lve Tao's gaze flickered as he sent a message. Zhuo Wen, be careful. After speaking, Lve Tao walked towards Qing Lian, Luo Xing, and the others as he briefly explained Zhuo Wen's intentions. The geniuses of Muqing County basically did not have any objections. Most of them were only at the ultimate 5-wheel emperor stage and below. To the cultivators of the Xuanzuan realm, they were basically ant-like existences. Staying here would undoubtedly become a burden to Zhuo Wen. Therefore, choosing to leave now and avoid the people of the Blue Dragon Hall was the wisest choice. Although Luo Xing and Qing Lian were reluctant to part with Zhuo Wen, they understood the bigger picture. After reluctantly looking at Zhuo Wen's back, they followed behind Lve Tao and quietly left the intoxicated spring pavilion. With Qing Si's death, Qing Er and Qing San's expressions became even more unsightly. The 4 great Azure Dragon Guards had worked together for many years and had gone through life and death together. Their friendship was as tenacious as brothers. Now that Qing Si had died, how could they not be furious? Ah, Zhuo Wen, if it weren't for the Hall Master's orders, I would definitely kill you. But don't worry, even if I can kill you, I can still completely cripple you and torture you until you wish you were dead. I'll avenge Qing Si. Qing Er roared as he fiercely brandished the azure spear in his hand. Countless afterimages formed in front of him and completely enveloped Zhuo Wen's figure. Under Qing Er's attack, Zhuo Wen retreated step by step. His eyes narrowed slightly. It seemed that the strength of a supreme being cultivator was indeed much stronger than that of the Xuanzuan realm. Even if Zhuo Wen used his 4 heads and 8 arms, he was still suppressed. Qing San, hurry up and break out of the formation. Let's capture this little bastard together. Qing Er roared. His attacks weren't slow in the slightest. Every move was aimed at Zhuo Wen's vital points, causing Zhuo Wen to be exhausted from running for his life. Within the boundless sword formation, Qing San nodded his head. With a stomp of his foot, endless waves of water appeared around him. These waves of water were like tsunamis in the sea as they fiercely bombarded the surrounding boundless sword formation. Rumble! In an instant, the boundless sword formation was actually broken by Qing San's waves of water. Shortly after, Qing San joined Qing Er's formation without any hesitation. With the addition of Qing San, Zhuo Wen, who was originally under great pressure, was now at a complete disadvantage. He seemed to be in an extremely passive position. This Zhuowen is going to be unlucky. With two great azure dragon guards working together, this kid will probably have no way of escaping. Within the intoxicated spring pavilion, there were many cultivators who were looking up at Zhuowen and the other two fighting in the sky. Especially when they saw Qing San and Qing Er working together to besiege Zhuowen, they all shook their heads. Whoosh! Whoosh! At the same time, two figures flew over from the direction of the room and stopped not far away from the open space. One of the two was actually the genius of Muqing County. Zhu Qi standing beside Zhu Qi was the ugly one-armed man, especially when the two of them saw that Zhuowen was actually fighting against Qing Er and Qing San at the same time without any signs of being defeated. Their eyes flickered as they revealed shock. Zhuowen's strength had somewhat exceeded their expectations. This Zhuowen's cultivation was only half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, but he was actually able to fight against a half-step sovereign realm and an initial sovereign realm cultivator at the same time. This was truly a little heaven-defying. Senior, don't you want to kill this Zhuowen? Now is the best time to act. Otherwise, if you're captured by the Azure Dragon Guards, you won't be able to kill him. Zhu Qi's eyes flickered as he suddenly spoke to the ugly man. Humph. Do I need you to remind me what to do? The ugly man coldly glanced at Zhu Qi, causing the latter to tremble and keep quiet out of fear. Turning his head, the ugly man's gaze focused on Zhuowen. His eyes were filled with chilling killing intent. He must kill this Zhuowen, and he must completely obliterate him. But now wasn't the right time. He had to wait for the best time to act and kill him with a single blow. Bang! 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 Qing Er and Qing San's attacks were extremely fierce. Qing Er brandished a spear, while Qing San held a sledgehammer. They attacked Zhuowen from both sides, causing Zhuowen to be attacked from both sides, exhausting him to run for his life. Get out of my way! Zhuowen shouted. For spears in his left hand and 4 spears in his right hand burst out with terrifying spear intent. Suddenly, countless intent realms condensed and turned into 2 huge blue spears, rushing towards Qing Er and Qing San. Clang! Qing Er and Qing San's faces slightly changed. They raised their weapons and placed them in front of their bodies. Then, under the impact of the giant blue spears, they were pushed back dozens of meters. Zhuowen's arms drooped down as he panted. Just now, he had used all of his concepts, causing Zhuowen to expend a lot of energy. However, fortunately, Zhuowen's body was strong, and his recovery was extremely fast. He only needed 3 breaths to recover most of his energy and continue fighting. As for Qing Er and Qing San, they had already been pushed back dozens of meters by Zhuowen. If they wanted to come back and attack Zhuowen again, they would need at least 5 breaths of time. Therefore, Zhuowen was now speeding up the nirvana of the great sun to quickly recover his energy. Whoosh! Right at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind Zhuowen. Zhuowen was caught off guard and stretched out a skinny right hand. The right hand was covered with sharp claws, and it was like a drill that suddenly drilled into Zhuowen's back. Chapter 791. Su Lingtian Thump! Thump! The sound of his heartbeat echoed in Zhuowen's ears. He had never expected that someone would launch a sneak attack from behind while he was fighting with Qing Er and Qing San. What was even more unexpected was that even with his physical strength, he couldn't stop the sharp claws of this person. Now, Zhuowen could clearly feel that the sharp claws were tightly gripping his heart. He had no doubt that if he dared to move, the claws would completely tear his heart apart. Zhuowen, little bastard, you didn't expect this day to come, right? A sinister voice sounded in Zhuowen's ears, causing Zhuowen to tilt his head. His gaze was gloomy as he stared at the ugly man behind him, who was neither human nor ghost. A puzzled expression appeared on his face. He was sure that he had never seen this one-armed man before. However, this man seemed to know him. Furthermore, from his tone, he seemed to know Zhuowen. Who are you? I have no enmity with you. Why are you attacking me? Zhuowen's breathing was hurried. His heart was gripped in the palm of this man's hand. The pain transmitted caused Zhuowen to break out in cold sweat. His face was as pale as snow. In particular, this man's claws were so sharp. Zhuowen had cultivated the great Nirvana sun to the 4th level. His physical body was extremely tough, and ordinary people wouldn't be able to pierce through it. However, the strange and ugly man in front of him was able to easily penetrate his body. Furthermore, Zhuowen also discovered that the ugly man's cultivation wasn't high. It was only about the same level as Qing'er. He should also be an early-stage Sovereign Realm warrior. Zhuowen was puzzled. How did this man, who was only at the early-stage Sovereign Realm, break through his physical defense? You must be puzzled right now. I'm only at the early-stage Sovereign Realm, but I can break through your physical defense. You don't know me, but I know you. Zhuowen's heart was in his hands. The hideous man wasn't in a hurry to kill Zhuowen. He wanted to see Zhuowen die in fear. Who are you? Zhuowen asked coldly. Haha, how dare you ask me who I am? That's right, I've already become like this. So it's no wonder you can't recognize me. Even if Lu Hantian was in front of me, I'm afraid he wouldn't be able to recognize me. The ugly man laughed coldly as he muttered to himself. The ugly man's words made Zhuowen even more confused. Who was this person? From the looks of it, he seemed to know Lu Hantian. Do you know why I was able to pierce through your body so easily? Hee. Do you really think that this old man is merely at the initial stage of the supreme stage? Back then, before my cultivation dropped, I was in the Empyrean realm. In my eyes, your physical body has too many flaws. Finding a weak point to break through is entirely possible. Zhuowen's heart was in his hands, so the ugly man was not very wary of Zhuowen. After all, as long as Zhuowen moved a little, he could immediately crush Zhuowen's heart. You used to be an Empyrean? He was shocked. No wonder this person's cultivation was not high, but he could easily break through his physical body. It turned out that this person was originally Empyrean expert, but for some reason his cultivation dropped to the initial stage of the supreme stage. Do you still remember the house of Marquis Baichuan? Do you still remember the disciples of the house of Marquis Baichuan that were killed by you and Lu Hantian? The house of Marquis Baichuan had stood in Muqing County for nearly 1,000 years, but it was destroyed by you and Lu Hantian leading the house of Marquis Qin. Now you know who I am, right? You also know why I want to kill you, right? The ugly man's body trembled slightly, and his expression became somewhat agitated and angry. Obviously, he had thought of something bad. Su Lingtian? You are Su Lingtian? As soon as the ugly man said this, Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He finally remembered this person's identity. In addition, this person only had one arm. Zhuowen was sure that this person was Su Lingtian, the ancestor of the house of Marquis Baichuan. In the battle of the house of Marquis Baichuan, Su Lingtian and Lu Hantian fought. In the end, Su Lingtian was defeated and had one of his arms cut off by Lu Hantian. Blood splattered everywhere, and in the end he used the blood escape, which had great side effects, to escape death. Although Zhuowen knew that Su Lingtian wasn't dead, he didn't expect that Su Lingtian would become like this. His heavenly venerate cultivation had even fallen to the initial stage of the sovereign realm. Zhuowen, do you regret it? If you and Lu Hantian had not been so ruthless, this would not have happened today. Unfortunately, all of this has happened. What's the use of regretting it? So you'd better die. Su Lingtian laughed sinisterly. The claw that reached into Zhuowen's back suddenly exerted force. With a plop, Zhuowen's heart was ripped out. Blood spurted out of Zhuowen's body like a fountain. Zhuowen's pupils shrank. He felt his chest empty. Then, a wave of dizziness hit him. He fell powerlessly and smashed into the ground. Haha, little bastard, it's good that you died. Since you destroyed the house of Marquis Baichuan, I will make sure you die without a burial place. In the sky, Su Lingtian held the still-beating heart in his hand and laughed maniacally. His eyes were filled with delight. Swoosh! Ching Er and Ching San came to Su Lingtian's side, looking at the heart in his hand and the motionless Zhuowen on the ground. They said with ugly expressions, "You killed Zhuowen?" Su Lingtian stopped laughing. His sinister gaze converged on Ching Er and Ching San. He said coldly, "What? Is there a problem? Don't you know that Zhuowen has a high, grade dragon soul? The Hall Master has already ordered that we must capture him alive. You actually killed him in front of the two of us. You are courting death." Ching San's eyes were cold. Now that Zhuowen was dead, they wouldn't be able to explain themselves. He couldn't help but point at Su Lingtian and curse. Bang! However, as soon as Ching San finished cursing, a claw instantly swept over and pierced Ching San's chest with lightning speed. Then the claw fiercely twisted, and Ching San's heart was completely crushed under the force of the claw. Puchi! Ching San spat out a mouthful of blood. He looked at the claw that had stabbed into his chest in disbelief. He stared fixedly at Su Lingtian and said, "You actually dared to kill me? The two of you are just trash. The two of you together couldn't take down Zhuowen. Now that I've killed Zhuowen, you blame me. If I don't kill you, who should I kill?" Su Lingtian said sinisterly. As he spoke, he slapped his palm and completely annihilated Ching San's nascent soul. After all, Su Lingtian was an Empyrean realm expert. His cultivation surpassed Ching Er and Ching San. Even though his cultivation was on par with Ching Er, his strength far surpassed them. So, Ching Er didn't notice when Su Lingtian attacked. When he recovered from his shock, Ching San's heart had already been crushed by Su Lingtian. "Bastard, you actually dared to kill a member of our Blue Dragon Hall. You are simply going against the heavens." Ching San's death deeply agitated Ching Er, causing him to roar loudly and flash towards Su Lingtian with his spear. He didn't hold back in the slightest. "Your cultivations are too low." Su Lingtian shook his head. He stomped his foot and instantly avoided Ching Er's spear. After that, he stepped through the air repeatedly and transformed into an ethereal afterimage that instantly arrived behind Ching Er. Puchi! Similarly, with just one move, Su Lingtian's claw quickly reached into Ching Er's back and instantly crushed his heart. His nascent soul was destroyed, and Ching Er followed in Ching San's footsteps and slowly fell to the ground. Silence. The surroundings of the open space instantly fell into a strange silence. Everyone stared blankly at the corpses of Zhuowen, Ching San, and Ching Er. For a moment, they forgot to make a sound. Originally, this was a battle between Zhuowen and Ching Er and Ching San. However, they didn't expect that halfway through, this mysterious ugly man would appear in front of them. Not only did he successfully sneak attack and kill Zhuowen, but even Ching Er and Ching San were instantly killed. Feeling the countless gazes around him, Su Lingtian frowned slightly and shouted indifferently, "What are you looking at? If you don't want to die, scram. Otherwise, no one will be left alive." As soon as these words came out, the surrounding cultivators scattered like birds and beasts. This ugly man was really too terrifying. Even a supreme had died in his hands, let alone them. "Zhu Qi, you stay." Zhu Qi, who was originally standing not far away, also wanted to leave with the surrounding crowd. However, he was suddenly stopped by Su Lingtian. His body stiffened, and he quickly smiled flatteringly. "Lord Su, I wonder why you stopped me?" Zhu Qi naturally heard the conversation between Zhuowen and the ugly man clearly. He knew that the man in front of him was the ancestor of the Marquis of Baichuan, Su Lingtian, who had already been destroyed. Back then, Su Lingtian was a heavenly venerate powerhouse. Although his cultivation had dropped to the initial stage of the Supreme Being realm, his strength was still far above a Supreme Being realm powerhouse. In front of such a powerhouse, Zhu Qi was simply an ant. In a moment, Qing Yan and Qing Yi will come. You can be a witness for this old man. Just say that Zhuowen fought with Qing Er and Qing San and finally perished together. Do you understand? Su Lingtian said indifferently. When Zhu Qi heard this, he felt a knot in his heart. However, he had no choice but to obey Su Lingtian's words. He knew that if he dared to refuse, he would be faced with Su Lingtian's merciless claw. Su Lingtian was also very smart. He knew that if he escaped like this, it was very likely that he would arouse Qing Yan's suspicion. At that time, the Blue Dragon Hall would likely send powerhouses to capture him. If Su Lingtian still had the strength of a heavenly venerable, he would naturally not be afraid of the Blue Dragon Hall's wanted list. However, his strength was now too weak. He was only at the initial stage of the Supreme. Although he was strong, he was only comparable to a late-stage Supreme. Now that the Blue Dragon Hall had suddenly lost 3 Azure Dragon Guards, it would inevitably cause a commotion. At that time, if he just left like this, he would inevitably be remembered by the Blue Dragon Hall. It was better to stay here openly and firmly believe that Zhuowen, Qing Er, and Qing Sin perished together. The people around the open space had basically all left. Only Su Lingtian and Zhu Qi were still standing silently in the same place. Su Lingtian deliberately dressed himself in a sorry state to show that he had just fought a great battle. Whoosh whoosh! After a while, 2 more figures flew out from the Shuiyu area. These 2 figures were naturally Qing Yan and Qing Yi. At this moment, Qing Yan's hands were already able to move freely. However, if he wanted to use Yuanli, it was still far from enough. He would need to recuperate for a period of time to completely recover. Thinking about his arms that were almost crippled, Qing Yan's resentment towards Zhuowen became even more intense. He wished that Zhuowen would die without a burial place. Chapter 792. Emperor Qing's arrival. Qing Yi was tall and sturdy with a resolute face. He had thick eyebrows and big eyes. At first glance, he looked like a simple and honest man with an innocent face. If one was deceived by Qing Yi's appearance, one would suffer greatly. After all, Qing Yi was the leader of the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards. His strength was far greater than the other 3 Azure Dragon Guards. Regardless of strength or methods, he was extremely outstanding. His simple and honest appearance was only a disguise. Half an incense stick's worth of time has already passed. Qing Er, Qing San, and Qing Si should have completely captured Zhuowen by now. Qing Yi walked side by side with Qing Yan as he spoke indifferently. Yes, with the 3 of them, Zhuowen won't be able to escape no matter how powerful he is. Qing Yan nodded with a trace of anticipation in his eyes. If Zhuowen was really captured alive, as long as he didn't kill Zhuowen, he could torture him however he wanted. Soon, the 2 of them arrived at the open space. However, when they landed on the open space, they were stunned. This was because Qing Er, Qing San, and Qing Si were all lying on the ground, motionless and silent. Moreover, what shocked Qing Yan and Qing Yi even more was that there was a hole on the other side of the open space. There was also a figure lying in the hole. This person was lying on his back, and his back was empty. His heart had been dug out. Qing Yan was naturally familiar with this person. It was their target, Zhuowen. In other words, Qing Er, Qing San, Qing Si, and even Zhuowen were all dead. What's going on? Instantly, Qing Yan and Qing Yi locked their cold gazes on the open space. Su Lingtian was still standing, and Zhu Qi was trembling. Su Lingtian hurriedly crawled over to Qing Yan. He was in a sorry state, and his eyes were filled with fear. He hurriedly said, "Lord Qing Yan, Zhuowen is too heaven-defying, although he only has the strength of a half-step into the Xuanzuan realm. The strength he displayed is already comparable to an early-stage sovereign." Lord Qing Si was the first to arrive here. He didn't expect Zhuowen to be so strong. He was actually attacked by him and died, just like that. Later, Qing Er and Qing Sen rushed over. When they saw Lord Qing Si die, they were furious and joined forces to besiege Zhuowen. However, this Zhuowen was really amazing. He actually transformed into a four-headed, eight-armed form and displayed terrifying mental energy. He perished together with the two lords. Qin Yan's eyes narrowed, and his expression became increasingly cold. He suddenly stared fixedly at Su Ling Tian and said, "Zhuowen perished together? When they were fighting, why didn't you help?" Su Ling Tian's eyes, Su Ling Tian's of Qing and Qing San, Qing was Su Ling and Qing Er and Qing San told me not to help. So, I Qing and Qing Er and Qing San didn't. As he spoke, Su Ling Tian pointed at Zhu Qi behind him with his right hand and spoke in a rather flustered manner. Qin Yan's gaze converged on Zhu Qi as he asked coldly. Zhu Qi's entire body trembled and his teeth chattered. Thinking of Su Ling Tian's instructions, he gritted his teeth and said, "It is indeed as this lord said. Zhuowen and the three azure dragon guards perished together." Rumble. Qin Yan's eyes were cold. He suddenly stretched out his right hand, and a terrifying azure energy surged out. It turned into a huge dragon claw and crushed down. "No, don't kill me." The dragon claw instantly smashed onto Zhu Qi's body. Immediately, blood splattered everywhere. Under the power of the dragon claw, Zhu Qi turned into a bloody mist. Seeing Qin Yan's merciless attack, Su Ling Tian's pupils shrank. Qin Yan's actions clearly showed that he didn't believe Zhu Qi's words at all. "Are you willing to become an azure dragon guard?" Clapping his hands, Qin Yan's gaze converged on Su Ling Tian. His actions had already shown that he didn't believe such words at all. However, Qin Yan didn't intend to pursue the matter, nor did he ask for an answer. Instead, he asked Su Ling Tian if he was willing to become an azure dragon guard. Su Ling Tian's eyes flickered. At this moment, he could clearly feel that Qing Yi, who was beside Qin Yan, was constantly gathering his aura. He knew that if he wasn't willing, Qing Yi would immediately capture or even kill him. Although Su Ling Tian was a heavenly venerate, his cultivation had dropped too much. He was only at the early stage of the sovereign stage. A cultivator like Qing Yi could be destroyed with a wave of his hand in the past. However, he was no match for Qing Yi now. Fighting with Qing Yi was undoubtedly an unwise decision. "I'm willing." In the end, Su Ling Tian compromised. He knew that this was Qin Yan giving him a chance to live. At the same time, it was also a chance for him to serve the Blue Dragon Hall. "Good. Since you agree, then you are a member of the Azure Dragon Guard from now on. Welcome to the Blue Dragon Hall. From now on, your code name will be Qing Wu." Qing Yi suddenly laughed heartily. His simple and honest face was filled with a harmless smile, giving people a good impression of him. However, if one thought that Qing Yi was simple and honest because of his appearance, then they would suffer a great loss. After all, it was impossible for Qing Yi to become the leader of the Azure Dragon Guard without any tricks. Su Ling Tian forced a smile, but his gaze was extremely gloomy. This was far from what he had planned. Originally, he had planned to use mutual destruction as an excuse to get away from the Blue Dragon Hall's suspicion. At that time, he wouldn't need to be wanted by the Blue Dragon Hall and could go wherever he wanted. But now, Qin Yan's suspicion had completely disrupted Su Ling Tian's plan, forcing him to join the Blue Dragon Hall. Although Su Ling Tian hadn't expected this situation, it wasn't bad. At this time, Su Ling Tian was planning to completely leave the Blue Dragon Hall after he completely recovered his strength as an Empyrean. Even Aoki wouldn't be able to do anything to him. Thinking of this, Su Ling Tian's heart relaxed a lot as he silently stood beside Qin Yan. "Lord Qin Yan, Zhuowen is dead. What should we do now?" Qing Yi asked hesitantly. "Bring him back. After all, this child has a dragon soul, and his physical body is extremely powerful. Bring him back first. We can only leave him to the Hall Master to decide," Qin Yan said helplessly. Although Qin Yan also hoped that Zhuowen would die this time, Aoki had specifically instructed that Zhuowen must be captured alive. But now, It seemed that capturing him alive wasn't very possible. Qing Yi nodded and took a step forward. Just as he was about to carry the motionless Zhuowen in the pit, a green light suddenly swept over and wrapped around Zhuowen like a maggot. "Who is it?" Qing Yi was shocked and felt a chill down his spine. He hurriedly took a few steps back. The green light came silently and he didn't notice at all. If someone attacked him with such a method, he was afraid that he would be in trouble. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. 3 air-piercing sounds could be heard as 3 silhouettes appeared from the distant horizon. The one in the lead was a middle-aged man dressed in a green robe. The robe had a lifelike dragon embroidered on it, just like a real dragon. "Your Majesty, Emperor Qing." Looking at the middle-aged man in a luxurious robe with a dignified appearance, Qing Yan, Su Ling Tian, and Qing Yi were shocked and hurriedly cupped their hands and bowed. Emperor Qing's gaze was calm. The 2 people standing beside him were none other than Grand Haohai and Grand Baihe, father and daughter. After seeing Grand Haohai and his daughter, how could Qing Yan not know that Emperor Qing's arrival was related to these 2 people? This Grand Haohai is really cunning. Not only did he inform the Azure Dragon Palace, he even informed the Azure Emperor. It's a pity that Zhuowen is already dead. He's completely worthless. Qing Yan lowered his head slightly, but his mind was active. This Zhuowen is dead? Emperor Qing frowned as he looked at the motionless Zhuowen wrapped in the green light. He naturally also noticed that Zhuowen's back was empty. His heart was actually gone. Obviously, it was dug out by someone. Originally, we were ordered by the hall master to capture Zhuowen. Unfortunately, this boy was arrogant and unruly and didn't care about the Blue Dragon Hall. So we taught him a lesson. However, our Blue Dragon Hall also suffered a great loss. Except for Qing Yi, the other 3 of the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards are all dead. At this point, Qing Yan's face turned slightly ugly. The 4 great Azure Dragon Guards were the mainstays of the Azure Dragon Branch Hall. Now that 3 of them were dead, it was a great loss. I see. This Zhuowen is really audacious. He even dared to kill the people of the Blue Dragon Hall. He can't blame anyone for his death. Emperor Qing's gaze was calm, and no one could see through his true thoughts. However, Grand Haohai, who was following behind Emperor Qing, was ecstatic. He was happy to see Zhuowen die. He couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die. Now that Zhuowen was dead, how could he not be happy? As for Grand Baihe, her beautiful eyes flickered with a trace of complexity, especially when she heard Qing Yan say that Zhuowen had killed 3 of the 4 great Azure Dragon Guards. Her heart couldn't help but tremble. Zhuowen's strength was stronger than during the conferred marquee battle. He could even kill an initial stage sovereign expert. It was a pity that he was dead now. Grand Baihe also couldn't wait for Zhuowen to die. However, when she found out that Zhuowen had really died in front of her, she couldn't feel happy. In the past, Zhuowen was unknown, so she naturally didn't pay attention to him. However, since Zhuowen's strong rise, Grand Baihe's mentality suddenly changed. The man in her fantasy should be a peerless genius who defeated countless geniuses in the world and climbed to the top, showing disdain for the heroes. Zhuowen's performance along the way was undoubtedly more and more in line with her inner expectations. It was even to the extent that when Zhuowen fought with Huang Fuwudao and caused Huang Fuwudao to be in an extremely sorry state, Grant Lily even had a trace of regret. If the Grand family didn't break the engagement, perhaps a peerless genius like Zhuowen would have become the son-in-law of the Grand family and become the husband of Grand Baihe. And Zhuowen would undoubtedly be able to lead the Grand family to a new peak. What's wrong with me? Grand Baihe muttered to herself in a low voice. Qing Yan stole a glance at Emperor Qing and asked, "May I know why Emperor Qing has come to the intoxicated spring pavilion?" It's said that Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body. Your Blue Dragon Hall should have a dragon soul detector, right? I wonder if this rumor is true? Emperor Qing suddenly asked. Hearing this, Qing Yan hesitated for a moment before bowing and saying, "This boy does have a dragon soul." Then what's the quality of the dragon's soul? Emperor Qing continued to ask. The dragon soul in this boy's body is very powerful. It caused the dragon soul detector to explode. Qing Yan didn't hide anything. Emperor Qing's eyes flickered as he muttered to himself. A dragon soul above the 7th grade? As he spoke, Emperor Qing shook his sleeve and the green light that wrapped around Zhuowen flew to Emperor Qing's side. Soon after, Emperor Qing broke through the sky and left. I'm taking Zhuowen away. You just have to talk to Aoki. Chapter 793. Grief Bang. Qing Yan waved his right hand, and a ray of green light shot out from his hand like a snake and disappeared into the horizon. I've already used a 1,000-mile sound transmission to inform the palace master of the situation here. Let's return to the Blue Dragon Hall now. As he spoke, Qing Yan brought Qing Yi and Su Lingtian out of the drunken spring pavilion. The corpses of Qing Er, Qing San and Qing Si were naturally taken away under Qing Yan's orders. As Qing Yan left, the originally quiet space in the drunken spring pavilion became noisy once again. Those who were scared away by Su Lingtian returned to the open space. Everyone's eyes flickered as they looked at the messy space. Of course, the topic of their discussion was naturally Zhuowen's life and death. Most of the people present knew that Zhuowen's heart had been dug out by Su Lingtian. It was unlikely that he would survive. What a pity! Zhuowen was the dark horse of this ranking tournament. His strength and talent were extremely terrifying. Even the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, couldn't do anything to him. It's really a pity that such a genius died, just like that. Although they didn't see Zhuowen's corpse in the open space, they all knew that Zhuowen definitely wouldn't survive. Moreover, this news would probably spread like wildfire in the imperial city tomorrow. Thousands of miles away from the drunken spring pavilion, two terrifying figures clashed as terrifying auras erupted. The surrounding space collapsed and shattered as the two exchanged blows. Bang! A circular wave of air spread out as the two figures each retreated several hundred feet. They stabilized their bodies and stared at each other from afar. Aoki, don't force me. If anything happens to Zhuowen, I'll kill you, Lu Hantian said with a cold gaze. Aoki sneered and said, Lu Hantian, you and I are both at the peak of the heavenly sovereign stage. Do you really think that you can kill me? Lu Hantian's gaze darkened as he became even more anxious. He didn't know why, but he had a bad premonition since just now. He really wanted to rush back now. Unfortunately, Aoki was obstructing him at every turn. Whoosh! All of a sudden, a green light shot over from afar and landed in Aoki's hand. Sound transmission from 1,000 miles away. Looks like Qing Yan and the others have succeeded. Aoki's eyes revealed a trace of joy. He sent his consciousness into the green light in his hand. Immediately, a stream of information was transmitted into his mind. After a while, Aoki slowly opened his eyes. His gaze was gloomy. Lu Hantian, let's stop here today. I won't bother you anymore. Aoki's expression was unsightly as he said this. With a stomp of his foot, he turned into a stream of light and disappeared in front of Lu Hantian. Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes. With Lu Hantian's observation skills, he could naturally see the displeasure and anger in Qing Mu's eyes. It was obvious that the content of the sound transmission just now was not good news. Let's go back to the drunken spring pavilion first. With a stomp of his foot, Lu Hantian also disappeared. He had been worried about Zhuowen's safety. After returning to the drunken spring pavilion, Lu Hantian quickly noticed the mess in the open space of the drunken spring pavilion. The uneasiness in his heart became even more intense. I wonder how Nantian and Zhuowen are doing. After saying this, Lu Hantian rushed towards the rooms in the Shuiyu area. After a while, Lu Hantian reappeared. His expression was extremely gloomy. Whether it was Zhuowen's room or the rooms of Lu Nantian and the other geniuses of Muqing County, All of them were gone. This scene made Lu Hantian's heart turn cold. "Young Master Lu, are you looking for the geniuses of Muqing County?" A clear and melodious voice rang out. Lu Hantian looked over and saw an enchanting woman slowly walking out from one of the rooms. "Do you know where they went?" Lu Hantian asked with a frown. Mother Su looked around vigilantly and then said softly, "Come with me. Right now, the people of Blue Dragon Hall are looking for your Muqing County. It's best not to be too conspicuous." Lu Hantian's eyes narrowed. It seemed that in order to capture Zhuowen, the Blue Dragon Hall wouldn't even let the geniuses of Muqing County go. How hateful! After saying this, Mother Su carefully led Lu Hantian towards an inconspicuous back door of the drunken spring pavilion. 100 meters away from the back door was an abandoned and dilapidated house. This was a slum area where the homeless beggars gathered. On the dilapidated path, there was even a pungent stench that permeated the air. Lu Hantian and Mother Su walked on the path. From time to time, they would attract the attention of the beggars on the path. After all, their clothes and temperament didn't fit in with the slum area. After turning into an alley, at the end of the alley there was a low house. Inside the house there was still a dim oil lamp. Creak! The door of the house was suddenly opened. A young man with a dispirited expression walked out. His eyelids were drooping, and there was an unconcealable sadness in his eyes. "Yitao!" Lu Hantian suddenly called out. The young man's body trembled. He immediately saw Lu Hantian and Mother Su at the door. He was startled at first. Then his gaze became extremely cold. He said coldly, "Why are you here? Where did you go just now?" Lu Hantian was somewhat confused by Lu Yitao's attitude. He asked, "What's wrong?" Mother Su, who was standing beside Lu Hantian, hesitated for a moment. She gritted her teeth and said in a low voice, "Lu Nantian is dead." Hearing this, Lu Hantian was thunderstruck. He was stunned on the spot. He said in disbelief, "What did you say? Nantian is dead? Haha, are you putting on an act in front of me? When my father was besieged by the Azure Dragon Guards, where were you? Why didn't you show up? If you were at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, then my father wouldn't have died." Lu Yitao shouted somewhat hysterically. With this shout, the other geniuses of Muqing County in the house followed the sound and walked out. Naturally, they also saw Lu Hantian standing in front of the door. Many of them revealed joyful expressions. With Lu Hantian here, they didn't have to hide in the Blue Dragon Hall. "Brother Lu, don't be impulsive. If Marshal Uncle Lu was at the Drunken Spring Pavilion, he would definitely have come out. Since he didn't come out, he must have been delayed by something," Luo Xing and Qing Lian hurriedly advised. Lu Hantian said in a low voice, "Yitao, I'm sorry. At that time, I was delayed by the hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall, Aoki, so I didn't have time. I'm really sorry." Then Nantian. At this point, Lu Hantian's lips and voice trembled. After all, Lu Nantian was his younger brother. How could he not be sad when he died like this? The hall master of the Blue Dragon Hall? When everyone heard this, they were dumbfounded. No wonder Lu Hantian didn't appear for so long. It turned out that he was delayed by Aoki. It seemed that the people of the Blue Dragon Hall had made many preparations. Lu Hantian also calmed down at this moment. He also knew that he was too agitated just now. He took out a porcelain bottle from his spirit ring and handed it to Lu Hantian. "Father's body has been cremated by me. After all, the nascent soul of the Xuanzun realm is too weak." Father's nascent soul dissipated not long after. After receiving the porcelain bottle, the sadness in Lu Hantian's eyes became even more intense. Although the 4 venerable realm experts had nascent souls, they had to be at least in the golden venerable realm to be able to leave the body and survive. The nascent soul of the Xuanzun realm was too weak and couldn't exist for too long. Lu Hantian knew this better than anyone else. His gaze became even colder. Lu Hantian said coldly, "Who killed Nantian?" Qing Si of the Azure Dragon Guard. However, because of Zhuowen, he was killed by me. At this point, Lu Yitao's gaze suddenly became extremely cold. He said, however, the order to kill father was given by Qing Yan. Therefore, other than Qing Si, the mastermind was Qing Yan. Qing Yan, I will properly settle this score with this guy, Lu Hantian said with murderous intent. Lu Hantian suddenly looked around and asked doubtfully, "Where's Zhuowen?" As soon as he said this, everyone suddenly became much quieter. In fact, it was so quiet that it was terrifying. What's wrong? Lu Hantian had a bad feeling in his heart. Zhuowen, he is dead, Sun Yang suddenly said softly. Lu Hantian was stunned. His body even trembled slightly. He placed his hands on Sun Yang's shoulders and said in a low voice, "How is that possible? You're saying that Zhuowen is dead?" Sun Yang frowned slightly and sighed softly. Although I wasn't there at the time, those who were there saw with their own eyes that Zhuowen's heart was dug out by a mysterious person. I'm afraid that it's not very likely that he's still alive. Lu Yitao and the other geniuses of Muqing County all revealed sorrowful expressions. Sun Yang had already told them about Zhuowen's death. They also didn't expect that Zhuowen, who had always been so strong, would actually die. They didn't even know the identity of Zhuowen's killer. Who killed Zhuowen? Was it someone from the Blue Dragon Hall? Lu Hantian asked through gritted teeth. Sun Yang shook her head and said, "That person wasn't from the Blue Dragon Hall. As for who it was, I don't know either. I only know that the person who killed Zhuowen was an ugly, one-armed man who was rather old." Hearing this, Lu Hantian frowned slightly. His eyes were filled with coldness. How could he not know that ugly, one-armed man? He was one of the people who came with the Azure Dragon Guard. Was Zhuowen's body taken away by the Blue Dragon Hall? Lu Hantian asked again. Sun Yang shook her head and said, "No, Emperor Qing came later and took Zhuowen away. As for what Emperor Qing wants, I'm not too sure." Emperor Qing? It seems that I have to make a trip to the Imperial City. Lu Hantian whispered with a flicker in his eyes. Lu Yitao and the others came to Lu Hantian's side. Lu Yitao said, "Uncle, the Imperial City is filled with danger. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to go tonight." Lu Hantian shook his head and said, "It's fine. Emperor Qing will give me face. As for you guys, you should leave the Imperial City as soon as possible and return to Muqing County. The Imperial City is currently in a turbulent situation. This is a place of trouble. Staying here won't do you any good." After saying this, Lu Hantian didn't stay any longer. With a leap, he disappeared into the horizon. Watching Lu Hantian leave, a commotion broke out among Lu Yitao and the others. Most of the Muqing County geniuses, standing behind Lu Yitao, looked at Lu Yitao. At this moment, Lu Yitao had undoubtedly become their backbone. "Let's leave the Imperial City tomorrow. Uncle is right. The Imperial City is a place of trouble. There's no need for us juniors to stay here." Lu Yitao sighed and looked at Sun Yang and said, "Sun Yang, I know that your drunken spring pavilion has a secret way out of the Imperial City. I hope that you can help us leave the Imperial City this time." "Oh, why should my drunken spring pavilion help your Muqing County?" Sun Yang said with a smile. "Because Lu Hantian is my uncle," Lu Yitao said meaningfully. Hearing this, Sun Yang's beautiful eyes flickered. She sighed and said, "It seems that your eyes are even sharper than Lu Nantian. Then I'll help you one more time. Tomorrow morning, I'll arrange for you to leave the Imperial City." Chapter 794. Extracting the dragon so late at night. The Imperial City was heavily guarded. Teams of armored soldiers guarded the various checkpoints and important points of the Imperial City. A figure slowly descended at the gate. Immediately, the soldiers on both sides of the gate stopped him and shouted, "Who are you?" "The Imperial City is not open to outsiders at night. I am Lu Hantian from Muqing County. I have something important to discuss with the Azure Emperor. I hope you can report it to him," Lu Hantian said calmly. Lu Hantian? I have never heard of you. You are not a member of the imperial family. Leave now. The soldier at the gate said coldly. Lu Hantian narrowed his eyes. Just as he was about to flare up, the sound of horse hooves came from behind him. Then a clear voice sounded. Let him in. Lu Hantian turned around and saw a handsome man riding a tall horse. He rode over quickly and stopped beside Lu Hantian. Lord Li Jin, since Lord Li has said so, you can go in, the soldier at the gate said respectfully as he bowed. Brother Lu, follow me in. The Qing Emperor already knew that you would come, Li Jin said with a smile. Lu Hantian nodded and said, Thank you, Brother Li. Lu Hantian did not hesitate and followed Li Jin into the depths of the imperial city. The two of them quickly arrived at the plaza. At the end of the plaza was the Azure Emperor's throne room. At this moment, the throne room was pitch black. It was as silent as a giant dragon. Brother Lu, I can only send you here. The Azure Emperor is in the throne room. You just need to enter the throne room. After Li Jin finished speaking, he pulled on the reins and turned the horse around to leave the square. Lu Hantian's eyes flashed. The Azure Emperor's arrangement meant that he already knew that Lu Hantian would come to the imperial city to look for him. Therefore, Lu Hantian did not hesitate and walked directly to the throne room. There was not a single speck of light in the square or the throne room. Everything was plunged into darkness, and a deathly silence pervaded the surroundings. Stepping into the hall, Lu Hantian discovered that it was even darker than the outside. It was so dark that he couldn't tell which direction he was going. Fortunately, his cultivation base was high. In this kind of pitch-black environment, he could rely on his senses to walk deeper into the hall. As he went deeper, the originally pitch-black environment gradually brightened. Finally, Zhuowen arrived at the center of the hall, where it was as bright as day. At the same time, a tall and straight figure stood there quietly with his back facing Lu Hantian like a statue. Your Majesty, Qing Di, I heard that Zhuowen was taken away by you. May I know where Zhuowen is now? Lu Hantian's gaze focused on the figure in front of him, and he suddenly asked. Slowly turning around, the Qing Emperor calmly stared at Lu Hantian. With a wave of his sleeve, a green light shot out and appeared in front of him. Within this green light was a person. Upon closer inspection, it was Zhuowen, who had been taken away by the Qing Emperor. Lu Hantian was shocked. He took a step forward, and his gaze landed on Zhuowen's body within the green light, especially when he saw the terrifying wound on Zhuowen's back. His expression turned extremely ugly. Just as Mother Su had said, Zhuowen's back had indeed been cruelly dug out. With such a terrifying injury, Zhuowen was definitely dead. However, Lu Hantian was shocked to discover that Zhuowen was still breathing. He hurriedly said, Your Majesty Qing Di, Zhuowen is not dead yet. Can you save him? His heart is damaged. The chances of saving him are too low. This emperor is relying on my own strength to forcefully prolong Zhuowen's life. Even so, Zhuowen won't last 3 days. The Qing Emperor shook his head and said indifferently, Is there no other way? Lu Hantian asked with a frown as he clenched his fists. The Qing Emperor's eyes flickered. Suddenly he said, There might be a way. Lu Hantian's eyes revealed a look of ecstasy. He hurriedly asked, Your Majesty Qing Emperor, what other way is there? Follow me. The Qing Emperor waved his sleeves and led Zhuowen, who was within the green light, to the deepest part of the hall. Although Lu Hantian was filled with doubts, he still followed closely behind the Qing Emperor. The two of them soon arrived at the room where the Azure Supreme Arch had bestowed enlightenment on the 10 geniuses. This room was very spacious, and there was an open-air space in the middle of the room. There was a huge dragon-shaped illusory image circling above, looking very majestic. Below the dragon-shaped image was an altar that was half the height of a person. When they arrived before the altar, the Qing Emperor suddenly said, There is a dragon vein below the altar. There is a dense dragon vein aura inside. Zhuowen has a dragon soul in his body. If we can open this dragon vein and guide the dragon vein aura into Zhuowen's body, perhaps Zhuowen will be able to recover. Right now, I have to prolong Zhuowen's life at all times. It is not possible to open this dragon vein. Hence, I need you to help me open the altar this time. After that, I will guide the dragon vein aura inside. At this point, the Qing Emperor looked at Lu Hantian and said, "This is the only chance to save Zhuowen." Lu Hantian's eyes flickered. He knew that there was a dragon vein in the imperial city, but he did not expect that the one controlling it was actually this unremarkable altar before him. However, what surprised Lu Hantian was that the Qing Emperor had actually revealed such an important place to him. Was the Qing Emperor not afraid that he, Lu Hantian, would leak it? "If you are unwilling, I will not force you." The Qing Emperor's eyes were calm, and there was not the slightest change in them. Lu Hantian gritted his teeth and said, "If I can save Zhuowen, what's wrong with opening the altar?" As he spoke, Lu Hantian stepped forward and arrived at the altar in an instant. He looked at the Qing Emperor and asked, "What do I need to do?" "It's very simple. You just need to place your hand on the floating crystal on the altar and channel the origin energy in your body into it. However, this will require an extremely large amount of origin energy to support it. When the time comes, you must be mentally prepared." The Qing Emperor said calmly, "No problem. Since that is the case, let's begin." Lu Hantian did not hesitate any longer. He activated the origin energy in his body and channeled it into the crystal in his hand. Instantly, the crystal in his hand emitted a terrifying and dazzling light. The light was extremely dazzling. Finally, it turned into a pillar of light that shot up into the sky and surged into the dragon-shaped shadow in the sky. The dragon-shaped shadow roared and swooped down. Its dragon claws, which were as large as hills, crushed downward. Instantly, a huge black hole appeared in the center of the hall, not far from the altar. This black hole was bottomless. It was like an abyss. A resounding dragon roar resounded, following which, waves of dazzling dragon vein energy gushed out from the black hole. Looking at the dragon vein energy that was gushing out continuously, the Qing Emperor's eyes revealed a trace of joy. His right hand formed a claw, and the dragon vein energy that was gushing out immediately followed his guidance and circled around him. "Your Majesty Qingdi, you can start saving Zhuowen now." On the altar, Lu Hantian was panting and his face was pale. The altar had absorbed a large amount of origin energy from his body, causing him to be extremely weak. Of course, the Qing Emperor revealed a sinister smile. His right hand formed a sword and pointed at Zhuowen's forehead. Under the guidance of the Qing Emperor, strands of dragon vein energy gushed into Zhuowen's forehead. Seeing that the Qing Emperor had indeed made a move to save Shaoqin, Lu Hantian heaved a sigh of relief. Just as he was about to leave the altar, he realized that a four-sided barrier had appeared around the altar unknowingly, preventing him from leaving. Lu Hantian slammed his right hand on the barrier. There was a muffled sound as he took a few steps back. He looked at the barrier in front of him gloomily. His attack actually did not cause any damage to the barrier at all. "Your Majesty, what is the meaning of this?" Lu Hantian's eyes were gloomy as he stared at the Qing Emperor in front of him. His voice was cold. "Nothing. This is just to prevent you from interfering with my work." The Qing Emperor pressed his right hand on Zhuowen's forehead. Strands of dragon vein energy entered Zhuowen's forehead, causing the veins on Zhuowen's forehead to bulge. His face revealed a pained expression. "What did you do to Zhuowen?" Lu Hantian's expression changed when he saw the expression on Zhuowen's face. "Haha, Lu Hantian, are you really so naive to think that the dragon vein energy can save Zhuowen's life? Let me tell you the truth. The dragon vein energy can extract the dragon soul in Zhuowen's body. If I can obtain Zhuowen's dragon soul, I will have a chance of improving my cultivation." The Qing Emperor suddenly laughed out loud. His originally calm eyes were now filled with fervor. Qin Yan had said that the dragon soul in Zhuan's body was at least grade 7. If he could obtain such a high-grade dragon soul, it would be extremely beneficial to the Qing Emperor. Bastard! Have you never thought of saving Zhuan's life from the beginning? Lu Hantian shouted angrily. The Qing Emperor shook his head and said indifferently, I'm just making the best use of it. Zhuan's identity as a descendant of the Ryuka family has been exposed. He will definitely be wanted by the Blue Dragon Hall in the future. Moreover, his heart has been dug out. If I hadn't used my own strength to protect his heart, he would have died long ago. Since he is going to die anyway, it's worth it to contribute the dragon's soul. The Qing Emperor's smile widened. Lu Hantian was enraged. He repeatedly hammered the walls. Unfortunately, the walls in front of him were too sturdy. He couldn't break through the walls at all. He could only watch as the Qing Emperor separated the dragon's soul from Zhuan's body. The Qing Emperor no longer cared about the furious Lu Hantian. He had specially set up the 4 walls for Lu Hantian. Even if the Lu Hantian was at his peak, it would be difficult for him to break through the walls, let alone the Lu Hantian who had exhausted most of his origin energy. What a strong soul power! The dragon soul in Zhuan's body is not simple. With the help of the dragon vein energy, the Qing Emperor easily detected the dragon's soul hidden in the depths of Zhuan's mind. Roar! A clear dragon's roar suddenly rang out, following which the Qing Emperor's right hand jerked violently. An extremely strange ink-black light shot out from between Zhuan's eyebrows. The dense ink-black light shot up into the sky and turned into a thick ink-black fog, following which the fog suddenly exploded. A huge black dragon that was thousands of feet long swept out from the fog. Its teeth were cold, and its black scales were like a forest. On the huge dragon's spine, 3 pairs of black dragon wings were spread out. It rode the wind and stood upright. Chapter 795. Xiao Hei's real body, the dragon's body, was thousands of feet long as it hovered above the throne room. It looked mighty and domineering, and its black dragon scales emitted a piercing, cold light. Both Lu Hantian and the Lotus Arch were stunned when they saw the huge black dragon in the sky. They had not expected the dragon soul in Zhuan's body to be so mighty. The black dragon's body faintly emitted a terrifying aura that even made the Lotus Arch tremble slightly. This was not because the black dragon was stronger than the Lotus Arch, but because this black dragon was of a higher level. It was an aura that was invisibly emitted. It's indeed an extraordinary dragon soul. The Azure Supreme Arch was overjoyed. The Azure Supreme Arch felt that this black dragon was extremely powerful. This was definitely an extremely high-level dragon soul. If he could make this dragon soul his own, his strength would increase tremendously. Your master is hopeless. Once he dies, you will disappear with him. Rather than disappearing, why don't you follow me? I can bring you a glorious future. The Lotus Arch raised his head and said with a fervent look in his eyes. The huge black dragon looked down at the Lotus Arch and said in a majestic voice, A dragon's soul is innate. Do you think it's possible to graft it onto your body? The black dragon's words stunned the Lotus Arch. Not only did this black dragon have intelligence, but it could also speak. The Lotus Arch immediately realized that this black dragon was extraordinary. His desire to obtain this black dragon grew even stronger. Who said it's impossible? As long as you sign a contract with me, you can attach yourself to my consciousness and become my dragon soul. As he spoke, the Lotus Arch waved his sleeve, and a scroll appeared in his hand. He said calmly, This is a contract scroll. As long as you sign this contract with me, you can leave Zhuan's body and graft yourself onto mine. The black dragon's eyes narrowed as it said calmly, I didn't expect you to have a contract scroll. This should be an ancient item. However, do you think I'm a fool? If I sign this contract, won't I become your servant? The corners of the Lotus Emperor's mouth curled into a smile, and he said, Do you have a choice? This Zhuowen won't be able to hold on for much longer. If you don't choose me, you will disappear along with this Zhuowen. Are you willing to disappear just like that? The smile on the Lotus Thearcha's face deepened. He was very confident. After all, Zhuowen would not last long in his current state. The Lotus Thearch knew that this black dragon would make the right decision. It seems that you are very confident. However, I'm afraid that this Dragon Lord's choice will disappoint you. The black dragon fiercely roared and instantly swooped down. With a wave of its huge dragon claw, it grabbed Zhuowen and pulled him into its claw. Soon after, it suddenly plunged into the huge black hole in the hall. You want to leave? Not so easy. This Zhuowen is dead for sure. It's useless for you to take him away. The Lotus Emperor snorted coldly and took a step forward. A terrifying green force swept out from his body like a violent storm. Then he struck out with his palm in an attempt to stop the black dragon from entering the black hole. The black dragon's eyes were cold as it stretched out its huge dragon claw, which was surrounded by a terrifying black fog, and also struck toward the Lotus Emperor. Boom! The Lotus Emperor smashed the black dragon's claw with irresistible force. Then the Lotus Emperor leaped up and tried to grab Zhuowen, who was on the black dragon's other claw. Otherwise, the black dragon would take Zhuowen away. The black dragon's eyes were filled with determination. With a toss of its dragon claw, Zhuowen was immediately thrown into the black hole. Then it swung its huge dragon tail and attacked the Lotus Emperor. It's useless. You are only a soul body and you are so weak. You are no match for me at all. Even though I don't know why you tossed Zhuowen into the dragon vein. As far as I'm concerned, Zhuowen is already dead. The Lotus Emperor snorted coldly. His right hand turned into a claw, and a terrifying green force swept out and hit the black dragon's tail heavily. An ear-piercing explosion sounded, and the black dragon's tail was instantly smashed into pieces by the Lotus Emperor. However, the Lotus Emperor was also forced to retreat under the aftermath of this force. His gaze became extremely grave. The black dragon's huge body had become increasingly dim after a few exchanges with the Lotus Emperor. Taking advantage of the Lotus Emperor's retreat, it roared and immediately turned into a wisp of black fog and entered the black hole. Damn it! The Lotus Emperor came to the entrance of the black hole and looked at the pitch-black abyss below. His eyes flickered. The dragon vein was deep below. Although the Lotus Emperor's strength was terrifying, he was not qualified to enter the dragon vein. After all, the vast dragon vein energy inside was extremely repulsive to him. Furthermore, Zhuowen had the dragon soul. Not only was he not repulsed, but he was also nourished by the dragon vein energy. This was why only experts with the dragon soul could open up the dragon vein. Your Majesty Lotus Emperor, it seems like you have worked for nothing. Lu Hantian, who was above the Four Directions barrier, mocked the Lotus Emperor gloatingly. When the Lotus Emperor had deceived him and used the dragon vein energy to strip Zhuowen of his dragon soul, Lu Hantian had already lost all goodwill towards the Lotus Emperor. Naturally, he would not have any respect for him. Humph! Lu Hantian, you seem to be very happy that I have failed. The Lotus Emperor's gaze turned slightly and focused on Lu Hantian. His face was filled with coldness. With a wave of his sleeve, the barrier around Lu Hantian was instantly broken by the Lotus Emperor. Shortly after, the Lotus Emperor took a step forward and instantly appeared in front of Lu Hantian. Looking at the Lotus Emperor, Lu Hantian's expression changed drastically. He took a step forward and instantly condensed countless blood-colored spear shadows, forming an extremely terrifying spear intent domain around him. You are too weak. The Lotus Emperor shook his head and slowly stretched out his right hand. He gently pressed it on Lu Hantian's spear intent domain. With a cracking sound, the spear intent domain instantly shattered and turned into dust. Pucci! Lu Hantian coughed up a mouthful of blood as he staggered back, his body unsteady. I will not kill you first. I will only seal your cultivation. A cold voice came from behind Lu Hantian, following which, a hand suddenly slammed onto Lu Hantian's back. In an instant, a surge of yuan energy invaded Lu Hantian's body, causing the yuan energy in his body to stop flowing. His meridians seemed to be frozen, and he was unable to use his yuan energy. Lotus Emperor, why are you doing this? Feeling the sealed yuan energy in his body, Lu Hantian's expression changed slightly. Because you know too much. You know the method to open the dragon vein here and the contract scroll on me. Therefore, I will not let you leave the throne room without worry. Therefore, you should stay in the palace's dungeon for the rest of your life. The Lotus Emperor's gaze was indifferent. With a wave of his sleeve, he brought Lu Hantian out of the throne room and rushed towards the palace's dungeon in the depths of the imperial city. The Lotus Emperor did not intend to let Lu Hantian go. After all, Lu Hantian knew the method to open the dragon vein and the contract scroll on him. How could the Lotus Emperor be at ease? The Lotus Emperor had inadvertently obtained the contract scroll from an ancient ruin. This scroll was an extremely rare existence, even in the ancient times. If news of it were to spread, there was no guarantee that some terrifying experts in the eastern land would come to the Qing Xian Empire to snatch it. In the Blue Dragon Hall, Aoki sat on the throne with an ugly expression. He stared at Qing Yan, Qing Yi, and Su Lingtian below him. 3 of the Azure Dragon Guards are dead. Even the most important Zhuowen is dead. Qing Yan, what are you doing? Aoki berated loudly. Qing Yan lowered his head and did not explain. He knew that if he explained now, it would only make things worse. Therefore, he chose to remain silent. Seeing that Qing Yan was silent, Aoki snorted and continued. What about Zhuowen's body? Palace Master, Zhuowen's body was taken away by the Lotus Emperor. Qing Yan said carefully. When Aoki heard this, he frowned slightly. He had not expected the Lotus Emperor to interfere. Should we ask the Lotus Emperor for him? Qing Yan glanced at Aoki secretly and asked softly. No need. Since the Lotus Emperor wants to go, we don't have to interfere. Aoki shook his head and said plainly. Suddenly, Su Lingtian stepped forward and said in a low voice, Palace Master, since Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka, it means that his family contains the bloodline of the Ryuka. Why don't we? Qing Wu is right. Since Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka, it is obvious that the Zhuo family in Muqing County are all descendants of the Ryuka. If we capture the Zhuo family and hand them over to the main hall, it will be considered a great achievement. Qing Yan quickly added. Aoki nodded and said, I heard that the Zhuo family is only a small family in Muqing County. Qing Yan, you go and make the arrangements. We don't want to capture the Zhuo family like this. Qing Yan quickly cupped his hands and said, Rest assured, Palace Master. This time, Qing Yan will bring the Zhuo family back to the Blue Dragon Hall. You can leave now. Remember to capture him alive. He is much more valuable alive than dead. Qing Mu waved his hand and instructed in a somewhat cold manner. Qing Yan quickly acknowledged and left the main hall with Qing Yi and Su Lingtian. The next day, before the warm sun rose, LV Tao and the other geniuses in Muqing County secretly left the imperial city under Mother Su's arrangements. At the same time, the news of Zhuowen's death spread like wildfire in the imperial city. It caused an uproar, and everyone in the city knew about it. A peerless genius fell, just like that. What a pity. I heard that Zhuowen is a descendant of the Ryuka. This secret was discovered by the Blue Dragon Hall, so they sent people to encircle Zhuowen. The power of the Blue Dragon Hall is not something that the 5 great families can compare to. They are much stronger. Under the encirclement of the Blue Dragon Hall, Zhuowen will not be able to escape death in the end. In a restaurant, the people sitting at the table were fiercely discussing the matter of Zhuowen. Most of them were wringing their hands and sighing. Not only were they sighing over the fall of a peerless genius like Zhuowen, but they were also regretting that the final battle between Zhuowen and Huang Fuudao in 2 days would probably be aborted. Originally, many people were looking forward to another battle between Zhuowen and Huang Fuudao. Now, it seemed that it was unlikely to happen. Chapter 796. Transplanted heart among the old man and young man sitting at the table drinking wine. The young man frowned and said, Zhuowen is actually a descendant of the Ryuka. No wonder the Blue Dragon Hall sent experts to kill him. Is Zhuowen really dead? The young man carried a large blade on his back, and his eyes shone brightly. He was Guo Sheng, one of the top 10 on the Green Emperor board. Opposite him was his master, Heavenly Sovereign Domineering Blade. This news should be true. It is said that the 4 great green dragon guards of the Blue Dragon Hall, except for Qingyi, have all died at the hands of Zhuowen. Zhuowen also perished together with them, Heavenly Sovereign Domineering Blade said. He killed 3 of the 4 great green dragon guards? How terrifying! Guo Sheng's eyes narrowed, and he couldn't help but feel shocked. He knew how powerful the green dragon guards were. The weakest of them was at the peak of the Xuanzuan realm, while the strongest was at the initial stage of the Golden Venerate realm. They were considered the upper echelons of the Green Dragon Branch Hall. However, Zhuowen had killed 3 of them. Zhuowen was indeed terrifying. It was a pity that he had died because of this. It seems like the heavenly marquis position will fall into Huang Fuudao's hands in 2 days. Guo Sheng shook his head and said regretfully. While everyone in the royal capital was discussing the news about Zhuowen, the main character of this event, Zhuowen, was slowly falling into the abyss. In the pitch-black abyss, darkness filled the entire place. Zhuowen was like a feather as he slowly descended. His back was still empty, and fresh blood was flowing out continuously. Although Zhuowen's heart had been dug out, his physical body was too strong. In addition, the Green Emperor had been using his own power to prolong his life. At the moment, Zhuowen was still breathing. Swoosh! A black ray of light shot over and turned into a Xiaohei dog that stood on Zhuowen's body. At this moment, Xiaohei looked dispirited and its aura was weak. A hint of sorrow appeared in Xiaohei's eyes as she watched Zhuowen gradually lose his vitality. She sighed softly. Are you going to die like this, Zhuowen? Creak! Suddenly, the demon-suppressing green coffin on Zhuowen's back opened, and a pair of blood-red eyes appeared in front of Zhuowen. It was the blood demon. Don't worry. This kid won't die. When his aura completely disappears, he will be reborn. The blood devil's ancient voice slowly rang out. What do you mean by that? Can't you see that Zhuowen is dying? You, on the other hand, want him to die quickly and get a new life because of it? Xiaohei stared at Blood Demon with an unfriendly gaze, and her voice became extremely cold. The Blood Demon's voice was still calm and ancient. I have no reason to lie to you. This kid still has a heart in his right chest. It is a purplish-black heart. This heart is very strange. It has an extremely strong recovery ability. The Qing Emperor's attack just now was not to prolong Zhuowen's life, but to prevent this heart from recovering Zhuowen's life. The Blood Demon's words immediately caused Xiaohei's eyes to light up. The Qing Emperor's previous actions were very suspicious. If the Qing Emperor really wanted to prolong Zhuowen's life, he should have thought of ways to heal Zhuowen's injuries. However, the injury on Zhuowen's chest did not heal at all in the Qing Emperor's hands. Instead, it worsened. It turned out that the Qing Emperor's talk about prolong his life was just an excuse. His real goal was to prevent Zhuowen from recovering. As for the heart that the Blood Demon had mentioned, Xiaohei naturally knew that it was the heart of the Hades King that Zhuowen had obtained from the Vitality Tower. It indeed had an extremely strong recovery ability. Transplant this purplish-black heart from his right chest to his left chest and connect the source of the torn meridians. This kid's recovery should be much faster the blood demon said calmly. Xiao Hei's eyes were filled with joy when she heard this. The blood demon's words were not without reason. Nodding her head, Xiao Hei glanced at the blood demon and said, You are indeed the king of the blood demon clan. You are quite experienced. I am the blood demon, the embodiment of blood. I naturally know more about the body and bloodline than you do. However, I cannot see through your origins. I have encountered many members of the dragon clan in ancient times, but I have never seen a member of the dragon clan like you. The pair of blood-red eyes stared at Xiao Hei, and his voice was filled with curiosity and interest. Haha, knowing my identity won't do any good. I will leave the heart transplant to you. After all, you know more than I do, Xiao Hei said ambiguously. Hearing Xiao Hei's words, the blood demon did not ask any further. After all, this was Xiao Hei's secret, and he did not have the right to ask about it. The heart transplant cannot be disturbed in the slightest. Otherwise, all my efforts will be in vain. Therefore, you have to protect me, the blood demon said calmly. Don't worry. Xiao Hei nodded in agreement. Seeing that Xiao Hei had agreed, the blood demon did not hesitate any longer. Waves of bloody aura surged out from the demon-suppressing green coffin and gathered into a slender, bloody hand. Zhuowen and the blood demon had already made an agreement. If Zhuowen's cultivation reached the Emperor realm, the blood demon would be released and regain his freedom. Therefore, this was the reason why the blood demon was helping Zhuowen. Puchi, the bloody hand penetrated deep into Zhuowen's right chest. The blood demon's control over blood was almost abnormal. Although the bloody hand had penetrated deep into Zhuowen's chest, no blood flowed out from the wound. As the bloody hand stretched out, a beating heart appeared in the bloody hand. This heart was just as the blood demon had said. It was purplish-black, and it was beating with great force. At this moment, the bloody hand's movements became very slow. It slowly removed the purplish-black heart and placed it on Zhuowen's empty left chest. This process was extremely slow. During the process of placing the heart, the blood demon was still controlling the countless meridians in Zhuowen's left chest, accurately connecting them to the purplish-black heart. This allowed the blood in Zhuowen's body to flow into the heart and form a blood circulation. This process took a whole hour. It could be said to be extremely long. In the end, the purplish-black heart in Zhuowen's left chest began to beat again. Moreover, its rate of beating gradually became faster. As the purplish-black heart's rate of beating increased, Zhuowen's originally pale face slowly became rosy. His complexion also became much better than before. This purplish-black heart is much stronger than Zhuowen's original heart. This child's recovery ability will probably become extremely terrifying. Coupled with his powerful physical body, I'm afraid that he's already an unkillable cockroach. After placing the heart, the blood demon seemed quite satisfied. His words also seemed much more relaxed and comfortable. Xiao Hei also saw the changes in Zhuowen. A trace of joy appeared in her eyes. She said to the blood demon, "Thank you so much for this time." Hee. This heart originally existed in Zhuowen's body. Even if I didn't transplant it, Zhuowen would have slowly recovered under the effects of this heart. However, this process would have been very long. Now that the heart has been transplanted into his heart meridian, it will only speed up his recovery ability. After saying that, the blood demon's voice gradually became softer. In the end, the demon-suppressing green coffin slowly closed. Xiao Hei nodded. The blood demon was right. Even if it didn't help with the heart transplant, with the recovery ability of the Hades King's heart, Zhuowen would have eventually recovered. However, Zhuowen had lost his real heart. His heart meridian was damaged, so the recovery process was extremely slow. With the purplish-black heart connected to his heart meridian, it would naturally speed up the recovery process. Next, we'll have to see when Zhuowen can recover. Xiao Hei muttered to herself as she silently looked at Zhuowen. Time passed by minute by minute. Very quickly, 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Zhuowen still didn't show any signs of waking up. However, his face became more rosy, and his breathing became more stable. At the same time, there were still many people gathered in the plaza outside the throne room. Everyone's eyes were fixed on the floating platform in the plaza. At this moment, on the floating platform, Huangfu Wudao crossed his arms before his chest and stood there like a pine tree, whereas there was no one before him. Although the news of Zhuowen's death had caused an uproar in the entire imperial capital, 3 days had passed. On the day of the Heavenly Marquee battle, many people were still attracted by the news. Everyone was looking forward to Zhuo Wen's appearance to break the news of Zhuo Wen's death that had caused a huge uproar in the past few days. However, everyone was disappointed when the sun was high up in the sky. Huangfu Wudao was still standing on the floating platform, and there was still no one in front of him. Zhuo Wen hadn't appeared today. Everyone knew that the news of Zhuo Wen's death that had spread 2 days ago was most likely true. Noon has passed. Zhuo Wen hasn't appeared as agreed. Therefore, Huangfu Wudao is the winner of this battle. Wudao, come and accept the Heavenly Marquee token. Emperor Qing stood on the high platform with the corners of his mouth slightly raised as he spoke in a clear voice. Huangfu Wudao nodded and suddenly jumped off the floating platform. His movements were not the slightest bit sluggish. He arrived in front of Emperor Qing and received the Heavenly Marquee token. Thus, the ranking battle finally ended. The ranking battle has ended. The new top 10 candidates on the Azure Emperor rankings have also been chosen. Emperor Qing flicked his finger as he spoke. Instantly, a huge scroll appeared in the air. Then, the scroll slowly unfolded, revealing the information within. Without exception, the first prince, Huangfu Wudao, was ranked first. Next were the rankings of the other geniuses. They were respectively Zhuo Wen, Glen Baihe, Qin Yan, Zhu Bai, Guosheng, Morongzhan, Qingming, Huangfu Wuji, and Monk Wu Deng. In the plaza, the other top 10 geniuses had basically arrived. The reason they came was naturally because they didn't believe the news of Zhuo Wen's death. They hoped to see if Zhuo Wen would come today to fight with Huangfu Wudao, but the result disappointed them. Zhuo Wen didn't appear at all. Perhaps Zhuo Wen really might have died, as the rumors said. What a pity. Looks like Zhuo Wen really died? Guosheng frowned slightly and said somewhat unnaturally, I think that Zhuo Wen should be afraid. You have to know that sometimes rumors can't be trusted. Maybe that Zhuo Wen deliberately made up the news of his death and then used this as an excuse to not dare come. A gloomy voice resounded, and Huangfu Wudao crossed his arms before his chest as he spoke with a cold sneer. Zhuo Wen isn't that kind of person. Moreover, based on the situation of the battle between Zhuo Wen and Huangfu Wudao 3 days ago, do you think that Zhuo Wen needs to be afraid of a battle? Not everyone is like you, Second Prince. Chapter 797. In the depths of the dragon, Zhuowen slowly woke up. He felt like he had had a very long dream. In his dream, he was running tirelessly and aimlessly. When he woke up, his eyes were filled with confusion. As he looked around, Zhuo Wen realized that his surroundings were pitch black. However, he was quietly floating in this pitch-black environment. Where is this place? Subconsciously, Zhuo Wen muttered. Zhuo Wen remembered that he was killed by Su Lingtian's sneak attack. Now, it seemed like that wasn't the case. He could still feel his heart beating vigorously. This is the dragon vein. Xiao Hei, who was curled up in front of Zhuo Wen's chest, hurriedly replied with joy when she saw that Zhuo Wen had woken up. Dragon vein? Could it be the dragon vein under the throne room? But how did I enter this place? Zhuo Wen was even more confused. Ever since he was attacked by Su Lingtian, he had fallen into a deep coma. He knew nothing about what had happened in the outside world. Xiao Hei sighed softly and told Zhuo Wen everything that had happened. The more Zhuo Wen heard, the more shocked he became. especially when the Qing Emperor used the dragon vein energy to strip the dragon's soul from his body and take it for himself. This caused Zhuowen's face to turn extremely gloomy. What happened to big brother Lu Hantian? Zhuowen asked coldly. Xiao He shook her head and said, I'm not too sure about that. However, I'm afraid that it doesn't bode well for him. Zhuowen frowned when he heard that. He felt a little uneasy. Lu Hantian was indeed powerful. However, no matter how powerful he was, he couldn't be a match for the Qing Emperor. Therefore, Zhuowen was very worried about Lu Hantian's safety. What made Zhuowen even more resentful was that the Azure Supreme Arch, as the ruler of the Qing Xian Empire, not only did he not think of ways to save him, Zhuowen, but even wanted to strip the dragon's soul from Zhuowen's body. Zhuowen was already extremely weak and on the verge of death. If the dragon's soul was stripped away, he would definitely die. Emperor Qing did not care about Zhuowen's life at all for the sake of the dragon soul. However, how did the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing know that I have a dragon soul and that I'm a descendant of the Ryuka bloodline? Zhuowen asked with a frown. I'm afraid that it has something to do with Grand Haohai. When Emperor Qing came, Grand Haohai and Grand Haohai were behind him. Furthermore, your father Zhuo Xiaotian has a good relationship with Grand Haohai. I'm afraid that Grand Haohai knows that your father is a descendant of the Ryuka bloodline. Xiao Hei's eyes flashed as she analyzed the situation in an orderly manner. The Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing did not target Zhuowen previously. However, they suddenly came to the Drunken Spring Pavilion 3 days ago. Everything was too sudden. Zhuowen did not believe that no one had tipped them off. Zhuowen's eyes darkened when he heard that. Xiao Hei's words were not without reason. The Grand Haohai clan had a good relationship with the Zhuo family. They might really know such secrets. In addition to the Blue Dragon Hall and Emperor Qing's sudden actions, it was obvious that Grand Haohai was related to this matter. This Grand Haohai is trying to kill me by every means possible. It's really detestable. The Grand Haohai clan, the Blue Dragon Hall, and Emperor Qing. I, Zhuowen, will not let this matter rest, Zhuowen said coldly. At this point, Zhuowen suddenly glanced at Xiao Hei and asked, Xiao Hei, do you have any way for me to escape from the dragon vein? There's no need to be so anxious. This dragon vein is an opportunity for you. You're so weak now. You'll only be asking for trouble if you go out. It's better for you to break through to the Xuanzuan realm in this dragon vein, Xiao Hei said unhurriedly. Zhuowen's eyes lit up when he heard that. Xiao Hei was right. The reason why Grand Haohai and the Blue Dragon Hall wanted to kill him was mainly because he, Zhuowen, did not have a strong force or strength. If he had enough strength, would the Grand Haohai clan and the Blue Dragon Hall dare to provoke him? Strength. Zhuowen clenched his fists. He had an unconcealable desire for strength at this moment. Now that you're awake, let's accelerate our descent. This dragon vein is extremely deep. I wonder how deep it is. Xiao Hei nodded. Zhuowen did not waste any time. Ever since he transplanted the purple-black heart, he felt that his body was filled with endless energy. It was as if he had an inexhaustible strength. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. In an instant, the speed of Zhuowen's descent reached an extremely terrifying level. In the darkness, he was like an illusory shadow. After half a day, Zhuowen finally reached the bottom of the abyss. When Zhuowen's feet touched the ground, the smile on his face became even wider. Looking around, he realized that he was in an extremely wide natural cave. On the walls of the cave, there were uneven moonstones. The cold brilliance shone brightly in the dark cave. Around the cave, there were 5 entrances. The depths of the entrances were extremely dark, as if there was no end. Which of the 5 entrances was the correct one? Zhuowen frowned slightly as he stared at the 5 entrances in front of him and fell into deep thought. This cave should be part of the dragon vein. The dragon vein energy here is much thicker than above. Xiao Hei floated quietly in front of Zhuowen. She took a deep breath and looked intoxicated. To a dragon soul like Xiao Hei, the dragon vein energy was definitely nourishing. However, Zhuowen also realized that the dragon vein energy in the cave seemed to be repelling him and wanted to push him out. Fortunately, Xiao Hei was in front of him, and the dragon vein energy was as obedient as a baby. It seemed that too much dragon vein energy was not beneficial to martial artists. Instead, it would repel martial artists and even harm them. No wonder Xiao Hei had said that only martial artists with dragon souls could enter the dragon vein. Otherwise, even an Emperor realm martial artist like Emperor Qing would not be able to enter the dragon vein so easily. Kid, don't worry. With me around, the dragon vein energy will not harm you. On the contrary, you can make use of a small portion of the dragon vein energy to refine it and turn it into your own Yuan power. Xiao Hei saw the strange look on Zhuowen's face and chuckled. She waved her claws and sent a portion of the dragon vein energy into Zhuowen's glabella. A large amount of dragon vein energy was harmful to martial artists. However, a small amount of dragon vein energy was extremely beneficial to martial artists. Back then, when Emperor Qing bestowed enlightenment to the top 10 geniuses on the Azure Emperor leaderboard, he had used the Azure Dragon energy formed by the dragon vein energy to channel it into the top 10 geniuses' bodies so that they could refine it and increase their cultivation. Zhuowen's eyes were filled with joy as he felt the benefits of the dragon vein energy. It's still too early to be happy. I have already said that this dragon vein is definitely not simple. Let's explore it first. Xiao Hei said lazily. Zhuowen nodded when he heard that. Then he looked at the leftmost entrance of the 5 and smiled bitterly. There was not much difference between the 5 entrances. It was impossible for Zhuowen to know which entrance was the real one. Hence, he could only use the stupidest method to test them one by one. Swoosh! In an instant, Zhuowen took a step forward and disappeared into the depths of the leftmost entrance. After a while, Zhuowen came out of the hole again and was covered in dust. It was indeed wrong. There are actually traps inside. After walking out, Zhuowen's gaze was somewhat gloomy as he muttered to himself. The leftmost entrance was a dead end. What made Zhuowen feel even more helpless was that there was actually a rather troublesome mechanism and trap inside. If it wasn't for his strong physical body and Xiao Hei's warning, Zhuowen wouldn't just be in a sorry state right now. It was very likely that he would be severely injured. Try the next entrance. This time, you must be careful. Xiao Hei cautioned him seriously. Zhuowen nodded and looked at the second entrance from the left. At this moment, his movements were much more cautious and his speed was much slower than before. After a while, Zhuowen came out of the entrance again with a gloomy expression. The second entrance was also incorrect. Following that, Zhuowen tried to enter the third and fourth entrances. As Zhuowen was much more cautious, although there were indeed traps inside, Zhuowen was much more relaxed than the first time. After retreating from the fourth entrance, Zhuowen's gaze finally landed on the fifth entrance. This was the last entrance. Since the first 4 entrances were dead ends, then the 5th entrance was probably the correct one. Let's go in. This entrance should lead to the core of the dragon vein. Xiao Hei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and said excitedly. Nodding, Zhuowen took a step forward and turned into an afterimage, instantly entering the 5th entrance. Inside the entrance was a rather dark corridor, surrounded by low oval-shaped walls. The moment one entered, it gave off a dilapidated and low feeling. Zhuowen's speed was neither fast nor slow. At the same time, he was constantly on guard against his surroundings. After experiencing the traps at the first 4 entrances, Zhuowen naturally had to be cautious of the 5th entrance. However, what surprised Zhuowen was that after walking for an hour, there were no traps in the corridor that had been triggered. Looks like the real entrance doesn't have any traps. Kid, you can speed up now. I can feel that this corridor is very deep. With your current speed, I don't know how long it will take for you to completely walk out of this corridor. Xiao Hei's eyes flickered as she whispered into his ear. Zhuowen did not object. His hands changed the seal, and suddenly 3 pairs of lightning wings grew out of his back. His speed was many times faster than before. Like a bolt of lightning, he flew straight into the depths of the corridor. Just as Xiao He had guessed, the 5th entrance was the correct entrance. There were indeed no traps inside. Zhuowen flew all the way as fast as lightning. After another hour, Zhuowen discovered that there were strands of dazzling white light in front of him. His eyes immediately revealed a look of joy. The exit is right in front. Chapter 798. 81 Dragon Ori in front of Zhuowen was a huge natural cave. This cave was many times bigger than the one that Zhuowen had entered. What shocked Zhuowen even more was not the scene in front of him. That was because the bottom of the huge cave was filled with magma. At a glance, it looked like a huge and terrifying sea of magma. Above the sea of magma, there were terrifying magma dragons that were tens of thousands of feet long. They were rolling around continuously, as if there were tens of thousands of dragons fighting for supremacy. It was so exciting that Zhuowen could not help but be stunned on the spot. In the sky above the sea of magma, there were so many magma dragons. Some were lying down, some were soaring, some were looking up at the sky, some were looking down, and all of them were displaying different postures. This scene was simply too shocking. Is this the core of the dragon vein? Zhuowen muttered to himself as he opened his mouth in an exaggerated manner. Indeed, this is the core of the dragon vein. The magma dragons in front of you are not real dragons, but the dragon aura left behind by real dragons. Xiao He quietly floated beside Zhuowen. She looked at the huge dragons in front of her with shock in her eyes. 81 Dragon Aura. In the sky above the sea of magma, there were a total of 81 magma dragons that were entangled with each other. They looked majestic and terrifying. Dragon Aura? What is that? Zhuowen did not know much about the dragon aura that Xiao He had mentioned. He could not understand it at all. Dragon's might is actually the power that belongs to a true dragon. Generally speaking, power is formless, but dragon's might is tangible. Once a true dragon appears, it will release endless dragon's might, as if it is summoning 10,000 dragons to fight for it. Xiao He's gaze was fixed on the 81 dragon aura above the sea of magma. She was deep in thought as she continued. Actually, when I entered the throne room previously, I could faintly feel the aura of a real dragon in this dragon vein. Now, in this dragon vein, there is actually dragon might. Clearly, this dragon might was left behind by a true dragon. In other words, this dragon vein is actually the place where a true dragon fell. Hearing this, Zhuowen's pupils constricted. This inconspicuous dragon vein was actually the place where a true dragon had fallen. Didn't that mean that the corpse of an ancient and powerful true dragon was in this dragon vein? Xiao He, do you know where the true dragon's corpse is in the dragon vein? Zhuowen asked Xiao He. Xiao He was a dragon herself, and her origins were mysterious. She knew much more about true dragons than he did. Since the 81 dragon aura is above the sea of magma, it means that the true dragon's corpse is below the sea of magma. Xiao He pointed at the sea of magma. Zhuowen's eyelids twitched as he stared at the sea of magma in front of him. His expression was a little ugly. The sea of magma was bottomless, and the temperature of the magma was extremely high. It had somewhat exceeded Zhuowen's expectations. Although Zhuowen was confident that he could dive into the sea of magma, the key was that he could not last for too long. After all, this magma was the earth core fire, and its power was comparable to earth fire. Moreover, it was such a huge sea of magma. Its power could not be underestimated. Xiao He, this sea of magma doesn't look shallow. Will it really be okay for me to dive in? Zhuowen's eyes flickered as he asked. Of course there will be a problem. This sea of magma is extremely deep, and the true dragon's corpse is probably at the bottom of the sea of magma. With your current strength, it is not possible for you to dive to the bottom. Xiao He answered without hesitation. Zhuowen was speechless as he replied, "Then what should I do? The dragon vein energy here is extremely rich. Cultivate here for a period of time, and I will assist you. Once you break through to the Xuanzuan realm, you will have a great chance of entering the bottom of the Sea of Magma." Xiao He stared at Zhuowen and said indifferently, "It seems that this is the only way. Now that I am half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, I am only half a step away from the Xuanzuan realm. By relying on the dragon vein energy here, I have a great chance of successfully breaking through to the Xuanzuan realm." Zhuowen nodded. He agreed with Xiao Hei's suggestion. Now, Zhuowen's combat strength was extremely terrifying. He was only half a step into the Xuanzuan realm, but he could fight against an early-stage Supreme Being alone. If he successfully broke through to the Xuanzuan realm, Xiao He might be able to materialize. At that time, his strength would undergo an earth-shaking change. Even a golden Supreme Being might not be able to defeat him. "Zhuowen, I will help you refine the dragon vein here. This way, your cultivation speed will be much faster." After Xiao He finished speaking, it waved its right claw. Immediately, the rich dragon vein energy above the Sea of Magma flowed into Zhuowen's body through its little claw. In the sky above the Sea of Magma, the 81 dragons seemed to have discovered Zhuowen, who had arrived at the edge of the Sea of Magma. However, they did not do anything. It was obvious that they were under some kind of restriction and could not approach the edge of the cliff where Zhuowen was. Zhuowen sat cross-legged and silently absorbed the dragon vein energy that Xiao He guided to him. He integrated it into his meridians and continuously increased his yuan power. The yuan power was like a river that flowed into the sea. It flowed along his meridians and finally entered Zhuowen's dantian. It made Zhuowen's dantian even rounder and fuller. Zhuowen's aura also became more vigorous. Xiao He nodded continuously as it watched Zhuowen silently refine the dragon vein energy. It did not doubt Zhuowen's talent and qualifications. Moreover, it had been some time since Zhuowen entered the Xuanzuan realm. If he had cultivated according to his original foundation, he would have been able to break through to the Xuanzuan realm within half a year. With the failure of his first attempt to break through to the Xuanzuan realm, Zhuowen's second attempt to break through to the Xuanzuan realm would definitely be successful. Now, with the surging energy of the dragon vein energy, the time to break through to the Xuanzuan realm would undoubtedly be much earlier. Time passed by minute by minute. 10 days passed by slowly. In these 10 days, Zhuowen continuously absorbed the surging energy provided by the dragon vein energy. His aura also continued to grow. When the 10th day had passed, the aura in Zhuowen's body had almost reached its peak. It was like a reservoir that was filled to the brim. "Looks like he is preparing to break through." Xiao Hei's eyes were extremely sharp. It could tell at a glance that Zhuowen's current state was a sign that he was about to break through. Boom! A thunderous sound exploded in the air. Then a terrifying aura spread throughout the entire cave, like a tsunami. Suddenly, the air around the cave seemed to have frozen. A terrifying gravitational force gathered around the cave. Xiao Hei's eyes lit up when it sensed the powerful aura that appeared out of nowhere in the cave. It knew that Zhuowen was about to break through. At that moment, Zhuowen's eyes suddenly opened. A sharp light flickered in his eyes, as bright as the stars in the night sky. Then, Zhuowen slowly stood up and looked up at the sky. An even more terrifying aura surged out and gathered above Zhuowen. Finally, it formed a huge light pillar that shot up into the sky. The moment the light pillar shot up into the sky, the space above the cave distorted and a crack appeared. The light pillar shot up into the sky through the crack and swept toward the ground. The originally calm space above the throne room was now occupied by a huge light pillar. It was earth-shattering and looked extremely terrifying. Someone has broken through to the Xuanzuan realm? That's the direction of the Imperial City. In the Imperial City, everyone looked up at the sky and looked at the light pillar that pierced the sky. Their eyes were filled with envy. They wondered who in the imperial family was that had successfully broken through to the Xuanzuan realm and become a mystique supremacy. While everyone in the imperial city was guessing, many people in the imperial city were also looking up at the sky. There were even many important figures of the imperial family who were looking at the light pillar, their eyes filled with doubt. Among them, Huang Fuwuji was the most puzzled. He muttered in a low voice, "I know all the geniuses of the imperial family. There are only a few that have been in seclusion recently, but they are all quite far away from the Xuanzuan realm. So who is the one that broke through? I have to go and take a look." As he spoke, Huang Fuwuji leapt up and rushed in the direction of the light pillar. Soon, Huang Fuwuji arrived in the skies above the throne room. What surprised him was that the pillar of light that soared into the skies did not originate from the throne room, but rather from a crack in the skies above the throne room, from which it swept out. "What the hell is going on? What a strange light pillar," Huang Fuwuji said, a little bewildered. At the same time, many people from the imperial family also rushed over, including the first prince, Huang Fuwudao. Huang Fuwudao came to Huang Fuwuji's side and stared at the light pillar that rushed out from the crack. His brows furrowed. Even he found this phenomenon somewhat inconceivable. "Second brother, do you know what's going on?" Huang Fuwudao's eyes flashed as he asked. "I don't know. This light pillar is indeed a light pillar that was produced when someone broke through the Xuanzuan realm. It's just that the way it appeared is a little strange." Huang Fuwuji frowned. "His Majesty Emperor Qing has arrived." The gathered crowd suddenly burst into an uproar. From inside the throne room, a terrifying aura swept out. A blue light appeared in front of everyone and finally turned into a blue figure. It was Emperor Qing. "Your Majesty Emperor Qing, what's going on?" "Someone actually made a breakthrough in the imperial city, but we can't see where the person is," Huang Fuwudao asked, a little surprised. At this moment, Emperor Qing's eyes flashed, and there was a trace of doubt between his eyebrows. He was also a little surprised that this light pillar had suddenly appeared in the void, and was even a little baffled. Seeing the puzzled look on Emperor Qing's face, Huang Fuwudao and Huang Fuwuji also knew that Emperor Qing was not clear about this phenomenon. This made the two of them even more puzzled. Boom! A sound like muffled thunder came from the crack in the void. At the top of the light pillar, an even larger crack appeared, and from that crack, a light figure slowly descended. A nascent soul has descended from the heavens. Chapter 799. Partial Concretization. "Kacha!" A crisp voice slowly resounded through the clouds. At the end of the light pillar, a huge crack suddenly appeared in the illusory void, and a figure of light slowly descended from the crack. If one looked carefully, this light figure was actually the image of a baby. This baby's face was blurry and its body was curled up. Its eyes were closed, as if it was still in the womb of a pregnant woman. Who broke through to the Xuanzuan realm? Huang Fuwuji looked at the descending nascent soul with a head full of fog. "Once the nascent soul descends, we will know who broke through." Huang Fuwudao's eyes were cold as he indifferently said. At the same time, the crowd that had gathered in the imperial city also looked at the descending nascent soul with anticipation. Their thoughts were similar to Huang Fuwudao's. Once the nascent soul descended, it would be clear who the master of the breakthrough was. However, when the nascent soul descended, a crack in the Daogong space appeared. Then, the nascent soul drilled into the crack in space and completely disappeared in front of everyone's eyes. This nascent soul disappeared just like that. Everyone was stunned. Even Emperor Qing frowned. He was somewhat puzzled by this phenomenon in the sky. "Your Majesty Emperor Qing, what is going on?" Huang Fuwudao couldn't help but ask. Emperor Qing shook his head and lightly said, "The descent of this nascent soul is quite strange. I can't find the source." Huang Fuwudao and Huang Fuwuji looked at each other and saw the astonishment in each other's eyes. Even Emperor Qing couldn't figure out the appearance of the breakthrough. Who was it that caused it? It was actually so mysterious. All right, everyone disperse. Emperor Qing waved his hand. Suddenly, the numerous powerhouses of the imperial city that had gathered outside the throne room all left. After all, Emperor Qing had spoken, so they naturally didn't dare to disobey. Huang Fuwuji originally wanted to leave with the crowd, but he was stopped by Huang Fuwudao. Huang Fuwudao said, "Second brother, Emperor Qing is looking for you." Hearing this, Huang Fuwuji's eyes were filled with confusion. He walked in front of Emperor Qing and said, "Your Majesty, why are you looking for me? Jiaxin Academy has 5 spots for the examination. Zhuowen disappeared for no reason, so 1 spot is empty. This emperor intends to give this spot to you." Cyan Emperor waved his right hand, and a seal of light shot into Zhuowen's palm. This was the seal of the Excellent Divine Institute that he had given to Zhuowen and the others. This seal was the pass to enter the Excellent Divine Institute. "Thank you, Your Majesty." Huang Fuwuji was stunned for a moment before his face filled with ecstasy. He never thought that he would have the chance to obtain the qualifications to participate in the entrance examination of the Holy God Academy. All right, there's only half a year left before the assessment. Use this time to cultivate properly and don't bring shame to our imperial family. Go. With that, the Lotus Emperor turned into a beam of green light and disappeared into the depths of the throne room. Zhuowen, you didn't expect me to take your spot, did you? You deserve it. Whether you're missing or dead, you will never have the chance to enter the Excellent Divine Institute. Huang Fuwuji happily laughed. With a single step, he returned to the imperial city and returned to his own palace. He had to step up his training. He hoped that in half a year he would be able to have a good performance when he went to the Divine Academy. In the depths of the throne room, there was an endless sea of magma. Terrifying waves of magma roiled about, and in the skies above the sea of magma, there were 81 dragons' auras that intertwined with each other, creating a terrifying waterfall of magma. In the skies above the sea of magma, a crack suddenly appeared. Then, a dazzling mass of light shot out. If one looked carefully, they would see that this mass of light was the nascent soul. The nascent soul's speed was extremely fast. It flew over the sea of magma, heading towards a giant rock at the edge of the sea. At this moment, there was a figure sitting cross-legged on top of the rock. It was like a statue, motionless. Whoosh! In an instant, the dazzling nascent soul drilled into the top of this figure's head. Then, the stone-like figure slowly opened its eyes. A terrifying aura gushed out, pervading the entire sea of magma. What a powerful aura! Is this the strength of a martial artist from the Xuanzuan realm? Zhuowen silently felt the power within his body transform. Especially when the nascent soul drilled into his body, he could feel an extremely cool and refreshing feeling. Then he discovered that the nascent soul that fell from the sky followed his meridians and entered his dantian. Finally, the nascent soul attached itself to his dantian. Furthermore, Zhuowen also discovered that the moment the nascent soul entered his dantian, it actually began to absorb the origin energy in his dantian like crazy. However, while the nascent soul was absorbing the origin energy, it was also constantly releasing the nascent soul's power. The rich power of the nascent soul was much stronger and purer than Yuan energy. The two were not on the same level at all. After half an hour of conversion, the Yuan energy within his dantian had been completely absorbed by the nascent soul. However, Zhuowen did not look weak at all. Instead, he became even more energetic, as if he was full of energy. Whoosh! A ray of light shot out from the depths of Zhuowen's eyebrows. Finally, it turned into a broken jade cauldron in front of him. It was the jade cauldron armor spirit that had always existed in his sea of consciousness. Has the armor spirit materialized? As he spoke, Zhuowen's gaze landed on Xiaohe, who was not far away. Zhuowen was not very interested in the materialized jade cauldron armor spirit. This jade cauldron was not very useful to him now. He was mainly looking forward to seeing how powerful Xiao He would be after she materialized. After all, Xiao He's origin was very extraordinary. The dragon soul that she materialized would definitely be very powerful. However, what made Zhuowen speechless was that Xiao He was still looking at him with her legs crossed. She was leisurely lying on a rock, as if she was enjoying the heat waves brought by the surrounding magma. "Oh, kid, why are you looking at me like that? Although I am indeed handsome and powerful, you don't have to keep staring at me like that, right?" Xiao He also noticed Zhuowen's gaze. She curled the corners of her mouth and said rather heartlessly. Looking at Xiao He's appearance, Zhuowen was speechless. He said somewhat helplessly, "I have already successfully advanced to the Xuanzuan realm. Why haven't you revealed your true form and successfully materialized?" Patting her, but Xiao He came to Zhuowen's shoulder and chuckled. "Kid, why are you in such a hurry? It's still too early to materialize this dragon lord. The power of the Four Supremes is still too weak for me. It's not enough to completely materialize this dragon lord. If you really plan to materialize, I'm afraid your vitality will be greatly damaged when the time comes." Hearing this, Zhuowen frowned slightly and asked, "Is it that serious? Isn't the general materialization of the armor spirit at the Four Supremes? Why do you have to be such a troublesome person? You already said that it's an ordinary armor spirit. To tell you the truth, some armor spirits that are born extremely powerful will take a longer time to materialize. The main reason is that the armor spirit is too powerful. The power of the Four Supremes is simply unable to control such a powerful armor spirit. In the end, it will only harm others and oneself." Xiao He shook her head. "Then, what cultivation level do I need to materialize you?" Zhuowen asked. Xiao He said plainly, "You need to be at least in the Emperor realm. However, I'm talking about complete materialization. Now that you're in the Four Supremes, you can partially materialize this dragon lord. That way, you should be able to withstand this dragon lord's soul power." Hearing this, Zhuowen raised his eyebrows. This was the first time he had heard of partial materialization. His face was filled with curiosity. Partial materialization of the armor spirit can't exist on its own. It must be attached to the host's body. You won't understand even if I tell you now. I'll let you experience the effects of partial materialization first. With that, Xiao He suddenly turned into a black light and rushed into the surface of Zhuowen's body. A strange black light covered Zhuowen's entire body. Hiss! At the same time, Zhuowen felt a heart-wrenching pain. It was as if thousands of ants were eating away at his heart. He could clearly feel that every inch of his skin was being gnawed away. It was extremely painful. "Xiao He, what are you doing? Why is it so painful?" Zhuowen's eyes were filled with fear. The pain made him want to commit suicide. "Bear with it for a while longer. It'll be over soon." Xiao He's voice slowly sounded. Zhuowen could only grit his teeth and endure. He let out a roar that didn't sound like a human's voice. It sounded extremely chilling and terrifying. With the passage of time, the ink-black luster around Zhuowen's body gradually faded away, and the extreme pain also gradually receded like the tide. When Zhuowen looked at his own body, he couldn't help but gasp. At this moment, his entire body had changed drastically. His hands and feet were covered with ink-black scales. Traces of cold light were emitted from the scales. On his elbows and knees, there was a black spike growing out of each of them. In addition to his elbows and knees, Zhuowen's back also had ferocious bone spikes. It looked extremely horrifying. Moreover, Zhuowen also realized that he had a huge dragon tail on his back. He looked like a dragon man and not a normal human. Is this what you meant by partial realization? Looking at the huge changes in his body, Zhuowen was first surprised. Then he calmed down. He kind of understood what Xiao He meant by partial realization, as it couldn't be fully realized. A part of the characteristics of the armor soul would be attached to the host. It would allow the host and the armor soul to become one. This was the principle behind the increase in combat power. Wen could clearly feel that after a part of Xiao Hei's materialization had attached itself to his body, his strength had become many times stronger than before. In your current state as a dragon man, whether it's in terms of sensitivity, speed, or strength, they have far surpassed the Xuanzuan realm. Even a supreme being is no match for you. If you use your trump card, you can actually fight a golden supreme being. Chapter 800. Subdue the dragon's might. He's actually so strong. Upon hearing Xiao Hei's words, Zhuowen's heart was filled with excitement. Just a partial realization already possessed such terrifying power. What would happen if Xiao Hei fully realized? Wouldn't that be heaven-defying? Also, your Supreme Dragon Cauldron is not a useless armor soul. It's just that it's too dilapidated now, so it looks useless. Xiao Hei suddenly pointed at the jade cauldron not far away. Zhuowen asked doubtfully, "What's so good about this jade cauldron? I really can't see what special abilities he has." The Supreme Dragon Cauldron is a treasure of heaven and earth, and it is also the nemesis of the dragon race. It has the power to suppress 10,000 dragons. Your Supreme Dragon Cauldron can control true dragons for your use. Don't you think it's amazing? Xiao Hei said calmly. It is indeed powerful, but where did the true dragon come from? Also, this jade cauldron is too shabby. It doesn't look like a treasure at all. Zhuowen was still skeptical. Xiao Hei shook its head, feeling somewhat disappointed. Soon after, it pointed its little claw at the 81 strands of dragon might in the sea of lava and said, "Although the Supreme Dragon Cauldron is much more damaged, suppressing those tiny strands of dragon might is not a problem. By relying on this Supreme Dragon Cauldron, you can completely subdue those 81 strands of dragon might for your own use. Don't underestimate that dragon's might. After all, it's the dragon's might released by a true dragon when it was still alive. It's extremely powerful," Xiao Hei said calmly. "Oh, you're saying that this broken cauldron can subdue the 81 terrifying dragon auras?" Zhuowen's eyes lit up, and he asked with some doubt. "You'll know once you try." Xiao Hei did not say much. After peeling herself off from Zhuowen's body, she reverted back to Xiao Hei's dog form. She sat on Zhuowen's shoulder with a look that said, "Believe it or not, it's up to you. Let's give it a try." Although he was skeptical, Zhuowen was also rather eager for those 81 strands of dragon might. He could feel the powerful might of those dragon might. If he could subdue them for his own use, it would definitely be of great benefit. With a stomp of his feet, Zhuowen carried the broken jade cauldron in his right hand and flew towards the sea of lava like a giant rock. Awoo! Zhuowen's arrival immediately attracted the attention of the 81 dragon mights not far away. However, to Zhuowen's surprise, these dragon mights merely glanced at Zhuowen lazily and ignored him. "Awoo! It just so happens that I can try to see if this Supreme Dragon Cauldron can subdue the dragon might." The corners of Zhuowen's mouth curled up as he looked at the dragon aura that didn't seem to care. He suddenly arrived above the nearest dragon aura. "Awoo!" The dragon's enormous eyes stared coldly at Zhuowen. It suddenly swung its tail, which was as huge as a pillar that supported the heavens. It swept towards Zhuowen with great force. Zhuowen was not afraid. He held the jade cauldron in his right hand and blocked it in front of him. At the same time, he had already put up layers of protection around his body. He was already prepared to take the attack if the jade cauldron was unable to subdue the dragon might. Boom! When the dragon's tail came in contact with the jade cauldron, the dragon's might revealed a look of fear and cried out repeatedly. A terrifying suction force swept out from the jade cauldron and instantly swept the dragon's might in. The dragon's might wanted to escape, but unfortunately, the suction force was too terrifying. The more the dragon's might struggled, the stronger the suction force became. "Awoo!" In the end, Zhuowen was shocked to find that the dragon's might below was completely sucked into the jade cauldron without any resistance. It was sucked in so easily. Is this jade cauldron actually so powerful? Zhuowen was stunned as he looked at the dragon's might that was instantly sucked in. Whoosh! A black light swept over and turned into Xiao Hei's appearance. Xiao Hei slowly patted Zhuowen's shoulder and said with a smile, "Now you know how powerful this Supreme Dragon Cauldron is. With this Supreme Dragon Cauldron, you can easily subdue the dragon's might and make it fight for you." Hearing this, Zhuowen nodded. He finally understood what Xiao Hei meant. The Supreme Dragon Cauldron was not an offensive treasure, but more like an auxiliary treasure. Moreover, it was extremely restraining against the Dragon Clan. With the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, he could use it to subdue the Dragon Clan and fight for him. Moreover, there seemed to be no limit to the number of dragons. However, what made Zhuowen a little helpless was that the Dragon Clan had disappeared a long time ago. It was really difficult to subdue the Dragon Clan. However, Zhuowen also knew that the current Supreme Dragon Cauldron was too broken. If he encountered the Dragon Clan, it would not be of much use. Although it is a little unrealistic to subdue the Dragon Clan, it is still possible to subdue the dragon's might. As he spoke, Zhuowen stared at the remaining dragon's might in front of him. His eyes were full of desire. If he could subdue all of these dragons' might, it would be of great help to him. Zhuowen instantly subdued a dragon's might. It was as if he had poked a hornet's nest. The remaining dragon's might roared angrily and immediately rushed towards Zhuowen. The human in front of them was too abominable. They did not provoke this person, but this person dared to touch their companion. This was really unforgivable. "Come on," Zhuowen shouted. With the jade cauldron in his left hand and the bone spear in his right hand, he rushed towards the remaining dragons, might like the wind. Bang! A huge dragon's tail smashed towards him, but Zhuowen was not afraid at all. He held the jade cauldron in his left hand and placed it in front of him. A terrifying suction force came from the jade cauldron. The dragon's might screamed and was directly sucked into the jade cauldron. These dragons' might were indeed extremely terrifying. If it were not for the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, even if Zhuowen had broken through to the Xuanzuan realm, he would be courting death if he wanted to deal with these dragons' might. Unfortunately, with the powerful suppressive effect of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron, the dragon's might could only be exerted by about 10%. In front of Zhuowen now, it was simply being abused. In less than half an hour, the remaining dragon's might had been sucked into the Supreme Dragon Cauldron by Zhuowen. With a stomp of his foot, Zhuowen returned to the rock at the edge of the magma sea. Dragon roars were constantly coming out from the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. The 81 dragons' might that had been subdued were constantly struggling to get out of the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. Unfortunately, it was simply a waste of effort. These dragons' might are wild and untamed. I'm afraid it will take a lot of time to completely refine it and let you use it, Xiao Hei said faintly as she stared at the Supreme Dragon Cauldron that was constantly shaking. Zhuowen nodded. He also knew that it was not that easy to completely tame these dragons' might. However, as long as he spent some time, the dragons' might would naturally be completely used by him. In addition to the function of subduing the Dragon Clan, your Supreme Dragon Cauldron also contains an extremely rich dragon aura. The dragon aura has immeasurable benefits to these dragons' might. If you cultivate it well, the strength of these dragons' might will continue to increase. It will also be of great help to you in the future. Xiao Hei's words surprised Zhuowen. Naturally, Zhuowen knew about the dragon aura in the Supreme Dragon Cauldron. When he was cultivating the immemorial Dragon Roar Fist, he had relied on the dragon aura of the 5-clawed golden dragon in the Jade Cauldron to cultivate it to perfection. I didn't expect the dragon aura in the Jade Cauldron to have such a benefit, Zhuowen muttered. All right, the dragon's might has been completely subdued by you. Moreover, You have also successfully broken through to the Xuanzuan realm. Then, prepare to go down to the bottom of the magma sea to take a look. There will definitely be a real dragon's corpse down there. That's good stuff." At this point, Xiao Hei rubbed her hands excitedly, looking like a money grubber. "A real dragon's corpse? I'll go down and take a look." Zhuowen's eyes were also filled with anticipation. A real dragon's corpse was a powerful existence that he had never seen before. Today he might have the chance to see it once. Although it was just a corpse, it was still extremely fresh for Zhuowen. Plop! Without the slightest hesitation, Zhuowen suddenly dove into the ocean of lava. At the same time that he dove into the ocean of lava, Zhuowen executed the rebirth of the Grand Sun to the limit. Moreover, he even summoned the Infinity Sword formation to revolve around his body, and it formed an impenetrable wall that was impregnable. What a high temperature! The moment Zhuowen dived into the magma sea, he felt an extremely terrifying temperature eroding towards him. Fortunately, he had 2 layers of protection, coupled with his strong physical body. He didn't feel the slightest bit of discomfort. During the process of diving, Zhuowen's sharp senses kept probing his surroundings, just in case. This magma sea covered a large area. Zhuowen didn't believe that there wouldn't be any danger in this magma sea. Therefore, he was extremely cautious. Time passed by minute. Soon, Zhuowen had already dived a few hundred meters, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. Zhuowen was still calm as he slowly dived. For hours later, Zhuowen had already dived nearly 1,000 meters, but he still hadn't reached the bottom. He couldn't help but frown. What a deep magma sea! I've already dived nearly 1,000 meters, but I still haven't reached the bottom. Muttering to himself, Zhuowen continued diving. He also discovered that the deeper he dived, the more terrifying the temperature of the magma became. "Kid, something is approaching, and it's moving very fast." Suddenly, Xiao Hei's voice rang out, startling Zhuowen. His gaze became even more vigilant, and at the same time he was constantly paying attention to the movements around him. After 10 breaths, Zhuowen sensed a mysterious creature dozens of meters away. It was like an arrow that had been released from a bow. Its speed was unbelievably fast. Bang! In an instant, the mysterious creature collided with the Greater Infinity Sword formation. Immediately, the huge Greater Infinity Sword formation trembled violently, and the brilliance on its surface gradually dimmed. The Greater Infinity Sword formation was originally resisting the high temperature of the surrounding magma, but it was already on the verge of collapse. Now, with the impact of the mysterious creature, the situation of the Greater Infinity Sword formation became even worse. What kind of creature is attacking me? Zhuowen turned around and looked behind him. He immediately saw the true appearance of the mysterious creature. It was a huge python, and the strange thing was that this python had 3 heads. At this moment, its 6 triangular eyes were constantly staring at Zhuowen. Chapter 801. Blue Dragon Palace. The 3-headed flaming spiritual snake was a powerful meta-beast. It was said that it was born with the strength of an ultimate king realm beast. Once it reached maturity, it would reach the peak of the ultimate king realm beast. The 3-headed flaming spiritual snake in front of him was undoubtedly a mature, 3-headed flaming spiritual snake. Its strength should be at the peak of the ultimate king realm. Logically speaking, a 3-headed flaming spiritual snake with such strength would not pose much of a threat to Zhuowen. Unfortunately, the 3-headed flaming spiritual snake was an indigenous creature of the magma sea. Although it was not strong, it had the geographical advantage, and its speed was much more terrifying. Swoosh! The 3-headed flaming spiritual snake stared coldly at Zhuowen. It spat out its tongue as if it was staring at its beloved prey. "I'm afraid you will regret treating me as your prey." Zhuowen snorted and stomped his feet in the magma. With the help of the strong buoyancy, he quickly flew towards the 3-headed flaming spiritual snake. The terrifying strength even stirred the surrounding magma into a terrifying whirlpool. The three-headed flaming spiritual snake's eyes flickered and revealed a rare look of fear. It could feel that the human in front of it was extremely powerful, so it did not plan to meet force with force. Swoosh! In an instant, the three-headed flaming spirit serpent turned into a shadow and dodged Zhuo Wen's attack. With a hissing sound, it bombarded Zhuo Wen's greater, limitless sword formation from the side. Bang! The three-headed flaming spiritual snake's attack actually caused Zhuo Wen's body to sway. He could not help but fly to the side. The ultimate sword formation finally dimmed under this attack. It disintegrated into countless cold lights and entered Zhuo Wen's spiritual ring. This damned beast, it's actually so agile. With a stomp of his feet, Zhuo Wen barely stabilized his body. His gaze was extremely gloomy. In the magma sea, his movements were greatly hindered. The three-headed flaming spiritual snake's speed was too fast. It was impossible for him to dodge the latter's attack. Boom! Another sound of water splashing was heard. The three-headed flame spirit serpent launched another surprise attack. Zhuo Wen only felt a huge force coming from behind him. His whole body was hit and he staggered. When he turned around, he saw the three-headed flaming spirit serpent staring at him in confusion. The flaming spirit serpent had used all of its strength just now, thinking that it could definitely kill the human in front of it. However, it did not realize that the human's body was so tough that it could not break through the latter's physical defense. While the flame spirit serpent was in a daze, a dazzling golden arm suddenly stretched out and pinched the flame spirit serpent's tail. Hiss! The flame spirit serpent immediately cried out in fear when its tail was pinched. It wanted to struggle and escape, but it was horrified to find that the golden arm was like an iron hoop, firmly holding it in place, causing it to be unable to move. You want to run after hitting me? Do you think it's that easy? Zhuo Wen's face was expressionless as he exerted force with his right hand. The three-headed flame spirit serpent was instantly pinched in his hand. Following that, Zhuo Wen hammered down with his other 7 arms. A terrifying force erupted, forming a violent magma vortex in the surroundings. Pucci! As expected, the three-headed flame spirit serpent was directly torn apart by Zhuo Wen. It turned into a cloud of blood mist and dyed the surrounding magma a demonic blood red. Zhuo Wen's face was expressionless. After tearing apart the three-headed flame spirit serpent, he continued to dive downwards. However, his expression was even more cautious and careful. He had already encountered the 3 fire spiritual gods before reaching the bottom of the magma sea. He did not know if there was an even more terrifying danger at the bottom. The moment Zhuo Wen killed the 3-headed flame spirit serpent, figures suddenly surged around the magma sea, stirring up a magma tsunami above the magma sea. Following that, these squirming figures rushed towards the bottom of the magma sea at an extremely fast speed. The direction that these figures rushed towards was where the 3-headed flame spirit serpent was killed by Zhuo Wen. 6 hours later, Zhuo Wen finally reached the bottom of the magma sea. When his feet touched the ground, Zhuo Wen could not help but let out a sigh of relief. He had finally reached the bottom. Through his senses, Zhuo Wen discovered that the bottom of the magma sea was actually filled with countless oddly shaped reefs. There were even huge, deep pits that looked bumpy, just like an ancient battlefield. Kid, keep moving forward. I can sense that there is an extremely dense, real dragon aura in front. Xiao He suddenly pointed to the front and said. Hearing this, Zhuo Wen nodded. He took a step forward and his entire body turned into a shadow as he rushed forward. After half an hour, Zhuo Wen arrived before an extremely deep valley. Zhuo Wen was standing at the edge of the valley. This valley was extremely vast and there were strange rocks all around. Very soon, Zhuo Wen's gaze gathered at the center of the valley. His mouth was slightly agape as he revealed a shocked expression. This was because in the center of the valley, an extremely huge bone dragon was quietly hovering. This bone dragon was almost a few thousand feet in size. Zhuowen stood in front of this huge bone dragon and felt that he was as tiny as an ant. This is the real dragon's corpse? It's so huge and spectacular. Looking at the huge bone dragon's corpse that appeared in the center of the valley, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with shock. His heart could not help but tremble. Don't make a fuss. The real dragon's body size is basically measured in units of thousands of feet. The stronger the strength, the more terrifying the real dragon's body size is. Some real dragons that have cultivated to become spirits can even reach a size of close to 10,000 feet. It's extremely terrifying. Xiao Hei stood on Zhuowen's shoulder and rolled her eyes at Zhuowen in disdain. She thought that Zhuowen was making a fuss over nothing. Kid, look at the forehead of the real dragon's corpse. There seems to be something there. Xiao Hei suddenly extended her small claw and pointed at the bone dragon's forehead. Following Xiao Hei's little claw, Zhuowen's gaze landed on the space between the bone dragon's eyebrows. He was immediately stunned because there was actually a rather large cave between the bone dragon's eyebrows, and above the cave were 3 bold and forceful words. Azure Dragon Hall? Zhuowen murmured to himself as a gleam of light erupted from his eyes. Did these 3 words mean that there was a hall called the Azure Dragon Hall in the depths of the bone dragon's forehead? Just who was it that dug a hole in the bone dragon's forehead and built this so-called Azure Dragon Hall? Zhuowen asked in doubt. Xiao Hei's gaze became rather stern. She said, "The bodies of true dragons are extremely tough. Emperors are unable to leave behind any imprints on the bone dragon's corpse. Yet this person was able to dig a hole in the bone dragon's forehead. Only a saint can do that." What? Xiao Hei, you mean to say that the one who built this so-called Azure Dragon Hall is a saint? Zhuowen asked in surprise. It's very likely. The owner of this Azure Dragon Hall is very likely a saint, and an extremely powerful one at that. Xiao Hei's voice became grave. Zhuowen's eyes narrowed slightly as he muttered to himself. In other words, this true dragon was killed by that saint? Isn't that too powerful? He can even kill a true dragon? Suddenly, Xiao Hei sneered and said indifferently, "Kid, you're thinking too much. It's impossible for a mere saint to have the ability to kill a true dragon, because even the weakest true dragon is no weaker than a saint, and the strongest true dragon is already comparable to a god-rank powerhouse. This true dragon's corpse was extremely powerful when it was alive. Although its strength couldn't compare to a god-rank powerhouse, it was already hard to find a match among saints. It's impossible for a mere saint to kill this true dragon. Moreover, if I'm not wrong, this true dragon's corpse should be an azure dragon. The azure dragon is an extremely terrifying dragon race. In front of it, even a saint might not be its match." Hearing this, the shock in Zhuowen's eyes became even more intense. This azure dragon was so terrifying, even a saint might not be a match for it. Then just how terrifying was this azure dragon? Then what's going on with this Azure Dragon Hall? Since the Azure Dragon was so terrifying, why would a saint open up a cave in between its eyebrows and build the Azure Dragon Hall? Hee. The owner of the Azure Dragon Hall must have found the Azure Dragon's corpse and then built a cave in between the Azure Dragon's eyebrows. However, the owner of the Azure Dragon Hall should also be an extraordinary figure. He dared to build a cave in the Azure Dragon's corpse. His courage is outstanding, and his strength is definitely not weak. Otherwise, it would be impossible for this Azure Dragon Hall to not be coveted by others. At this point, Xiao Hei's eyes revealed a rare look of contemplation. Then let's enter the Azure Dragon Hall and take a look. After all, this is a cave opened up by a saint. Perhaps there are many good things inside. At this point, Zhuowen's eyes were filled with a blazing light. This was a saint's cave. No matter what, the things inside would not be bad. Let's go in and take a look. However, you need to be careful. After all, a saint's cave is not so easy to break into. I'm afraid there will be many dangers inside. Xiao He reminded. Nodding his head, Zhuo was about to rush towards the azure dragon hall in the sky when a sharp sound of something breaking through the air came from behind, causing Zhuo's pupils to shrink. With a shift of his feet, he instantly moved several feet to the side. Sizzle! 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 The place where Zhuo was just now was suddenly hit by a purple liquid. It actually emitted a terrifying corrosive sound. In an instant, that place was actually corroded into a deep pit that was several feet deep. Who is it? Turning around abruptly, Zhuo's eyes gradually turned cold. This purple venom seemed to be very toxic. If he were to be directly hit by it, he would probably be in an extremely sorry state. Dozens of meters behind him, there was an extremely large, three-headed flaming spirit serpent. It was spitting out its tongue and staring coldly at Zhuo. Another three-headed flaming spirit serpent? Looking at the three-headed flaming spirit serpent dozens of meters away, Zhuo's eyes narrowed. However, the three-headed flaming spirit serpent in front of him was several times larger than the three-headed flaming spirit serpent that he had just killed. Its body was also much stronger. Even the aura on its body was much more terrifying. This is probably the three-headed flaming spirit serpent king. Kid, you have to be careful. Xiao He suddenly said, It's the serpent king? Then what you mean is... Zhuo's pupils shrank slightly as an ominous premonition flashed in his heart. He knew that the three-headed flaming spirit serpent was a type of metabeast that lived in groups. If the three-headed flaming spirit serpent king existed, then the other three-headed flaming spirit serpents would not be far away. Chapter 802. Serpent looking at the three-headed flaming spiritual serpents that appeared behind the serpent king, Zhuo's eyes were extremely gloomy. He made a rough estimate and realized that there were 3 digits of three-headed flaming spiritual serpents in front of him. Human, you are bold to kill my people. You are courting death. A rather immature voice rang out in Zhuo's mind. Zhuo could not help but narrow his eyes as he stared at the Snake King in the lead. He knew that the owner of the voice should be the Snake King. However, he was puzzled. Isn't the Serpent King an adult? Why is its voice so childish, as though it is an infant? It was your people who attacked me first. I was only retaliating. Although there are many of you, it is impossible for you to kill me. I advise you to retreat. Otherwise, it will be too late for regrets. Zhuo shook his head and transmitted his voice to the Serpent King. Although there were many three-headed flaming spiritual serpents, it was a pity that Zhuo's physical body was so terrifying that the flaming spiritual serpents did not pose much of a threat to him. Even though the flaming spiritual serpent king had the strongest aura and its strength should be around the initial stage of the Xuanzuan realm, such strength did not pose much of a threat to Zhuo. You want us to retreat? Human, you are too arrogant and ignorant. Today, I will show you the terror of the flaming spiritual serpents. Don't beg for mercy when you die, because it will be useless. After the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king finished its sentence, it shrieked. Instantly, the countless flaming spiritual serpents behind it shrieked as well. Soon after, the sound of the air breaking was heard, and they plunged towards Zhuo. In that case, I will not be courteous. Seeing that the three-headed flaming spiritual serpent king was so stubborn, Zhuo did not want to say anything more. He stomped his feet and displayed the nirvana of the sun. He transformed into a 4-headed, 8-armed serpent king with 8 spears and charged forward fearlessly. Puff! Puff! 8 cold lights flashed past. Instantly, 8 three-headed flaming spiritual serpents turned into a cloud of blood and died a violent death. This is just the beginning. Since you are willing to die, I, Zhuo, will accompany you to the end. With a cold smile, Zhuo waved his spear again and displayed the spear essence of perfection. Spear essence of flaming spiritual serpents surrounded him. Countless blue crystals surrounded him were like the toughest ice. As soon as the spear-intent domain appeared, a terrifying explosion followed. Instantly, the dozens of three-headed flaming spirit serpents that were charging at the front exploded into a bloody mist before they could even make a sound. A figure suddenly rushed out from the blood mist. He brandished his spear and shot out countless cold lights. The flame spirit serpents that were charging forward were basically slaughtered one-sidedly. In flaming spiritual serpent flaming, spiritual serpent spiritual. In the spiritual serpent, blood, spiritual serpent, spiritual serpents, serpent demon serpents, serpents, spiritual serpents, spiritual serpents. Spiritual king, spiritual serpents. Flaming spiritual serpents. Flaming of serpents, spiritual serpents, the serpent serpents in. Kill this human! The serpent king shrieked again. Although many of the remaining flaming spiritual serpents were afraid, they had no choice but to charge forward and fight under the Serpent King's tyrannical power. Zhuo-Wen was not afraid at all. He shouted in a low voice, 1,000 feet tall body. As he spoke, his body rose from the ground and actually transformed into a 300-meter tall figure. He was like a giant mountain that was as tall as the sky. His feet suddenly stomped on the ground, causing the entire ground to tremble violently. All of you die! As Zhuo-Wen spoke, his 8 spears smashed down together. The terrifying power swept out, causing the surrounding magma to tumble violently. It was as if the entire magma field was going to be turned upside down. Puff! Instantly, the flame spirit serpents that were charging over were all turned into clouds of blood mist. Instantly, there were only a dozen or so flame spirit serpents left. It looked like there were very few of them left. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The remaining dozen flaming spiritual serpents let out sorrowful cries. Their eyes were filled with fear. They swung their tails and fled. The human in front of them was too terrifying. They had been surrounded by so many flaming spiritual serpents, but they were all killed in an instant. It was too terrifying. The Serpent King's face changed drastically. Its body flashed, and it wanted to escape. Zhuo-Wen's power made its heart tremble and fear. You want to leave? You'd better stay here. Zhuo-Wen shouted. He stomped his feet and instantly blocked the Serpent King's path. He stretched out his golden arm and grabbed the Serpent King. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Serpent King shrieked, and its 3 heads spat out purplish-black venom. It wanted to completely corrode Zhuo-Wen's arm. Unfortunately, Zhuo-Wen's golden arm was as strong as steel. Although the purplish venom was strong, it had no effect on Zhuo-Wen's arm. With a slap of his right hand, the purplish venom was blown away. Zhuo-Wen pressed down on the Serpent King without hesitation. He immediately grabbed the 3 heads of the Serpent King and stared coldly at the latter. Human warrior, let me go. I won't provoke you in the future. The Serpent King was finally afraid and quickly hissed. However, Zhuo-Wen sneered and said, Towards those who want to kill me, I have always chosen to return an eye for an eye. Now, you can leave your last words. You, human, you can't kill me. If you kill me, you will regret it. I am a soaring serpent. Before the Serpent King could finish speaking, Zhuo-Wen's right hand suddenly exerted force and instantly crushed the Serpent King's body, turning it into a cloud of rolling blood mist. I don't care what you are. If you provoke me, Zhuo-Wen, the outcome will be the same. After saying this indifferently, Zhuo-Wen's huge body slowly descended and finally turned into the size of a normal person. With a stomp of his foot, his entire body rushed towards the true dragon's corpse in the valley. To him, the 3-headed flaming spiritual Serpent King was just an insignificant interlude. Right now, his main focus was on the Azure Dragon Palace. Whoosh! When he arrived at the space between the bone dragon's eyebrows, Zhuo-Wen discovered that the cave in front of him was actually so huge. It was 100 feet tall and 30 feet wide, especially the 3 large words Azure Dragon Palace. Above the cave, it was vigorous and powerful, emitting a powerful aura. I wonder what exactly exists in this Azure Dragon Palace. A fiery gaze appeared in Zhuan's eyes. With a stomp of his foot, he wanted to directly enter the cave. Dang, dang, dang. The instant Zhuan approached the cave, a transparent light barrier appeared on the surface of the cave, causing Zhuan to hit a wall. After stabilizing his body, Zhuan's gaze converged on a light barrier that appeared out of nowhere and said, "This is a restriction." Whoosh! Xiao Hei also came out at this moment and flew in front of the restriction. Her black eyes were filled with a trace of seriousness as she said, "Kid, this restriction is not simple. Do you have a way to deal with it?" Zhuan's eyes flickered as he asked. Zhuan was a complete novice when it came to formations and restrictions. He did not know anything about them, so he could only leave it to Xiao Hei to deal with. "I do, but it will take a lot of time." Xiao Hei nodded and said solemnly. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded and said, "Then you go ahead and study it first. I can use this time to properly consolidate the Xuanzuan realm. After all, I've only just advanced to Mystique Venerable rank." With that, Zhuan silently sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. He began to silently cultivate and recuperate, not disturbing Xiao Hei when she was studying the restriction. The terrain in the northern polar region of the Magma Sea was extremely strange. There was a huge abyss there, and in the depths of the abyss there was a huge suction force that caused the magma above the abyss to churn wantonly, forming a terrifying whirlpool. All of a sudden, the vortex above the abyss came to a strange stop. Then a furious and terrifying voice came from the depths of the abyss. It was like a rumbling thunderclap. "Who is it? Who dares to kill my bloodline?" Rumble. A huge and terrifying figure that was close to 10,000 feet tall rushed out of the abyss, sweeping up a torrent of magma. Then, this huge figure rushed toward the center of the Magma Sea. In the valley, Zhuan silently sat cross-legged and slowly opened his eyes. There was a gleam of joy in his eyes. He had been sitting here for half a day, relying on the rich, draconic energy here to completely consolidate the Xuanzuan realm. "Xiao Hei, are you not done yet?" Zhuan could not help but ask when he turned his head and saw that Xiao Hei was still focused on studying the restriction outside the cave. "It's almost done. This forbidden method is quite brilliant, and there are quite a few traps buried inside, causing this dragon lord to make a few mistakes. But now that I found the right method, it should be done soon." Xiao Hei replied casually. Hearing this, Zhuan nodded. He was not in a hurry. After all, the Azure Dragon Hall was right in front of him. Sooner or later he would break in. However, for some reason, his right eyelid had been twitching nonstop since just now, as if an unknown danger was constantly approaching him. "Is it my imagination?" Zhuan frowned and muttered to himself. Rumble. Suddenly, a violent tremor shook the entire valley. The ground of the valley began to crack under the violent tremor. Extremely ferocious cracks appeared on the ground. "What's going on?" Zhuan suddenly stood up, and his eyes were filled with surprise and bewilderment. This sudden vibration was too strange. Following that, Zhuan discovered that a huge figure was slowly appearing above the valley. This huge figure was nearly 3,000 meters tall, almost covering the sky and covering the sun. Looking at the huge figure that had suddenly appeared in front of him, Zhuan's pupils constricted and his mouth opened slightly. A strong sense of danger surfaced in his heart. The huge figure that appeared above the valley had a huge snake's body that was nearly 3,000 meters long. Its green scales flickered with a terrifying cold light. What was even stranger was that on the back of this huge snake there was actually a pair of flame wings that were thousands of meters long. They looked dazzling and brilliant. When he saw such a huge exotic beast suddenly appear in the sky above the valley, an ancient thing couldn't help but appear in Zhuan's mind. The flying serpent has no feet to fly. The wushu has no 5 skills to use.